The baby, whose eyes sparkled like rubies, lit up everyone with his face on this beautiful day. The girl approached this beautiful boy and was enchanted by his wonderful smile. Suddenly, she was caught off guard by the young man. But he clearly did not wish her harm, so Marie calmed down. She turned tenderly to the guy, and with a smile on her face, said that there were only 3 of them, and he had nothing to worry about. The girl offered to hold the baby in her arms, to which the boy and the guy began to look awkward. The young man did not understand how to behave with the baby, and was afraid of overdoing it with his strength. Looking at the guy's efforts, the lady wondered if he was taking on too much, since he was a minister after all, and not a warrior. Her eyes were in bewilderment at the boy she saw. She wondered in her head, and realized that she was in heaven. The girl could not take her eyes off this charming baby, and was overly delighted by his angelic appearance. In confusion, rocking the stroller with the little boy, she asked herself more and more questions. Suddenly, a girl ran in with a worried look, and began asking what was wrong with the young gentleman, and why he was not moving. She told Marie to take care of Prince Brielle, because she still had a lot of work to do. Then, Marie began to remember, because the names that the lady had named seemed familiar to her. She remembered that these were names from a novella she loved to read on her way to work. The girl was shocked, because after thinking about it for a long time, she realized that she had read a novella right before her death. She also remembered that Marie from that novel was supposed to kill that baby, and she was horrified. Anxious thoughts did not leave her. She did not know how to return to her world and what to do next. The girl, in despair, came to the conclusion that she could not return home, and plunged even deeper into her disturbing thoughts. And suddenly, a sweet child's voice sounded, not far from her, and Marie came to her senses. She was pulled out of the pitch darkness of despair by a sweet little boy, whose name she had known for a long time. Brielle. Thoughts immediately ran through her head about what would happen when she left, whether Brielle would die, and these thoughts immediately sent a herd of goosebumps across her skin. Hearing his charming laugh, she told herself that she would not let this angel die. On that day, clinging to the young master, Marie realized the purpose of her life and began to move forward. After the time when Brielle was supposed to die, Marie stopped trying to return to her world. It's been 3 months now that Marie has been sitting with this wonderful baby, and she definitely enjoys what she does. She became very close to Brielle, and she so wanted his parents to see what he would grow up to be. But unfortunately they died, and he was adopted by his uncle. As a nanny, Marie changed the plot of the novel, and saved the little prince from death, which also jinxed the life of his uncle. Marie asked Brielle not to forget her when he grew up, because it was she who saved his life. Unfortunately, the Count, when he first saw the girl with the baby, thought that she wanted to kill him, although Marie wanted to practice with Brielle. What if she hadn't come to her senses then, and couldn't explain to her uncle what these exercises were for? He turned away, put away the weapon, and it seemed that Marie had managed to win his trust. Meanwhile, the baby was already diligently doing the exercises, and was doing it very well. The large, graceful doors swung open, and the Count entered the mansion with a serious face. He wanted to pick up Brielle, but the girl said that he couldn't get him until he washed his hands. Marie clearly got on the gentleman's nerves, but nothing could be done. That's just her character. She and the little prince were playing, when suddenly the Count's voice was heard calling them to him. Now, looking at Brielle in the cradle, the gentleman looked confused, and did not understand what he would do without a nanny. This is understandable, because this is his first time raising a child, and he doesn't know the basics that would help with raising him. To defuse the situation, Marie suggested playing hide-and-seek, to which the Count asked how to play it. Then the girl happily showed him, together with Brielle, what hide-and-seek was, and suggested that he try it. The gentleman looked shocked, because if he remembered how he behaved a couple of hours ago, it began to seem that such fun was definitely not for him. And so the guy pulled himself together, and very confused and embarrassed, began to play with Brielle. When the baby reacted, the Count looked at Marie with great enthusiasm, and she just smiled sweetly and thought how funny he was. She felt calm that the guy would at least be able to play with Brielle. For a start, that was enough. More than anything, Marie wanted to protect the baby, and an energy flared up inside her that pushed her to live this life. The girl began to carefully put Brielle on his feet and tried to take the first steps with him. Suddenly, a little girl ran out, who also wanted to walk, and accidentally pushed Brielle. Marie was very scared. Her goal in life is to protect the baby. He can't fall. It's dangerous. The little girl saved Brielle from being hit, and it became clear that she meant him no harm. Once Marie was sure that the prince was okay, she asked Ellie if everything was okay. The girl, with delicate features and insanely bright eyes, turned away and drooped. She may have thought that Marie would scold her, but she just said that the floors here were very hard and they should walk holding hands. Ellie really liked this idea. Her face filled with joy again, and a smile spread across her entire face. This charming girl is Marie's sister, who played an important role in the latter's acceptance into the Count's family as a nanny. Since Marie had not given birth, Brielle was nursed by a woman named Erin, but she was unable to care for him full-time due to her having children of her own. In the original, it was Marie who said that she could not trust the young heir to anyone but herself, and if earlier it seemed that she was hired because of her status, now it has become clear that she was hired because of her experience in raising her younger children. Brielle didn't like Marie at all. He cried, screamed, and didn't want to accept her at all. However, when they were about to change the nanny, their relationship with the prince suddenly improved. It happened on the day when the girl who had been in an accident woke up in the body of the real Marie. Ellie, along with her sister and Brielle, began to take the first steps towards a new stage for the baby. They live with the Count's family, and the girl sometimes also wants to look after the prince. After Brielle learned to crawl, he began to cover this distance frequently. Marie hugged the little prince to herself with affection and delight for learning basic skills so quickly. At just 7 months old, Brielle has already started to move his legs, although just a month ago he wasn't even crawling. He probably got his genes from his uncle, and when he grows up, he will be taller than everyone else. The baby is growing so fast, and the Count hasn't seen him for several days, because he's so busy at the end of the year that he can't get out of the palace. He was in a hurry to get home to see the prince, but unfortunately, he was already asleep, and sadness was visible on the guy's face. Marie made him happy by telling him that he could quietly look at the baby while he was sleeping, and the Count's mood immediately improved. The young gentleman was snoring sweetly in his sleep, probably having wonderful and vivid dreams. The boy worriedly said that the baby had lost weight, but Marie reassured him, saying that he had been overly active lately. She thought about how surprised the Count would be at how much the baby had changed. He wanted to touch this sweet little baby, but Marie told him to wake him up with her cold hands. The girl looked at the guy and realized that he had also lost quite a bit of weight during the time he had not been home, but this made him even more handsome. Marie looked at the Count's facial features, to which the guy asked what had happened. She became embarrassed and changed the subject, saying that she would sing Brielle a lullaby. She thought that the guy would not notice anything in the dark. The girl didn't understand why she had to sing a lullaby to an already sleeping baby, but since she had already said it, she had to sing. Under the moonlight from the window, in complete silence, the Count listened to Marie sing a lullaby to the little prince and enjoyed it. In the morning, the girl and Brielle joyfully greeted the Count. Marie understood his desire to meet the young gentleman. The boy approached the baby and began to gently try to talk to him, and he did it quite well. Marie told him that Brielle was already teething, and the young gentleman joyfully opened his mouth, showing his front teeth. The Count was upset, because all this time he had not participated at all in his upbringing, and he had no one more valuable than his nephew, so he would like to spend as much time with him as possible. The girl told him that Brielle would show him more now, and sat the boy down on the floor. The Count was delighted that the baby was already sitting up, and realized that he was spending very little time with the young gentleman. Marie assumed that the little prince would be glad to see his uncle, and that tomorrow, because of the Count's work, he would come when he was already asleep. She wondered if she should try to do something that they both would enjoy, and perhaps bring them closer together. The girl wanted Brielle to try out a texture game that many kids his age love. After much thought, Marie came up with a solution. She used seaweed to play with. At such times, many die of hunger, and therefore, taking too good products would be a crime. And the Count began to work hard from home in order to spend more time with his nephew. Marie suggested that after the guy saw how his nephew had grown up, he realized that he couldn't miss such valuable moments. The girl called the Count and took him to the bathroom to show him her creation. With a smile on her face, she pointed to the bathtub and said it was seaweed, waiting for his reaction. The guy was very surprised and didn't know how to react to what he saw, because he was seeing something like this for the first time. He, trying to hide his emotions of surprise, asked if she wanted to wash the young master. Marie explained to the Count that this was a game with textures and was very good for developing muscles and expressing emotions. She began to lower Brielle into the bath when the boy confusedly grabbed the baby from her arms. Then the girl invited the Count to join the little prince, and he, perplexed by the upcoming game, agreed. Marie placed seaweed on Brielle's eyebrows, to which the baby responded as agreed. Then the little prince grabbed the seaweed from his face and laughed merrily. The Count cutely shot at Brielle and definitely agreed. Since the kid liked this game, they started playing this wonderful texture game together and having fun. Suddenly, the guy splashed water towards the boy, to which he looked in surprise. Brielle raised his hands sharply and playfully and lowered them into the water, thereby splashing the Count with water. Marie, surprised and even confused, asked if everything was okay with the guy. No one expected this from the baby. The guy, adjusting his silky hair, calmly replied that everything was fine. The girl was confused when she saw how drops were running down his gentle face and began to lose her balance. She fell right on top of the Count, her heart pounding, and she didn't understand what was happening. Marie jumped up sharply with an apology, after which she immediately ran away. The boy stayed with the baby, but even so, his cheeks were red from embarrassment. Ellie approached Marie and asked what she was doing. The girl replied that she sewed toys and invited Ellie to look at her creations. The little girl, looking down, asked if these toys were for the young master, hoping that she would get some too. Marie stroked her head and said that the bear was for her, to which Ellie's eyes sparkled again. She happily asked, "What about the hare?" And her eyes lit up with happiness and excitement. And Marie calmly said that the bunny was for the baby, but it was a little bigger than a bear, so she should be patient. The girl thought that, despite the fact that Ellie had grown up quite a bit, she still behaved like a little girl. This behavior on Ellie's part reminds Marie of how shocked she was when she first saw the house where they used to live. She used the money she earned from the Count to provide them with clothes, but toys were out of the question. Of course, what shocked Marie most was that they were left alone at home while she was working. It hurt her to look at them, so she asked the Count for a favor, and he gave them a whole room on the same floor as Brielle, and they were incredibly happy with his action. Marie burst into tears of joy that she could at least give something to these lovely children. After this, the girl's motivation increased, and she began to sew toys more diligently. Even beyond the walls of the mansion, children's loud echoes of crying could be heard. The little prince was indignant and screamed because he did not want to change his diaper. Then, Marie showed Brielle the bear she had sewn for the young master. The baby, seeing him, stared at him, and at that moment, he was caught by a worker at the mansion. When they changed his diaper, he continued to be indignant, and Marie calmed him down. Brielle had already lived for almost a year, and the girl so wanted to believe that everything would be fine. But sometimes Marie feels anxious even on the calmest and quietest days. After all, it is still not clear who and for what purpose ordered the killing of this lovely baby. The Count sat with the young gentleman and read him a fascinating book about dragons. He told the girl that he thought the baby really liked the dragons. Marie smiled silently, thinking that reading the fairy tale had brought them closer together, and they had begun to spend a lot of time together since she had to leave for a short time. The girl needed to bring some things, and Brielle has been very shy lately and refuses to spend time with anyone else. However, the Count responded to the butler's request and agreed to sit with the baby, and Brielle immediately stopped crying. But after only half an hour, the Count deeply regretted his decision. He didn't understand how a 1-year-old child could be so fast and overly active. Brielle climbed onto the high table and began furiously throwing books from the shelves all over the office. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful picture from a book and was very confused by what he saw. The Count did not understand what was happening and did not know what to do, so he called Marie. She ran to the guy very quickly and immediately asked what happened and why she was called so urgently. The guy nervously began to say that the baby was sick and probably had a fever. The girl looked at Brielle and immediately understood what was happening. She immediately felt calm. He liked the dragon from the book so much that the Count mistook his delight for illness. Marie reassured him that he had nothing to worry about. as the baby simply liked the dragons. The guy, however, looked away in embarrassment and said that he understood everything, thereby awkwardly asking for forgiveness. This incident led to the Count starting to read his nephew tales about dragons. Marie only smiled and pretended not to notice his excitement, but it was clear that the Count was shaking with fear. The deaths of his older brother, wife, and Brielle's parents were not detailed in the novel, but it was said that they died in an accident while traveling to see the Count. If he had arrived a couple of minutes later, the baby would have died with his parents. The young prince sneezed, and the Count immediately thought about the baby's worsening condition and began to worry about him. Marie believes that it is precisely because of this incident that the Count is so worried about his nephew. Apparently, there was a huge wound left on his heart after the death of his brother and his wife. The housekeeper called Marie very loudly. The baby is always so quiet with her, but as soon as she moves away, he starts crying. The girl told Marie that Brielle had not calmed down the entire time she was in the bathhouse. In response, Marie thanked the worker and took the baby into her arms, and she remained standing there in surprise, thinking that the boy seemed to have a split personality. The girl told the young gentleman that he was becoming more and more stubborn, and she did not like this behavior. And when Marie told Brielle about changing his diaper, he said his first word. The girl looked at this little charming boy in bewilderment and could not believe her ears. He said neither mom nor dad nor even uncle. He said her name without being able to pronounce the letter R, which was even cuter, even though it wasn't entirely hers. Only Brielle could ease the suffering she experienced after coming to this world. The precious baby she managed to save became the only reason to live on. Ellie happily walked towards her little sister and hummed a melody that she really liked. She happily greeted her sister and the young master, who were playing enthusiastically. Marie looked at Ellie in surprise, and the baby continued to look at the Tower of Cups. The girl was angry that Brielle didn't pay attention to her because of some toy. She jumped onto the bed with all her might, and the Tower of Cups flew in all directions. The baby got angry at her and crawled after her, and Ellie started running away and saying that it wasn't on purpose. Marie was smiling at that moment and understood that her little sister did it on purpose. The girl offered the children a snack to fill them with energy and continue having fun. Marie said they can eat with their hands and compared it to playing with textures. Ellie took a piece and served it to Brielle, after letting the sweet potato cool. After that, she took a piece for herself, but it turned out to be too hot. Then Marie offered to blow on it, but the little girl refused, saying that she would do everything herself. Apparently, she wants to be like her older sister, and she considers her her ideal. And suddenly, Brielle called Ellie's name and did it so tenderly. After all, he really likes her. They started discussing what they wanted to do after snacking, and each offered their own options. And near the door stood a little boy and eagerly watched what was happening. Marie told Ellie that she would now bring something to drink, and she suggested that she take her time. When she turned around, she noticed a boy looking at her with fear. It turned out to be her little brother Barry. He was older than Ellie, but that didn't mean he didn't want to play with them. He bewilderedly apologized for distracting Marie, but she reassured him, saying that she was expecting a boy. The girl invited him to play with Brielle and spend time with Ellie, and the boy's eyes lit up. The boy happily promised that they would have fun and ran off to play with the young master. Marie left with the thought that she needed to quickly bring drinks and join them. Barry happily offered the baby to play with his bright red ball, hoping that he would not be afraid of it. And Ellie was surprised by the appearance of her brother next to the little prince and began to look indignantly. The baby crawled towards the boy, and Ellie got angry and shouted that she was playing with Brielle. Barry continued to lure the little prince to him and said that the baby would be more interested with him, to which Ellie exclaimed that Brielle had already gotten used to her, and she was sure that he would have much more fun with her, since she even cooled down his sweet potatoes. An argument broke out between the brother and sister over the baby's attention, and they wanted to kill each other without saying a word, and Brielle sat on the floor, confused, unable to decide between a sweet potato or a teddy bear. At that moment, Marie arrived and realized that they were fighting for the baby's attention, and that the battle was already in full swing. And Brielle, seeing Marie, chose who he would go to and ran to his favorite nanny. Marie hugged the baby, and Barry and Ellie looked sadly at the scene. They realized that they clearly wouldn't be able to overcome their sister, and that the baby would still choose her. And Marie looked at the children with a smile and thought how cute they were, even in such a situation. So the little gentleman turned 1 year old. Everyone sat at the table and joyfully congratulated him. The baby happily accepted all the congratulations and was in seventh heaven. Brielle's first birthday, the Count decided to celebrate his nephew's birthday in the mansion in the circle of his close associates. Instead of a lavish banquet, he organized a nutritious dinner, especially for Brielle. And instead of high-status nobles, he invited Ellie and Barry. Barry was surprised, because he did not expect to be invited to an aristocrat's birthday. Marie thought that the Count had made the right choice, because the young master would have been very uncomfortable among strangers. And so the baby smiles, the most contented smile, and his eyes sparkled brighter than any star. The Count said that it was time to begin, and the girl only confirmed his words, nodding her head boldly. The guy offered to blow out the candles with Marie, and the girl looked at him in surprise. The Count beckoned her to come closer to him, so that they could share this touching moment together. They began to slowly count to 3, before blowing out those candles burning brightly in the dark. At that moment, Marie wondered why she felt so nervous around the Count. She was sure that Brielle could clearly feel her heartbeat, and was even more worried. The Count looked at Marie, and could not take his eyes off her. She looked gentle and thoughtful. Suddenly, the children shouted the last number, and the boy and girl suddenly came to their senses. They almost forgot about the candles because of their own thoughts. But this is not the first time this has bothered them. Marie congratulated the young gentleman on his birthday, and wished him to be just as healthy, and Brielle kissed her on the cheek in response, which greatly surprised the girl at that moment. Everyone looked at the scene in shock, and was very confused. Against the backdrop of the sunset, the mansion looked majestic, but in reality, things were not so calm, and rumors had already spread throughout it. Marie walked through the dark mansion, and thought about what a significant day it was. In the original story, Brielle didn't live to see his first birthday, but this time he did. Marie was very touched. She was so happy that she managed to achieve the goal she set for herself by getting into this novel. She walked past his room and hoped that he would continue to grow in peace. The girl saw an open door, through which a light was burning. She was surprised that the Count was not yet asleep, and thought about whether to bring him coffee. She looked into the room with a very sad aura, and was extremely surprised by what she saw in it. The Count stood in front of the portrait of his late brother, and cried bitterly from pain and grief. He said that he missed him, and that he might not be able to handle raising Brielle. He wished his brother could see Brielle smile, and how healthy he was growing up. Now, Marie understood why the Count had decided to arrange exactly this kind of celebration. He did it as a gift for his brother, so that he could at least enjoy this moment from heaven. He provided his son with happiness if he had such a wonderful and joyful birthday. Of course, Brielle's safety was a priority, but Marie decided to slightly adjust the goals in her care diary to include an item about happiness. Ellie, next to Brielle, exclaimed that the long-awaited day had finally arrived, and the baby looked at her in bewilderment and did not understand what kind of reaction she expected from the little prince. It was the day when the young gentleman had already learned to walk fully by the hand. Ellie asked him if he remembered the moment when they tried to walk, but couldn't. Marie told Ellie to be careful, because Brielle was just learning to walk, and she still needed to be careful. They began to walk happily holding hands. Ellie was very careful, and did not let the young gentleman fall, and at that moment, the baby was sweetly saying her name. Happiness was visible on his face. The girl asked the baby to kiss her on the cheek if he was having fun, and felt happy around her, but Brielle turned away from her, and Ellie immediately drooped. She hoped to receive the same attention as her sister. Marie watched carefully everything that was happening with Ellie and Brielle, and laughed happily. The girl thought how sweet they all were, and that she was very lucky to be a nanny and sister to such wonderful children. Marie approached the Count's luxurious door and knocked modestly, waiting for an answer. He allowed her to enter, and the girl said that she wanted to discuss something very important with him. The Count looked at her with fear. Fear and hope for the safety of his master were visible in his eyes. Marie reassured him, saying that the young master was fine and had nothing to worry about. She thinks it would be nice if Brielle made friends his own age, but she's not sure if aristocrats introduce their children to each other. The Count said that children usually make friends at aristocratic gatherings, and Marie mentioned to him that he never went anywhere. The story said that the Count did not like being in company since childhood. Therefore, he had almost no acquaintances in high society, and only 2 boys as close friends. The Count said that one of his acquaintances had a son about Brielle's age, and he would talk to him. Marie was about to leave when the guy suddenly stopped her with just one word. He handed her a red box, and Marie looked at him awkwardly, not understanding what was happening. He opened the box, and inside was a brooch, shining in the sun's rays and shimmering from one shade to another. She asked what it was, to which the Count replied that Ellie told him that you were buying a brooch for yourself, but while you were sitting with Brielle, it went out of fashion. The girl was very surprised by what she heard, and could not even imagine that such a thing could happen. It was the brooch that Ellie was talking about, that Marie was wearing when the girl from another world entered her body. It had to be removed, because any accessories could be dangerous for small children. Surprisingly, Ellie remembered this, and suddenly, the little girl noticed how much her sister had changed, and now it worries her a lot. She and Barry had been starved for attention, so they took the change in stride. Marie thanked the Count. She was incredibly pleased with this gift. Just think how carefully he thought out all the details before the purchase. The guy was perplexed, and thought that the girl didn't like the brooch, and asked if everything was okay. He said that he chose her himself, and therefore she may well not be to her taste. And Marie asked in surprise what he said again. He said that it was the first time he had to choose a woman's brooch, so he could not be sure that it was good. Marie smiled tenderly at him and said that this brooch was simply beautiful. He awkwardly rejoiced that the girl liked the gift, and they went their separate ways with peace of mind. Brielle hit him angrily and called for his uncle in his loud, childish voice. The Count was surprised that he called him uncle, and asked what had happened and why the little boy was so worried about something. The baby angrily continued to ask him to move away from his beloved nanny. Apparently, he wanted to get all of Marie's attention. The girl laughed while the boy drooped and didn't know how to react to the kid's words. Marie began to explain to Brielle that they were choosing a new book for him, and suggested that he read a book with other animals. The kid persistently replied that he only wanted a book about dragons and was not interested in anything else. The girl reached for a book about dragons, and the Count asked if there were any more books about them. Marie replied that no, but we could write it ourselves, and asked if the Count could draw well. The guy asked if she would write, to which she remained silent, and everything immediately became clear. After that, they read the same book about dragons together, and the baby, as always, looked at the pictures with fascination. Dear Brielle fell into a wonderful sleep, and the Count carefully covered him with a warm and beautiful blanket. Marie praised the guy for doing a good job, to which the guy was surprised, and at the same time very happy. Compared to how things were when the girl came into this world, the Count is doing better at raising Brielle. The guy suggested going to rest, and Marie, agreeing, ran after him. While she was running, accidentally, not noticing the Count's shoulder, she hit him hard, which caused bewilderment in the guy. He turned and asked if everything was okay, and Marie froze from the radiant beauty of the Count. The girl couldn't take her eyes off him, because he was very close to her at that moment. Marie suddenly came to her senses, and moving away from the guy, replied that everything was fine. She said it was time to go before the young master woke up, and quickly ran away. And in the girl's head there were thoughts that at night, handsome men are especially dangerous. Barry and Ellie were having fun playing with the little prince, and the girl asked the baby his opinion, namely, which horse would win. He chose the blue horse, and Ellie happily said that the horse with the red ribbon won. Then Barry, with a serious face, lightly nudged Ellie to stop teasing the baby. They started to quarrel loudly, and the little boy sat and got angry because he didn't understand what was happening. Abruptly, Brielle shouted that Barry was stupid and hit him with his small childish fist. The children turned around in shock and immediately stopped arguing, not understanding why he did it, and the baby continued to look at them angrily. He was filled with anger. Barry began to ask why the young master hit him and why he was angry. The kid started shouting out words, trying to explain what exactly had upset him. Then Ellie jumped into Brielle's arms for standing up for her, and Barry stood there with a downcast face because he was protecting the baby from his little sister. The boy was very upset that Brielle hit him, even though he was protecting him from the girl. Meanwhile, Marie was diligently drawing cards with different animals for the young gentleman. This method should help the child remember more different animals and insects. The girl wondered if it was clear, and looked at the drawings again. The girl realized that she was bad at drawing, but she still didn't give up, because she wanted to teach the little boy something new. At this time, the Count came up from behind and asked her if she was drawing. Marie beamed with happiness again. It seemed to her that not all was lost, and suddenly the guy asked if it was possible that Brielle had drawn it. The girl became embarrassed and looked downcast. Marie awkwardly acknowledged the creation as her own, and even explained that it was an ant. The Count looked at the drawing with a grin and realized how badly she was doing it, after which he took a pencil in his hands and drew the most wonderful and beautiful ant. While the guy was drawing, Marie stood silently and looked with the most upset expression. Marie asked the butler about the Count's grades during his studies, because she was interested in his education, and the man, with a sparkle in his eyes, exclaimed that he was first in all disciplines. The girl was shocked and even a little upset that the Count had also succeeded in drawing. The guy reached for Marie's card, and the girl asked him why he needed this ridiculous drawing. The Count replied that he would collect them as memories, and when Brielle grew up, he would show them to him. Marie exclaimed that she would not give up the card, and the guy said that she herself wanted to show it to him. The Count raised his hand so high that Marie, even standing on her tiptoes, could not reach the card. The girl started pushing him to take the drawing for herself, because she clearly didn't want Brielle to see it. The Count froze, looking at Marie. He did not know what to say, because they again found themselves in an awkward situation, and suddenly, the girl abruptly snatches the card from his hand, and the guy doesn't even have time to understand what happened. Marie began to be glad that she had taken her card back and looked at him sarcastically, but the Count only smiled and covered his face with his hand, so as not to show that he was bothered by the awkward situation that had just happened. Marie tenderly held the difficult gentleman in her arms and said that a friend would soon come to him. Marie hoped that Brielle would be happy to see a child his own age, and that he would be able to make a friend. His world will become a little wider after joining society. That's what the girl thought when she suggested this to the Count. The kid didn't understand what Marie wanted to explain to him, and the girl said that he would find out later and that he already had a rich vocabulary for his age. The Count called dear Brielle to him and wanted to introduce him to a wonderful boy. He pointed to a boy named Jay, the son of the Count's friend. The kids smiled joyfully and sweetly at each other and greeted each other in a friendly manner, their eyes shining brightly. The Count and his friend decided to go away to talk, and they left Marie with the kids. The girl asked the young gentleman if he wanted to play with his friend, and Jay was waiting impatiently for Brielle's answer. Marie thought that children at that age usually like toys, and it would be easier for them to get along with each other if they picked them out. 10 minutes had passed since the kids had started playing, and suddenly a scream was heard. The Count and his comrade ran into the room in alarm at the noise they heard that could be heard throughout the house. Everyone stood in shock, and Jay cried loudly, and Brielle held his teddy bear in his arms. The baby liked the young gentleman's favorite toy, while they were choosing what to play. Only Marie, Ellie, Barry, and Brielle himself were allowed to touch Miss Bear. They both liked her too much, so they quarreled, because they couldn't decide who would get her. Marie apologized to the Count's friend, but he insisted that everything was fine, since Jay himself took the toy without asking, and the Count at that moment looked at the children and did not understand how to react and what to do to smooth over the situation. It seems like the first attempt at making friends was a failure, but Brielle still has his whole life ahead of him. Marie walked through the dark mansion and was glad that nothing terrible had happened. The girl understood that Brielle was growing up safely, but something was bothering her. One problem was still unresolved, and that was what worried Marie the most at the moment. When she woke up in this world on a weekday morning, the money that Marie had received as the first payment for killing Brielle was already lying under her bed. The girl looked out the window and did not understand why they still had not come for her soul. She carefully examined everything around her and found nothing suspicious. What should Marie do if this assignment has already been passed on to someone else in the mansion? She would really like everything to be as peaceful, and perhaps she should tell the Count that someone wants to kill Brielle. But how can she do it? While she was lost in these thoughts in the dark mansion, the Count found her and asked what had alarmed the lady. The girl looked towards the guy with fear. She did not expect to see him. The Count looked at her and asked what had brought her out at such a late hour, hoping that she would not upset him. He was worried that something had happened to Brielle and looked both thoughtful and worried. The girl hesitated, but still said that she wanted to discuss something serious with him. The girl sipped tea and asked if the Count had selected knights to protect Brielle. She thought that she couldn't tell the Count everything, but she could at least guide him a little. And the girl also boldly recalled that Jay was already under guard, even though he was the same age as Brielle. The Count did not understand why she had come at such an hour to discuss this, and Marie explained that she could easily forget about it later. So she decided to tell him right away. The guy smiled sweetly as he listened to her story, and the girl lowered her head in embarrassment. The Count was amazed that all this time Marie was thinking about Brielle, and seemed not to think at all about herself. He said he had a couple of nights in mind, and he would like to go on a ride with Brielle. Marie's anxiety for Brielle grew sharply, but the Count reassured her, saying that he would be under the protection of the royal guard. The girl asked when they were going to leave, and the guy told her that he had already requested leave. He thought he deserved a break after so many years of long and hard work. Marie became worried that something had happened in the palace, and asked the guy with great interest. The Count looked at the girl and realized that he had not met a person for a long time who was so sincerely worried about him, and that it was difficult for him to get used to these new sensations. The guy looked away and said he just wanted to take a break from work, considering how much he had been sitting lately. Ellie angrily shouted at Barry that it was her turn to play with the young Master Eye, but he didn't want to give in. They started arguing again, and Brielle looked at them in bewilderment and wondered what to do to make them stop arguing. The little boy saw the gardener watering the flowers and called the children to go to the big pool. They began to splash around in the water together, forgetting all their quarrels, and happily created new memories. Marie waited calmly until they had played enough with the snow-white soft towels in their hands. Suddenly, she saw the Count, who returned early from work today. She thought that he had already taken a vacation. Marie started calling the children to finish, when suddenly the boy jumped into the water towards them. He greeted the boys joyfully, and each of their faces showed more joy than had ever been seen before. His assistant was extremely shocked by the Count's behavior, because he had never seen him so happy. He said that he looked completely different, with such a sincere smile on his face. The assistant began to beg the Count to stay and not go on vacation, because without him, everything would collapse. Then Brielle pulled hard at his uncle's clothes, and very sweetly asked him to repeat the jump. The kid said that he really enjoyed that moment, and he didn't want to forget it. The guy smiled and said that he would definitely repeat it, and that the baby would never forget this wonderful day. Marie thought about what the servants had said, that without the Count everything would wither away, and she could not fully understand why. And now she understood how important his work in the yard was, and even began to be proud of all the work he had done. Marie and the Count went to Brielle's first picnic, hoping they would have a wonderful time. She asked the baby not to go too far away from her. After all, she was worried about his protection, and the Count thought that they had talked about security, and he, of course, had taken care of it. But it seemed that everything was going smoothly anyway. Brielle asked Marie to go further afield, but she said that she didn't know the area well and couldn't. The Count said with joy and a smile that he would go with them and make sure that they did not get lost. Brielle ran very quickly into the forest, and Marie could not keep up with him. Suddenly, the baby let go of the girl's hand, and she was immediately filled with anxiety for Brielle. She started shouting at him to wait, but she still couldn't keep up with him. And suddenly the baby stopped and pointed to a cute rabbit, which he was apparently running after. The girl calmed down and explained to him that this wonderful rabbit was a resident of this forest. Marie suddenly felt someone's gaze fall on her and realized that they were being watched. She grabbed the baby, pushing him to the ground and covering him with her body, hoping that she could protect him. The Count immediately came running to the girl's loud screams and anxiously asked what was happening. She explained that she felt like someone was following them, and she was terrified for Brielle. He reasoned that even if there was someone in the bushes, they had already fled, and he would not be able to find them. The Count reassured the girl, saying that he would ask the knights to inspect the area, and took Brielle in his arms. An anxious Marie told the baby that she would return soon, and gave him to the Count with shaking hands. The knights did not find a single suspicious person in the park, and this reassured both the Count and Marie. They were really lucky that there was no one there. Otherwise, who knows what could have happened. The strange man stroked the rabbit and blamed himself for letting them go. He wondered if Marie was living well after the betrayal. Time passed, and now Brielle's second birthday has arrived. The baby is growing before our eyes. This time, the Count decided to invite the nobles as well, and a very large number of important people gathered. Marie kept thinking about that incident in the park. She was glad that she had just imagined it, because nothing strange happened after that. Brielle shyly tugged at the girl's skirt and modestly called her name, hoping she would hear. He probably feels uncomfortable seeing so many unfamiliar faces on such a holiday. Suddenly, an elderly man called out to them and waved his hand at them with a joyful face, beckoning them to him. Marie saw him and realized that he was Brielle's grandfather on his mother's side and greeted him. The Lord smiled sweetly at the baby and said that he was glad to be present at his celebration in person. Brielle got scared and hid behind Marie's back, to which his grandfather laughed. Realizing that the little boy was shy, the Count said that the Lord's lands were far from here, but he arrived on time. The grandfather called the little boy over and invited him to look at the gift, which he was extremely confident in. It was a cute little dragon, and the Lord really hoped that Brielle would like it madly. The baby immediately took it in his hands and began to admire the toy very much. When Marie asked him to thank his grandfather for the gift, Brielle became embarrassed and looked down, after which, in a shy voice, he uttered words of gratitude, which sounded more pleasant from his lips than ever. The Lord laughed again and thanked Marie for caring for Brielle and raising him. The girl said that this was her job, and the young gentleman was very gentle and quiet, so it was easy with him. Brielle shouted sharply to Marie about Miss Bear, and the girl, not understanding the baby, asked again what he wanted. She warned the Lord that they needed to move away. The little one wanted to put a new toy with the others. The girl and Brielle walked up the stairs, and the grandfather continued to silently look at them. Khan was glad that he was surrounded by such good people and could grow up in peace. He turned to his late daughter and said that her son was living a very glorious life. He hoped that she felt happy watching from heaven. Ellie persistently called the young gentleman to her because she clearly wanted to play with him. She said that because of the holiday, they were unable to go sledding yesterday, and they needed to do it today. They approached the slide, and the girl began to talk about this structure that Marie had recommended. Ellie diligently explained how to ride down the slides, imagining pictures in front of her. She told him that he would now be going down very quickly and let the baby go. They looked at each other happily. They really enjoyed skating, and they continued playing together. The gardener looked at this picture and was surprised that Ellie had so many privileges, because the good gentleman would not allow him to ride with him. Ellie offered to give the bear a ride so that she wouldn't get bored just watching. The girl also tried on the bear's new dress and thought what a good sister she had. When it comes to Brielle, she thinks through everything down to the smallest detail, which really offended the girl. While Ellie was thinking about this, the baby stood up on his feet and began to repeat her funny, dissatisfied pose. The girl was surprised that the young gentleman was repeating after her and said that she saw this pose at the market. Maria's loud voice was suddenly heard, shocked by the information she had heard. She angrily asked where Ellie could have seen this pose, clearly not wanting her to ever repeat it. She began to scold them, because this way they could hurt someone's feelings, and this would reflect badly on their reputation. Marie kept offering Brielle a taste of the delicious potatoes and moving the spoon closer to him. He must have really enjoyed the potato. He looked like a little bird while he was chewing it. As the Count was about to leave, Marie asked if he would like to try feeding Brielle. Grandfather exclaimed that the Count never feeds a child by hand, and that this is unacceptable. The guy stopped him, saying that everything was fine, and he was even interested in trying it. He began to try feeding Brielle and slowly brought the spoon up, hoping for a positive reaction. The baby didn't eat, and Marie advised him not to do it that way, but to try something else. On the second try, the Count managed to feed the young gentleman, and his eyes sparkled. The Count was very happy and decided to continue feeding his nephew. He found it fascinating, but the baby refused to eat again, which put the Count in an awkward position, and he lowered his head. Suddenly, the guy changed the subject and told Marie that he wanted to know something about tomorrow. He asked the girl if she was free tomorrow night, and they both caught each other's eyes. Marie tenderly answered the Count that she was free, and asked if everything was okay, hoping to find out what he wanted from his daughter. And the guy, looking away from embarrassment, invited her to dinner at a very nice establishment. She began to feel embarrassed and wonder how he could invite her to dinner in such a setting, and realized that this was an invitation to a date. But the girl was very much mistaken, because it was not a date at all, but something else. Marie did not understand how she could think of a date. Of course, the Count meant dinner with the young gentleman. The guy asked the girl if Brielle had gained weight, because he looked much fatter than usual. Marie explained that it was chilly today, and she had dressed him in about 6 layers of clothing. The Count told the girl not to forget to take care of herself, to which she replied that she was not cold at all. He lowered his eyes in awkwardness. The Count did not understand why. Since she herself said that it was cool, the girl was not cold. Then the guy shouted that if she got sick and infected Brielle, she would go to hell and start blaming herself. Marie immediately ran to get dressed. She was still very worried about the baby's condition. The Count realized that she meant much more to him than just his nephew's nanny. They started having dinner, and the guy said that he would feed the baby himself, and Marie could eat in peace. But the girl objected, saying that it was her duty to feed Brielle. Then the Count told her to show the young master how much she liked the food. She started trying the food, and was surprised at how delicious it was, and the place itself looked very beautiful. But it made her think about Ellie and Barry, who, unfortunately, were left at home. The Count said they could take them, but Marie decided not to because of the numerous rumors, and now regrets it. Next time, she will definitely take them with her and give them the best dinner of their lives. While they were talking about food, a table near the wall in the establishment noticed them. The man asked the woman in shock if it was the Prime Minister sitting at the table. The woman asked in surprise who he was sitting with, but unfortunately, they couldn't see from there. They couldn't believe it, because they had heard about something similar from colleagues, and rumors spread quickly. The man immediately remembered how the Count had scolded him for not doing his job well. He was surprised that the Count was smiling, and wanted to get rid of this candelabra, because Marie was not visible because of it. Suddenly, the woman told the man that they should have their dinner in peace, and looked at him angrily. The Count, along with Marie and Brielle, returned after dinner, and the girl asked the baby if he wanted to sleep. The guy asked Marie if it was too hard, since she held him all the way home. The Count offered to give the girl a massage, and she asked him again in surprise. He explained to her that although he now held a civil position, he had to study basic medicine during his nightly service. They began to talk about the service, and the Count said that he had left it early. There was nothing in the novel about the Count being able to wield a sword or any other weapon. The guy said that it was time for Brielle to hire teachers, and Marie supported the idea. The little boy showed the girl his toys, which were standing beautifully on the shelf. The girl said with a smile that they looked cute together, and that the baby chose the right place. Suddenly, Brielle showed the cards that the Count had drawn for him. On the day the girl realized that he was a hopeless artist. Marie asked him if he remembered who was depicted on the card, and the young gentleman replied that it was an ant. The girl confirmed his words, and said that the ant has 6 legs, and the baby asked why. She began to explain that it was an insect, and the baby asked the same question again. Marie didn't know how to answer these questions. Brielle had clearly put her in an awkward position. Apparently, the young gentleman has reached this curious age, and it is no longer easy to stop him. The girl suggested asking her uncle for the answer to Brielle's extremely curious question. The kid quickly ran to his uncle, but he also managed to put him in an awkward position. Marie thought that during these half an hour the Count had turned pale, so she asked him if anyone would come to see us today. He started telling a story about some genius who took first place in the exam at the Royal Academy, but couldn't get a job because his stomach started hurting before the interview. So he decided that it would be easier to tutor for now, and then find another job. Marie told Brielle that a teacher was coming to see him today, and she hoped everything would go well. Suddenly, the girl heard a loud scream from the room where they were studying. Marie was immediately overcome with panic. She stood up from her seat and abruptly burst into the room. She anxiously cried out whether everything was okay with the young master and what was going on. And in the room, everything seemed to be as usual, and nothing caused mistrust towards the teacher. Then the girl asked what happened between them and why she heard screams. Brielle's teacher said he was trying to teach the toddler his writing when he suddenly started screaming. Before this happened, they, together with the young master, learn to count and write numbers. Then the teacher, thinking that it would be easier for him to concentrate, suggested writing the name of the baby's uncle. To his proposal, Brielle replied that he wanted to write the name of his favorite nanny. Then the guy thought that since the baby loved her so much, it meant that she was a very good person. The teacher clearly liked Marie, and Brielle immediately sensed it and screamed. He started throwing everything around and shouting for him to leave, and the guy stood there in bewilderment. John and Marie found it difficult to understand what had happened, and they began to think actively. The girl thought that maybe Brielle had been slightly scolded, or maybe he was simply not used to doing things without her. John asked about words that the baby didn't like, but Marie couldn't remember anything like that. But she told him that the young master really liked dragons and sweet potatoes. The baby cheerfully asked Barry to continue to ride him in his arms, and Barry, delighted by his emotions, did not want to stop. Barry often plays with the young master, and this amuses and pleases Marie very much. Brielle probably likes playing with him because he is physically stronger than Ellie. Suddenly, Ellie joyfully ran out to Barry and the baby, holding an incredibly beautiful wreath in her hands. Marie was pleased to see that Ellie was no longer angry, but was looking for a way to play together. The little girl happily showed Brielle the wreath, which she considered her best creation, and wanted to give it to the young master. The baby drooped, and Ellie sadly asked if he liked it, hoping that she was just imagining it. Then the young gentleman lowered his head so that the girl could place the wreath on his head. Barry watched and wondered why Brielle had fallen for her acting skills. Marie looked at this with joy and thought about what kind of game they could come up with so that they could play together. Last time their game with water even made the Count smile. It would be nice if he could play with Brielle more often at night. The king came to the Count and mockingly asked if he had eaten before work, which caused the boy's displeasure. He answered with a serious expression that he had eaten and continued to work silently, hoping that the king would stop pestering him. The king said cheerfully that he couldn't even believe it, because the guy was constantly working, to which the Count, with an angry look, demanded that they leave the office and not distract him from filling out important documents. But the king merely sat down on a chair and asked the boy if he wanted to have a drink that evening and stay the night. But the Count continued to refuse. The king began to ask why, to which the Count replied that he had a lot of things to do. The man told the guy that he had changed, whereas before, he would have replied that he planned to work all night. He also said that he heard rumors that he even started smiling when a nanny for his nephew appeared in his life. The Count reflected that this only happened when he thought about Brielle and Marie, and the king asked about the baby's third birthday. The guy thought that, even though he knew the answer, he still asked to be invited. His Majesty wanted to find out whether the Count was going to make his nephew his successor. The king continued to tell the Count that he loved his nephew so much that he wondered what would happen if the boy had his own child. The man also told the Count rumors about the young master's sweet nanny, about whom people can't stop talking. Suddenly, the Count became filled with anger and furiously asked who was spreading these rumors. And then he thought about why it bothered him so much that someone else was talking about her like that. He began to justify this by saying that if there were a lot of rumors, it could ruin her reputation. Marie tenderly folded Barry's old shirt and thought that he had long since outgrown it. She thought only about children, and this made her happy and gave her energy for new achievements. The girl heard a knock on the window, and she thought it was a bird, but she couldn't open it. She saw something behind the trees within the mansion's grounds and began to look closer. At that moment, she realized that the man who ordered Brielle's death had reached her. Goosebumps run down Marie's body, and her hands tremble with fear. She doesn't understand what to do or how to act. The feelings in reality and in the book are completely different, and this certainly scares her. The girl screamed in fear, asking who was standing there, because she didn't understand what to do next. Suddenly, the man standing behind the tree suddenly disappeared from view, and Marie was trying to make him out. She looked into the distance in bewilderment and did not understand what to expect next. What if he appeared behind her? Ellie sat on the stairs in front of the house, in the rain, and sadly said that her sister and brother would come home late today, and she didn't have the keys. The girl sat in the rain for a very long time and waited for them to return to the house. And it was on this rainy day that Ellie never waited for her family to return. The little girl woke up in a strange house and, hearing a voice, thought that her little sister had arrived. Ellie overheard people talking in the house, saying that Marie had abandoned her. She also took all her money and simply ran away, abandoning her child to the mercy of fate. When the man and Ellie approached Marie's house, they saw her, and then the man shouted something after the girl and left the girl. Marie was indeed the kind of person who didn't care about the well-being of her younger brother and sister. She had nowhere to live, not enough money for anything, so she decided to give up Ellie. The children never went against Marie's will. They respected and at the same time feared her. One day, Marie brought food, and the baby had already eaten its fill, and the girl began to reproach the baby. Ellie begged her, but she angrily said that she would not get up from the table until she finished eating. She began to feed the younger ones when she learned that the Count was looking for a nanny for his nephew. Marie thought that their plump appearance would work to her advantage when she entered the Count's mansion. The girl was mired in debt, and when the loan sharks came for her soul, she simply ran away, abandoning Ellie. But she had to continue to earn a living. In the original story, a dark hand handed her a bag of silver coins when she had already become a nanny. Marie wondered if it was really this man standing in the bushes now, and she was still enveloped in fear. Or perhaps it just seemed that way to her, because the Count had reliable security. She really wanted to think so. The girl didn't understand what to do. She sat on the balcony with a downcast face, and all her clothes were already wet. Suddenly, Ellie ran up to Marie, and she suddenly came to her senses, and the bad thoughts left her head. The little girl asked what the girl was doing there and where the towel was, and the little boy brought her the towel. Brielle shouted that he would help wipe everything off. He loved his nanny very much and wanted to help her. The girl realized that she was not alone and that she had nothing to fear with them. She felt much calmer. Marie and the Count were discussing the situation that had happened in his office, and both of them had a thoughtful look. The girl said that she couldn't see the man, but as soon as their eyes met, he disappeared. There was no one at the picnic last time, but she still hoped that this time she had imagined it. Will the Count believe Marie's words this time? She can't tell in what she knows from the novel. The Count said he would expand his security, and although he and Brielle already had a personal guard, it was not enough. He decided that the sooner he did it, the better it would be, and he would soon call the knights. The girl wondered why the Count always listened to her opinion. It was very kind of him. She is grateful to him for this enormous trust in her and sensitive understanding of her concerns. Suddenly, Marie noticed that something was wrong and asked if everything was okay and became worried. The Count said confidently that everything was fine, but it was clear from his face that something was wrong. It turns out he couldn't get the king's words out of his head about how sweet Marie was. The guy himself did not understand why he felt this way. He wanted to understand his feelings and emotions. He wondered who the person Marie had seen could be, and who was watching them. Brielle was being capricious and threw away the spoon, while the girl could not understand what was wrong. She thought that the young master would become less capricious when he grew up, but this was far from true. The baby asked to be fed, although it was already time for Brielle to learn table etiquette. The young master is growing up quickly. One day he will no longer need Marie. Then she would have to leave her post as a nanny, and this upset her to the point of madness, because raising this boy was her only goal. However, she would like to watch such a cute baby for as long as possible. But Brielle, continuing to throw such tantrums, is already going too far and seems to be starting to take advantage of her. The girl quietly knocked on the Count's room, and he asked what had happened to her. She walked in slowly and said it was about the young master, in the hope that the Count would help her. Marie said that he had been acting strangely lately, and she didn't understand what was happening to him. The Count thought about it, and the girl asked in confusion if everything was okay, afraid that she had said too much. In any other situation, the guy would have started to panic, but here he sat calmly. The Count said that perhaps this was just a cute protest, and that it was most likely temporary. Suddenly, Brielle was running fast and shouting in his childish voice for his uncle to stop. The Count was extremely surprised that he was already running himself, and was also touched, but not in the basement view. Suddenly, the kid asked if he had a girlfriend, to which he was shocked by the question. The guy asked again what Brielle meant by his question, to which he replied that he couldn't get married until he grew up. The butler saw something on the baby and decided to tell the Count what he had managed to overhear. A few hours ago, Brielle was drawing with his friend, and asked Jay if it turned out well. The boy looked at the young gentleman's drawing and asked if it was a monster, to which he replied that it was Miss Bear. Jay looked at the drawing in surprise, and Brielle told him to forget what he saw. Then the boy asked why the young gentleman was offended at him, since he did not want to offend him. The kid replied that his uncle was good at everything, and he wanted to be like him, but he couldn't do it. Brielle remembered that Marie had told him that the Count had drawn the cards for him, and that was why she admired him. The kid, squeezing the drawing in his hands, said that he too had long been like him. Then Jay said that the Count had failed in one thing, to which Brielle turned and asked what it was. Then the boy confidently exclaimed that the guy could not find a life partner for himself. He also said that his father said that the Count was good at business, but not at love. Jay added that it was for the best, to which Brielle asked him in surprise why. Then the boy said that if the Count found himself a wife, the nanny, who Brielle really liked, would have to leave. The kid exclaimed in shock that he couldn't lose Marie. Fear was visible on his face, as if he had already imagined her leaving. And while they were discussing all this, the butler was eavesdropping on them with an embarrassed face. The Count, having learned all this, promised the baby not to marry until he grew up and no longer needed a nanny. He wondered why it was Marie who came to mind after the question about his lover. Brielle and her nanny were busy choosing a gift for Ellie's birthday. Then the Count finally told Marie the reason for these scandals, and apparently everything was settled, since Brielle no longer suited them. The Count even hired guards for the walk in honor of Ellie's birthday, which touched Marie's heart. He also promised to form an entire order for Brielle, but disturbing thoughts still did not leave Marie. After all, the main threat had not gone away. On that rainy day, she had clearly seen the man who had ordered Brielle's murder, when the girl entered Marie's body and refused to kill. A side story about this criminal appeared. While Marie was thinking that she still didn't know who wanted to kill him, a man with a hood on his head ran past the window. The girl saw him through the window and couldn't understand who it was, until she turned around and saw familiar features, and suddenly she was overcome with panic. What was this man doing here? How did he even get here, and for what purpose? Derek, the owner of the longest sword in the kingdom, is a very dangerous criminal. In the original story, he was a loyal subordinate of the main villain, and mercilessly killed anyone who stood in his way. Marie wondered what he was doing in the capital. It seemed to her that his fate should have changed, because Brielle did not die. The girl was covered with trembling all over her body. She could not move from the spot because of all these thoughts. The baby excitedly tugged at Marie's skirt and asked what had happened and where she was looking. She calmed the baby down and suggested returning to the mansion. She hoped that the Count's story was different from the one written in the novel. Derek silently entered the Count's office with a serious face, and it seemed as if nothing foreshadowed trouble. The guy with a calm voice asked him to sit down because they needed to discuss something. The Count told Derek that he would go straight to the topic on which he had created it, and began his dialogue. He said he invited him here because he learned that his brother's death was not an accident. The Count approached the portrait of his late brother and told him that Brielle's grandfather had come today, and suddenly he accidentally noticed that there was something in the portrait of his late brother. This could be dangerous, and so the guy decided to ask if Derek would be with him until the very end. Derek got down on one knee and said that in the most difficult moments, only the Count was with him, and whose side should he be on? The Count thanked him with a clear conscience, and he silently left his office. Brielle's third birthday was even more lavish than the previous ones, as the Count invited all the most important people in the capital. Of course, he helped with Ellie's birthday, but that's all because of his nephew's friend. The fact that there are many nobles at the festival means that many rumors will arise there. Marie was dressing Brielle for the party when an elegantly dressed Count entered their room. He said that they were apparently ready, and asked the little boy if he was worried, to which the young gentleman enthusiastically replied, "Not at all." The Count looked at Marie and called her to come with them, and the girl, surprised, asked what he meant. Marie realized that she had reacted too violently to the Count's words, and became worried. She was pleased to hear this, but she chose to stay because of the large number of thoughts in her head. The little boy called her to go with them, but the girl tenderly answered him that she would definitely go next time. He cannot appear in high society with a nanny on such an important day in his life. The Count and his nephew came out to the high-ranking people, and Brielle began to worry very much. Everyone started saying how cute he was, and also that he looked a lot like his father. The uncle extended his hand to support the baby, and they began to descend the stairs. The girl watched them from the top floor, and thought that she really had come to this world to save the baby. Marie sat on the street stairs and drank an alcoholic drink, all alone. Suddenly, the Count came up to her from behind and threw on his jacket, surprising the girl with his presence. He asked the second why the girl was dressed so lightly in such cold weather, and Marie only began to ask how the young gentleman was doing, because she was not at all concerned about her condition. While the guy was talking about Brielle, he saw a bottle of wine and told her that she would fall down the stairs there. Marie replied that her body was tolerant to alcohol, so he shouldn't worry. She looked at the Count with a smile on her face. They were all alone, under the shining starry sky. Suddenly, the girl remembered how the Count changed in the novel after Brielle's death. He cried and thirsted for revenge. Marie told him that they could protect the baby, so that he would not worry. He supported the girl with slight sadness and a smile on his face, because he himself believed and hoped for this. Marie decided that they needed to swear on their little fingers that they would protect the baby no matter what. After this, the girl looked at the Count with relief, and he thanked her for taking care of Brielle. He didn't even know if he could cope so well without her and her powers, and he hoped that he would someday express his feelings for Marie. The sweet lady called out to the Count, and he turned in bewilderment to see who it was. He had heard that Her Majesty loved luxury, but today she had only 2 ladies in waiting with her. But he bowed to her, but thought that most likely she was still worried about how she would look in the eyes of her subjects. The lady called the Count by his first name, to which he asked her, even given their close relationship, not to call him that. But the Queen replied that everyone knew this already, and that any other address would look strange. And the Count noted that they live as relatives, and managed to meet no more than once a year. The lady asked how the young gentleman was doing, to which the Count coldly replied that everything was fine. The Queen, clenching her fist, said that she had no news about the children, and her disappointment was evident. The guy supported her, saying that everything was fine between her and His Majesty, and he was sure that everything would work out. The girl suggested that the guy meet someone, since he was not married, but the Count only said that no one would want to get married without a chance to inherit their child's life. The Queen said that he still loved his brother very much, and silently left. Brielle called out furiously to Marie, asking if she had seen that he had won. Jay started arguing with the kid, who didn't want everyone to know that he lost. Marie stood between the boys and praised Brielle and Jay with a smile on her face. The one who benefited the most from the young master learning fencing was Barry, as it would give him the opportunity to become a knight in the future. It is also worth thanking all the employees in the Count's mansion. If it were not for them, Barry would have remained just the nanny's brother. The girl, smiling sweetly, served a refreshing drink to the gentleman knight, who looked tired. It was Taylor, a commoner-born genius swordsman who trained with Brielle. Marie spoke kindly and laughed along with Taylor, and Brielle took notice. The kid immediately started asking for another round, despite being tired, just to stop their dialogue, and the girl looked at them in surprise and did not understand how they could be so energetic. Brielle, with tears in his eyes, asked his uncle to let him down from the horse, because he was very afraid. Then the Count's assistant said that they should start with a smaller horse, but the Count said that he was keeping an eye on Brielle. Marie watched this and barely held back her laughter, because the young master looked very cute. The Count told the little boy that once he had ridden a big horse, he would never be afraid of a small one, and that learning to ride would go faster. The little boy continued to say that he was scared, and then his uncle sat down with him to support him. They started riding a horse together, and the baby's face was filled with tears and no more fear. Brielle began to call the nanny and boast that he was no longer afraid and was skating thanks to the Count. The Count remembered that the phrase he said to his nephew was said to him by his father. Marie calmly watched the boys move away and enjoyed the moment with a smile on her face. And suddenly, a beautiful white horse came up to her and really scared the girl who was standing there, thinking about Brielle. The man who looked after the horses approached Marie and said that he thought the horses liked you, and that he was not usually so friendly. The girl looked at the beautiful horse and thought that it looked very gentle. Taylor asked if Marie would like to ride it, but the girl replied that, unfortunately, she didn't know how, and laughed sweetly. Then the man offered to go for a ride together, and Marie looked at him in surprise. Taylor said the horse's name is Dan, and he's not usually too keen on giving rides. He also noted that despite this, Dan really liked Marie, and said that maybe they would be able to go for a ride together. This horse has an excellent pedigree, and no one has ever managed to tame him, so this would be the first time. The girl asked in bewilderment if she could really go for a ride, to which Taylor replied that since the Count was busy training Brielle, he could be distracted. Marie thought that in her past life, she had not been able to ride a horse because of the rain, and she could not miss such a chance. The man picked up the girl and began to put her on the horse, and Marie looked at him in surprise. Suddenly there was a sharp scream. Brielle screamed with all his might. What was Marie doing with this man? The girl began to explain that she just wanted to ride a horse, and Taylor helped her get on. The man also began to make excuses, saying that the horse was too tall, and that was why he helped Marie. And the baby screamed that he couldn't touch her without his permission. The baby was shaking with anger, and with a dejected look, he said Marie's name through his small teeth. And suddenly, he shouted that the girl would marry him, and the Count seemed to freeze from his words. The butler entered the Count's office and said that news had reached him that Derek had settled in the capital. The guy thanked the butler and began to slowly take a book out of the pull-out shelf. On Brielle's birthday, his brother was incredibly grateful to the heavens and to his wife, who tried so hard to give him life. It was the diary of the Count's late brother. He did not understand how he could leave this child and die. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The guy put down the diary and allowed entry into the office. Marie came in and asked the Count to look at their wonderful creation with Brielle. They baked delicious cookies, and the little boy helped Marie cut out the shapes for them. The Count didn't even notice that Brielle was already old enough to create something like this. Seeing Brielle grow up is both the greatest reward and the greatest sorrow. It seemed to the Count that if he blinked, he would somehow be ready to leave the house, and he would no longer see him so often. And Marie thought that although everyone says that the Count is cold and scary, everything is quite the opposite. He even feels sorry to try the cookies. The girl remembered this simultaneously bitter and joyful feeling of children growing up from the time when she worked as a teacher in a kindergarten. Marie abruptly took one cookie and shoved it into the Count's mouth to stop these thoughts. She told him to spend as much time with him as possible and to tell him more often that he loved him. The Count thought about the girl's words, but for some reason, she was the only one who came to mind after the words about love. Marie asked if he had a temperature, since the Count's whole face was red, to which he looked away in embarrassment and said that everything was fine. She also started asking if he was getting enough sleep, and that he hadn't been seen outside his office lately. Suddenly, the guy began to rapidly lose consciousness and fall onto the girl's fragile shoulder. Brielle tugged at Marie's skirt and anxiously asked what would happen to her uncle. He was very worried about his condition. The girl calmed the baby down, saying that he needed to rest for a couple of days and that he shouldn't worry. This had never happened before in the Count's family. He worked day and night when he suddenly caught a cold. Marie told Brielle that he could get infected and asked him to go to Ellie and Barry, but the baby did not want to leave his uncle. Then the girl calmed the baby down and told him to show his uncle how strong he was, while she would stay with the Count. After sleeping, the guy came to his senses and began asking if Brielle had cried, and the girl replied that he had been very worried. The Count said that the butler told him that Marie had not left him, but the girl could not admit that she herself was worried, and therefore said that she had been looking after him on behalf of the young master. The girl asked him to reduce the number of working hours, as it also affects his relationship with Brielle. Marie told the Count to take the medicine, and he kindly said that it was bitter. The girl was very surprised by the strange behavior of the guy and laughed loudly. He would have laughed if he had seen how clumsy Marie had been with children before. Marie said that she had been too careful all these days and wanted to relax a little. To these words, the Count responded in a calm voice that he believed it, and that he liked it very much. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. She didn't understand what he meant. The Count turned to the girl and calmly said that he would like her to feel comfortable with him. Marie looked at the Count again in bewilderment and asked again what he meant. It seems that Marie has become close to the Count, almost as close as she was to Brielle, and she would never have thought that she could hear such words from him. Marie almost burst into tears. She didn't think that the Count was so gentle and cursed him while reading the novella. She thought that she was no exception, and, like other fans, criticized Cantrell for the role he played. Marie thought that she didn't even know how she would have behaved in the situation of the Count from the original story. After sitting next to the Count for a while, she decided to ask him a question that was very worrying to her. Cantrell wondered whether anyone held a grudge against the Count, even as if he didn't understand the question. Marie decided that the question was too unexpected, and continued that perhaps some official, subordinate, or servant had dragged in the offense. The Count was perplexed as to whether Marie really had such an opinion of him, to which the girl protested that she did not think so at all. She looked at the Count with embarrassment, trying to clarify the answer to her question, to which the Count replied that there was no such thing. Marie thought about it. Cantrell answered the question so quickly that she found it hard to believe. They sat for a while thoughtfully. The Count was thinking about his own things, and the girl was thinking about whether it was worth asking him any more questions. Marie decided that there was no point in asking any more questions, calmly collected the dishes on a tray, and left, leaving the man to rest. The Count looked thoughtfully after the departing girl, leaning back on the pillows in his huge bed. He tried for a long time to remember who could have brought a grudge against him, but he still couldn't remember. And suddenly it dawned on him that maybe Marie asked this because of that incident. But after thinking about it, he decided that this was not the case. Lying down, he kept thinking about who could be upset with him. Maybe it was since he became prime minister, and they wanted to take revenge through Brielle. Cantrell also thought that maybe someone had had a big fight with his brother, but he dismissed this thought as not serious. After all, his brother had no enemies, unless someone wanted to take revenge on the parents of the Count and his brother. Cantrell pondered this thought for a long time, and finally decided that this could not be, and fell asleep peacefully. In the morning, the Count was walking down the corridor and heard a child's voice calling him. Turning around, he saw Brielle running towards him. The boy was worried about his uncle, and decided to find out if he was feeling better, to which the Count replied that the rest had done him good. Brielle extended his hand towards his uncle. There was something clutched in his fist. The Count looked at him with a question what it was. When the little boy gave out his fist, Cantrell saw a small round candy in a red wrapper. Brielle knew that his uncle did not like the bitter medicine he had to drink, so he brought him a gift. When the Count asked how Brielle knew that he didn't like medicine, the boy smugly replied that he had his own ways of finding out. At the end of the corridor, Marie appeared, shouting at the young master not to run away from her like that again. When she reached the Count with Brielle, Cantrell asked the girl if she had told him about his complaints, to which Marie replied that she had only told him a little. The Count looked at the girl with a thoughtful gaze, and began to speak. Marie, holding the young gentleman by the hands, turned around, and the Count said that he wanted to ask her something. There was a beautiful tea set on the table. Delicious tea was poured into a cup, and a piece of cake lay on a plate. After taking another sip and a cup of tea, Marie looked at the Count in bewilderment, because he had suggested sending her little brother to the academy. The Count wanted to know the girl's opinion about this, although he would later talk to Barry. Since the development ceiling for Marie's younger brother was quite low, Marie withdrew into herself for quite a long time, thinking about the academy and the opportunities for her little brother. After all, there will be no better opportunity for a member of a fallen noble family. Even rich families send only their eldest sons. Marie understood that the Count was already doing so much for their family, and did not dare to ask for such a thing, because the attitude towards knights after the academy was completely different. The Count decided to convince the girl to make the right decision, and reminded her that Taylor believed that Barry was an excellent swordsman. If Marie's younger brother's skills are good, then with proper polishing, he will simply shine and be useful to the Count's family if he grows up to be a great knight. Marie looked at the Count with admiration, and when he said that they were one family, she pressed her hand to her chest from the overwhelming feelings. Here the girl frowned. She remembered that no one would be safe until they found out who ordered Brielle's murder, and it would be great if Barry could protect himself. She, clenching her hands into fists on her knees, looked resolutely at the Count, and said that she really wanted her younger brother to enter the academy. Brielle remembered that the teacher said that the academy was far from the capital, and that people could come there during the holidays, and at that time the adults decided to ask Barry about it. Suddenly there was a sharp cry. It was the young gentleman who shouted loudly, "No!" He jumped abruptly from the chair and ran away from his uncle and nanny, leaving them wondering why he did that. It was a sunny, warm day, but all the members of the Mari family were sad because Barry would be leaving for the academy. But all the inhabitants of the mansion were very happy for the boy and congratulated him well, patting him on the shoulders and ruffling his hair. And only one person was so upset that he hid in the gazebo. And Marie ran off her feet looking for him. It was the young gentleman. She ran and looked for him, calling, screaming loudly, "Monsieur Brielle," but she could not find him. Barry joined her search, and when he entered the gazebo, he saw blonde hair behind the rose bushes. When he looked in there, he saw Brielle, who was sitting with his knees pulled up to his chest. "Are you really not going to tell me anything before you leave?" he asked the boy. The young gentleman, mischievously, abruptly turned his head away from Barry, who had asked him the question. Tears quietly rolled down Brielle's cheeks. He was very upset to learn about the imminent departure of Marie's younger brother. Barry looked at the crying boy with emotion. He didn't expect the young master to be so upset by his departure. The nanny's younger brother knelt down in front of the boy, stretched out his arms to him, and hugged him tightly. Brielle clutched Barry with his little hands, buried his face in his shoulder, and cried quietly. He quietly said that if his brother left, he would have to practice fencing alone. He would have no one to train with, and no one will carry me in their arms. Brielle continued, and asked his brother not to leave. Barry was moved to tears by the fact that the young gentleman called him his brother, but he could not refuse such an offer. Holding hands tightly, they headed towards the mansion, with the bright sun lighting their way. Stopping in front of the mansion, Barry knelt before Brielle and asked him if you would be my master upon my return. The young master looked at Barry with wide eyes and whispered softly, "I'm not good enough to be a master yet." The nanny's younger brother smiled and said, "It's enough how sweet and kind a person you are growing up to be." Brielle thought for a moment, looked at Barry seriously, and promised to become someone his brother could be proud of. Barry, illuminated by the bright sun, looked at Brielle with tears in his eyes and said to him, "Of course," smiling widely. When he left for the academy, Ellie came into the room. She was left completely alone and did not even have time to say goodbye to her brother. She stood facing the bed, her thin shoulders shaking and tears rolling down her cheeks. And then her name was called. Turning around and wiping away her tears, she saw her older sister, who invited her to go for a walk. Ellie asked Marie if they could, to which the girl replied that they could, since the whole city was celebrating His Majesty's birthday today. The city was very beautiful, because all the shops were decorated with flowers that day, and in the evening, musicians came out onto the streets. Also on this day, security was increased, and the sisters could only go for a walk together, because they had time while the young master was sleeping. They walked through the evening city. There were a lot of cheerful people around. Everything was decorated, delicious street food was sold. Marie bought Ellie some sweets on a stick, and watched with a smile as her little sister ate them with pleasure, with her cheeks slightly stained from the meal. Ellie, holding her sister's hand, pulled her to look at all the new interesting things. Suddenly, she saw a square where many couples were surrounded in a dance, and she pulled Marie there too, to dance. The lanterns were shining, beautifully illuminating the square. Beautiful music was playing, laughing merrily. Ellie pulled Marie to dance. Marie picked up the girl in her arms and began to dance. They laughed and had fun. They needed it so much now. Stopping, the girl suddenly felt a tapping of a finger on her shoulder and heard her name being called. She turned around in fear and saw the teacher behind her, smiling and saying that he was pleased to see them here. Marie smiled back. She was glad to see the teacher, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He had been very busy with the students lately. Ellie looked at the man in bewilderment. She didn't understand who it was, and what he was talking about with her sister, and why they were smiling. Marie, looking at her little sister, said that this was Mr. Yuji's, their teacher. Ellie opened her mouth in surprise that their teacher was so young. Yuji's greeted the girl and gave her roses, saying that there was no time to talk about her studies with Marie. Ellie watched the adults carefully, and the teacher decided to invite the sisters to have a drink with him. Little sister Marie, waving her hands joyfully, shouted that she wanted orange juice, and the teacher, with the nanny's permission, decided to buy it. Smiling sheepishly at the girl's spontaneity, Marie agreed. but specified that only one drink. The teacher bought 2 drinks, including juice for Ellie, and paid for them himself, which made the girl feel awkward since they had agreed on 1 drink. Yuji's reassured Marie by saying that it was a kind of payment because he was lonely. They started talking, and the teacher shared with Marie that he decided to focus on the management exam. Ellie watched how pleasant it was for her sister to talk to the young and handsome teacher. They smiled at each other, chatting cheerfully. A thought arose in the little girl's head that the Count was certainly cooler, and when people grow up, it is time for them to find their happiness. And then Ellie remembered what their mother had once told them. If you notice that adults are in a strange mood, leave them alone. She called out to Marie, said that she needed to go to the toilet, and ran away, leaving her sister looking after her in bewilderment. Marie woke up and shouted at the running girl not to run, and the teacher laughed and noticed that her little sister was very energetic. The girl confirmed the teacher's words with tenderness in her gaze, noting that, unlike her, Ellie was very lively. Ellie was spying on the adults, and Marie asked Yuji if he had any brothers or sisters, to which he replied that he was the only child in the family and was jealous when he saw friendly families. The teacher also confided to Marie that sometimes he sees the young gentleman as an angry younger brother. The girl asked if Brielle was angry, to which the teacher replied that he listens carefully to everything, but if you ask him about you, he immediately gets angry. Marie smiled mysteriously, thinking to herself that she understood why Brielle was reacting this way, and it was so sweet. Ellie, watching the adults from around the corner, smiled and mentally hoped that her older sister was happy. It was a quiet, calm night. The stars were shining in the sky, and the full moon illuminated everything with its light. The Count sat in his office, doing paperwork, and thinking that finally someone had appeared who would take care of her, smiling mysteriously and sorting through the papers lying on the table. He thought that this day would soon come, and she would be happy. This day referred to His Majesty's birthday, and Brielle's first visit to the palace. The young gentleman, dressed in a formal suit, stood embarrassed and asked what he looked like. Marie was very excited. She thought Brielle looked incredibly cute and would be the most beautiful of them all. The young gentleman decided to ask if he would be more handsome than his uncle, and Marie confirmed this, not knowing that her uncle was standing behind her. She looked back when she heard the Count say that it seemed he couldn't even try to be more handsome. Marie didn't expect to see a man behind her, especially today, when he was more handsome and stronger than usual. The girl pulled herself together, turned away, and confirmed that it was impossible to even compare, to which the Count said that this was a rough assessment. Here Brielle decided to attract his uncle's attention, called him and pulled him by the leg. He really wanted to know what he looked like. The Count leaned over to the boy and said, "Let me see," and turned him around, examining how he was dressed. Then, lifting him high in his arms, he looked at the smiling Brielle and concluded that he looked great. Brielle was very worried and asked the nanny if everything would go well. Marie assured him that everything would work out. It was not for nothing that they had spent so much time on etiquette, and here in the majestic palace hall, the many noblemen in charge announced the arrival of the Count of Charente and his successor. The Count and Brielle enter the hall, but not everyone is happy to see the Count. His subordinates do not want to be seen, because they did not do the assigned work. Everyone turned their attention to Kentrail and Brielle, but the ladies quickly put their daughters in their place, since they had no chance of becoming related to him. The Count listened to these conversations with displeasure, and frowned when someone asked which lady would be lucky enough to marry him. Then someone called out to the Count, and turning around, he saw Father Jaden, who was smiling affably and waving his hand at him. Kentralia noticed that Jaden's father was a little late, to which he replied that since His Majesty was not yet here, it meant that he was not late. While the Count politely inquired about his interlocutor's wife, Jaden told Brielle in secret that his mother would kill his father if he was late. At this time, Jaden's father heard what his son was whispering and covered his mouth with his hand, and the Count thought that the accounts of the so-called couple of the century were not all smooth. A woman suddenly approached the boys, who were chatting pleasantly, and greeted the young gentleman. Next to her stood a little girl, a little older than Brielle and his friend. "This is my daughter Ayla," the woman introduced her. The lady's husband really wanted the children to become friends, and Ayla's mother suggested that the young gentleman dance with the girl later. Brielle and Jaden were shocked by this noblewoman. They thought that they were still too young for something like this. Suddenly, Ayla's parents felt an ominous aura and saw the frowning count, who turned to them and said sharply, "Enough." They quickly turned and walked away from Kentrail, immediately remembering other matters. And Jaden's father, patting the count on the back, noted that the capital had not changed. The count, still with a gloomy and dissatisfied face, replied that that was why he hated socializing. People here don't care about children and use them for their own gain. He continued, "We came here to show ourselves to the world and leave." And then the king noticed them. The count and Brielle walked up to the thrones where the king and queen sat. The man kneeling on one knee and bowing his head in greeting. His Majesty turned his attention to Brielle, who was standing next to his uncle. What a well-mannered boy he was, the king noted. Brielle stared wide-eyed in admiration at the crown, the stones sparkling and shimmering in the gold frame. He turned to his uncle and whispered quietly to him, "The crown is too big, my neck would hurt." At these words the count smiled. A glint of laughter played in his eyes, and he hastened to agree with his nephew. The king looked at Kentrail with a smile, and propping his head up with his hand, remarked that he knew the count could smile like that. Then His Majesty's gaze moved to Brielle, and he asked him to come closer. The boy looked at his uncle questioningly, and after waiting for him to nod, turned to the king. Brielle took small steps towards the throne where the king sat. He was scared and didn't understand why he was called. When the boy came close enough, the king suddenly leaned down and picked him up in his arms. His Majesty, with a smile on his face, sat Brielle on his lap, which caused the queen to look displeased. The count's face darkened at this action of the king, for he heard how all the courtiers began to whisper behind his back. Kentrail abruptly snatched Brielle from the king, pressing him to his chest. "This was too much," he said, to which the king said placatingly that there was no need to be so angry. Smiling slyly, His Majesty noticed that Brielle was so cute, and he could not resist placing the boy on his lap. But the count was angry, because the fact that the king, who had neither brothers nor heirs, treated the child of a nobleman in this way, is far from ambiguous. Especially, Kentrail thought, when this child is a distant relative of the queen, it could cause unrest among the nobles. All this angered the count so much that he hastened to leave the palace, together with Brielle, without even saying goodbye to anyone. The city was immersed in the rays of the gentle sun. The breeze played with the leaves of the trees, and the count refused to go to work. Everyone wondered how many days the count had been out of work as prime minister, and whether this would show pressure on the king, while Kentrail was just walking with Marie and the children. The saleswoman in the shop, seeing them strolling, exclaimed, "Could the whole family really have gone out for a walk?" Marie wanted to explain that this was not at all true, but the count did not let her do so, assuring the woman that everything was correct. She looked at the count, embarrassed and blushing, and he, holding Brielle around his neck, smiled and asked the saleswoman to put more in. When the girl was indignant, the man only laughed, so Brielle grabbed his uncle's ears to keep from falling, and then the boy looked at the nanny with shining eyes and called the girl Mom. Marie's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect Brielle to call her that, and the saleswoman was touched. The woman noticed that both children looked so much like their mother and added a bonus to the one she had already purchased. Marie was embarrassed and confused, but at the same time she was pleased with the saleswoman's words, and she gratefully accepted the bonus. When Marie noticed the young gentleman looking at the family who passed by, she offered him to try the delicacy too, and then she gave Ellie a try. They smiled, ate the tasty treats, and continued walking around the city. Brielle had never felt so happy before. He laughed while sitting on his uncle's neck, but not everything was so cloudless. A dark figure was watching them from around the corner. But the count, Marie, and the children did not notice it. A new sunny day, the count was sitting in his office and doing paperwork when he heard his name being called. It was the butler who brought the letter. It was an invitation to the young master. The count looked at this invitation thoughtfully, without opening it. The butler persistently asked, "Are you sure you don't want to go?" To which the count asked if he had picked up his persistence from his nanny. "I'm just worried about you," the butler replied, and the count smiled and said, "Then you should have stopped me when I made the condition to the king." The servant remained silent. He would never have thought that the condition for the Count's return to work would be the king's agreement to seat all the children on his lap. After serving tea, the butler clarified that His Majesty had also hugged Brielle, and then asked again whether the Count would be coming to work on the appointed day. The Count, filling out the papers, said that he would think about it. But for now he was enjoying the break, even though he was doing a lot of work related to the household. Kentrail looked at the butler and asked what Brielle was doing now, and when he learned that the boy was studying, he asked about the nanny. The servant, thinking that His Excellency was asking more and more often about the nanny, replied that she was reading books on the terrace. The Count, hearing what the girl was doing, stopped filling out the papers, put down his pen and stood up. He also decided to go out onto the highway and read a fresh newspaper, especially on such a sunny day. The butler was very surprised and looked questioningly at the Count, because he had already read it that morning. The sky was blue, and white clouds were slowly floating across it. The trees were quietly rustling their leaves. Kentrail, having come out onto the highway, saw Marie sitting on the other side with her head down. The girl dozed off to the whisper of leaves and the singing of birds. And this was not the first time. Kentrail, seeing her sleeping, asked the butler to tell the maids to bring a blanket for the nanny. And then there was a knock. When the men looked towards Marie, they saw the girl's head fall on the table, but it did not wake her. The maids brought a soft blanket, and quietly, so as not to wake the nanny, covered her up. Marie slept soundly, her head resting on her hands, and she felt very warm under such a soft blanket. When the girl woke up, she was perplexed, because the books were put away. There was a pillow under her head, and a blanket covered her back and shoulders. Taking the blanket in her hands, the nanny decided to go into the palace from the terrace. Having entered and closed the door, she heard some sounds. Frightened, she clutched the blanket to her chest and looked around, asking who was there, and followed the sounds. Not far away, around the corner, the girl saw the butler. Not understanding why he was standing there, she decided to approach him. Thinking that this was not like him, Marie approached, and when the butler noticed her, she asked if he knew who had hidden her. The servant enlightened the nanny that it was the Count who asked the maids, but the girl decided to clarify that he had also ordered her to clean up and put a pillow, to which the butler chuckled and said that it was the maids' initiative, because they were grateful to Marie, which surprised the girl. The servant clarified that you are so kind to everyone, which greatly embarrassed Marie, since normal relations between workers are commonplace. The butler turned towards the palace, which stood, striking in its grandeur in the rays of the sun. He also wanted to thank the nanny, and turning to Marie with a kind smile, looked at her. The butler thanked the girl for the fact that, thanks to her, the Count and the young master began to smile much more. Marie looked at the service with her cheeks red with embarrassment, and fiddling with the blanket in her hands. And then she said that, if you think about it, it is you who always gives me strength. The butler decided that it is precisely for this support that everyone loves the nanny. The bright sun shone through the windows of the palace hall, and the echo carried across the vast space, as someone counted, 1, 2, 3. It was Brielle, who was playing hide-and-seek. He turned to face one of the columns, closed his eyes, and counted. The game requires a lot of people, so in addition to the nanny, the maids and Ellie, who showed Marie where she was hiding, played with the boy, and Marie herself decided to hide behind one of the columns. She was worried whether the young gentleman would be able to find her. Deciding that she needed to make it easier for Brielle to find her, she stuck her foot out from behind the column so that her shoe was visible. Marie waited a long time for Brielle to find her, but he couldn't find the nanny. Turning around, she suddenly noticed something interesting. There was a huge bookcase with many books standing in neat rows. Only one of them was standing somehow wrong. This book was on the very top shelf, but it was the first volume, which means the book should be at the bottom. Marie reached for the book to put it in the right place, but her foot slipped and she began to fall backwards. The girl did not fall, because the Count unexpectedly appeared behind her, and it was he who prevented her from falling, supporting her by the shoulders. Kentrail thought that Marie was deliberately ignoring him because she didn't greet him, but the nanny simply didn't notice him. The Count asked the nanny where she was going, to which Marie said that she was playing hide-and-seek with Brielle. So why do you need a book, or are you interested in history? He asked. The girl replied that many people were interested in whether she studied history, but she could not know, for example, what the Count knew, so he chose a more understandable book for her. Marie pouted and said that one day she would know more than the Count, and thought that it would be easier than the exams she had to take in college. Kentrail looked intently at the nanny, smiling and thinking about how sweet she was, and at the same time, at that very moment, he thought in horror what he was thinking about. They turned their backs sharply and coughed. The Count asked if this was how Brielle drove, to which the nanny replied that she had deliberately hidden herself so that she could be easily found. Smiling sweetly, Marie decided that since the young gentleman had not found her, she should go look for him herself. Standing with her back to the large window, the girl happily ran to the Count, saying that he would definitely like this game. Suddenly, the Count stared in horror at something that was happening behind the unsuspecting girl. He saw something sharp and metallic, breaking the glass in the window, so that the shards sprayed in all directions, flying into the girl's back. The Count jumped up to Marie, pressed her to himself, and protected her from the arrow and shards of glass flying at her. The one who shot the arrow saw that he had failed to reach his target, for he watched as the Count dropped Marie to the floor, and he himself hung over her protectively. The girl lay on the floor, her eyes tightly closed, and Cantriel's hot blood dripped onto her face, feeling the Count leaning on her. Marie opened her eyes and saw that he was feeling a little unwell. Cantriel rose to his knees, hugging Marie by the shoulders, his forehead cut and bleeding. The girl looked at him in shock and asked if he was okay when she saw that he was bleeding. The Count replied that these were trifles and asked how she felt. The nanny was very scared, but she replied that everything was fine. Kentrail was very angry and worried about such a brazen attack, in broad daylight, right in his protected palace. The young people saw the butler hurrying towards them. He heard a strange sound and ran to ask what happened. The Count ordered him to take Marie to a safe place. Then, looking at the arrow stuck in the wall, he ordered that all entrances and exits be immediately locked. Marie was very scared. She understood that they were trying to kill her, most likely for an uncompleted task. While walking along the corridor of the palace, the girl was called by a servant, who said that she could return to the room. It was one of the security guards. He informed the nanny that only trusted people remained in the building. Marie was very nervous. Her clasped hands were shaking, and she herself was shaking nervously. The guard, looking at the frightened girl, thought gloomily that she seemed to be very worried. Then, he suggested that the nanny stay in the room with Ellie for a while, and as soon as the situation stabilized, he would let her know. The girl was pleased with this offer. Marie stood and watched the guard leave, and unhappy thoughts wandered through her head. The nanny understood that because of her, not only Brielle, but also the Count was in danger, and everything would have turned out differently. Suddenly, the girl heard the creak of an opening door behind her. Her hair stood on end, and she shuddered violently. Turning around, Marie noticed Ellie and Brielle peeking out from behind the half-open door, asking what was wrong with her. They had such surprised and puzzled looks on their faces as they looked at her from behind the door. Marie didn't tell the children what happened and said she had overeaten. Brielle offered to pat her on the back. Little Ellie said, "I'll hold your hand," and took Marie's hand in hers. It was so sweet. The nanny, patting the children on the head, smiled and thought that it was not time to worry. It was time to do something that could be influenced. Taking Ellie and Brielle by the hand, she walked with them into the room, deciding that as long as she felt the warmth of the children, she had nothing to fear. The palace was still illuminated by the sun's rays, but inside it was restless. Even after 2 days, the criminal could not be caught. A teacher was walking down the corridor and saw Ellie running somewhere. Yujaz called the girl by name and, smiling, waved his hand in greeting. Ellie looked at the man, and remembering that he was Brielle's teacher, she walked up to him. She asked in surprise if there were any classes today, to which the teacher replied no. He came to inform that classes would now become less frequent because he had finally passed the state exam, albeit on the 3rd try. Hearing this, Ellie was shocked. What about her sister's relationship with the teacher? And he thoughtfully asked, "Something happened, it's somehow restless here." To this question, the girl answered with bewilderment in her voice that she herself did not know anything. Lowering her head to the floor, she sadly continued that neither her sister nor the Count would tell her anything. Yujaz decided to distract the girl from her sad thoughts and asked where her sister was. He wanted to say hello, but suddenly heard Brielle calling him. He ran up to the teacher with a piece of paper with an assignment on it and said with a serious look that he didn't understand it. You just reminded him that there were no classes today. The boy pulled him by the leg, still asking him to explain. He didn't want the teacher to see the nanny. The man walked with Brielle, asking him to take his time, and Ellie watched in bewilderment as they left. Then she remembered why she was running, lowered her head from bad thoughts, and, hugging herself by the shoulders, went on. Approaching the Count's office, she clumsily knocked on the door and said, "Your Excellency, this is Ellie." Kentriel opened the door and invited the girl in. He looked at her and asked what happened. Little Sister Marie, looking at the Count timidly, admitted that she needed to tell him something. Ellie, sitting on the sofa opposite the gentleman, embarrassedly told him that she had seen a strange man. She continued, "In the garden behind the mansion. There is a small loophole. He was there." The Count was surprised. "The loophole? It is a passage behind a large tree." Ellie clarified, offering the girl a candy. The man said that the mansion is rebuilt every year, and the garden is always preserved, so outsiders will be caught. The one she saw was from the guards. The girl said. This was unpleasant news for the Count. She saw him when she was playing hide-and-seek with the young gentleman, and thought that he came out there because the night was kind to her. Looking carefully at the Count, the girl said that she remembered his words. Ellie recalled how the gentleman said that this was now her home too, and Brielle could only rely on him and her sister when he was not around. Therefore, the girl exclaimed with feeling, "I want to help." Ellie was very decisive in expressing her feelings. The Count, twirling a vase of sweets in his hands, looked thoughtfully at such a small, and at the same time determined girl. Ellie hoped that this would help the Count, because that was all she could do. The man, putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, said, "Thank you, 263rd. Smiling encouragingly, the Count assured her that she had helped him a lot with her story. Looking at the clouds floating across the sky, Kentrail asked Ellie if she could tell who that knight was, and the girl agreed. Kentrail saw Ellie off, sat down on the sofa, and thoughtfully looked out the window at his beautiful garden. He thought the arrow was aimed at him, but it was clearly meant for Marie. He became curious why. Maybe he didn't know something about her. Why the nanny was in danger. Kentrail was so immersed in his thoughts that he did not notice the sun shining in his eyes or the beauty of the garden. He remembered the girl smiling at him enthusiastically when she said, "Let's protect them together." The man stood up, deciding that although there were countless questions, at least the girl he saw was Marie. Approaching the window, he firmly decided that the nanny would never harm Brielle. After all, we decided to protect them together. The man thought, looking out the window with a smile. There, outside the window, children were walking with their nanny. Brielle was enthusiastically telling Marie about something, and Ellie was running around with her arms outstretched. Kentrail thought that as long as they protected them, Brielle's childish smile would always shine. Marie and the Count were sitting together on a bench in the garden. The girl treated the gentleman's wound and said, "This is better." Holding a tray of dressings, she looked closely at the Count and asked, "What did you mean then?" Despite Marie, Kentrail said that with Ellie's help, they caught the criminal. And it turned out that he was a knight. He was interrogated in prison, but, as expected, he did not confess. The Count continued, "How so?" Marie was surprised. The Count stood up and replied that Ellie was very attentive. She immediately understood that something strange was happening. Looking with disappointment at the standing gentleman, the nanny noted that children are always smarter than they seem. The Count looked closely at the upset girl, not knowing how to respond to her words. He remembered that Derek had asked why they had tried to kill the nanny, and he decided that something was not right here. Kentrail frowned, thinking about how to ask Marie about the reason why they wanted to kill her. The nanny, sitting on the bench, looked questioningly at the Count standing in front of her. "Last time you asked the same thing, something offended you." The girl asked the gentleman, "A little earlier, I asked how you were doing with Brielle's guard. Since the criminal turned out to be a knight, I assigned Taylor to him, turning away." The Count said. Marie was surprised, and Kentrail continued. He didn't have much experience behind him, but he could be trusted. The Count thought that for some reason the girl was not saying why they wanted to kill her, but he thought that they were close. Perhaps the Count was simply not aware of the whole situation. These thoughts saddened him. Looking at Marie, he noted that if he had known that the girl was in danger, he would have been more attentive. The nanny, putting her hands on her knees, replied that she was fine, she had just fallen and scratched herself. The Count scooped up some healing ointment with his fingers from the jar on the tray. Kneeling down in front of the seated Marie, Kentrail took her hand in his and began to smear ointment on her scratch. The girl became embarrassed by the Count's action. Her cheeks turned crimson, and her breathing quickened. Having finished lubricating the scratch, the Count said, "That's better." And Marie, embarrassed, quietly whispered, "Thank you." The man suggested that the nanny go visit Ellie, because she was also worried. The girl placed her hand on the Count's hand and replied, "Okay." Smiling, the nanny walked towards the mansion. But after a few steps, she turned around and thanked the gentleman, saying that he had been kind. Kentrail looked thoughtfully after the departing girl. Still feeling the touch of her hands on his, Marie came into Ellie's room and saw the girl lying sadly on the bed. Sitting down on the bed, the nanny stroked her sister's head and asked if she was very scared. Ellie, who was hugging a white plush bunny very tightly, replied that she was hugging it very tightly. Turning onto her back and sprawled on the bed, the girl told her sister that she thought this night was good. Marie remembered that this man often looked after Ellie and Barry before they moved in with the Earl, and she trusted him with the children while she was at work. The girl didn't understand why he didn't touch Brielle when he was alone with him. Marie hugged Ellie. She would have liked to pay more attention to the girl, but then she had just come into this world and was completely out of her mind. Ellie trusted her sister that she was doing a good job. Cooking delicious food every day and putting her hair up. You buy new clothes. You send letters to your brother, the girl said. And Marie thought, these are my responsibilities. The nanny was touched that her sister remembered even such little things. And Ellie continued talking and reminded her sister that she even let her go for a walk. In the original, the girl couldn't be happy because she was the sister of a criminal. Marie hugged Ellie tightly to her chest and gently pulled her ear. The girl did not expect such a display of feelings from her sister, and sat motionless in Marie's arms, confused. At first, the nanny thought that she would only protect Brielle, but then she began to enjoy helping her little sister and brother. The girl was determined. No one would dare to harm them, she thought. The full moon was shining in the sky. The stars were shining in the dark sky, and Marie decided to tell the Count her story. Lying in bed with the sleeping children, she thought that Kentrail must know the whole truth, but she was afraid whether he would believe it or hate it. The little Count ran quickly across the green flowering meadow after his older brother. He was in a great hurry and wanted to catch up with him, but suddenly he tripped over something and fell to his knees. The elder brother saw Kentrail fall, turned around, extended his hand and helped him up. The little Count, holding his brother's hand, told him that he could go himself, to which he heard, "I just want to give you a ride." Having placed his younger brother on his back and holding him under his knees, the older brother carried Kentrail. The little Count, holding tightly to his older brother's neck and feeling his warmth, thought about how happy he was, and then, opening his eyes wide, the Count suddenly began to understand that this was all a dream. In the dream, they kept walking and walking, Kentrail still sitting on his brother's back, and behind them, there was a path of trampled grass. The little Count hugged his brother tighter and thought how he missed him. Kentrail wanted to be with his brother, at least in his dreams, to feel his love and care. He was talking to his older brother in his mind and telling him that Brielle was okay, and then Kentrail felt through his sleep that he was being awakened, but he really didn't want to wake up. The Count opened his eyes and saw Brielle sitting on his chest in funny pajamas. A little boy with shining eyes woke up his uncle and asked if he was awake. The Count didn't answer Brielle right away. He was still in the grip of a dream where he was little and riding on his brother's back. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kentrail hugged his nephew so tightly that it became difficult for him to breathe. When the Count released Brielle, he extended his hands towards him and asked his uncle if something had happened. Kentrail lightly pulled the smiling boy's cheeks and said that he simply missed him. Brielle told his uncle, who had sat down, that he just needed to see him. The boy thought that his uncle had a nightmare because he had hit his uncle and he had not woken up. Kentrail smiled at his nephew and said that it was a bit painful, to which Brielle offered to blow on where it hurt. The boy blew on the sore spot and his uncle hugged him, saying, "This is better." Then he lifted him high, high, and thought that Brielle was indeed growing up to be a good person. In the great hall of the palace, there was a white piano, at which the Count sat. The children were seated on the sofa, and behind them stood a nanny. Kentrail began to play, and the enchanting sounds of music flowed throughout the palace. Because of the threat of danger, the nanny could not let the children go outside, so the Count decided to at least entertain them in this way. Luckily, there is still gunpowder in the powder flasks, the man thought to himself, continuing to play. When the Count finished playing, the children ran to him with delight. They thought he was the best. Kentrail was very pleased that the children appreciated his performance so highly, and Marie blushed with admiration and even clapped her hands applauding. Then, the nanny felt someone tugging at her skirt. It was Brielle. He wanted to know if the girl could play. Marie, when she worked as a teacher, learned several children's songs for the sake of interest. She thought, "This is a high-class piano. If I say that I can play, I will look strange." And then Marie told Brielle that she couldn't play, and he responded that it was sad. The Count, hearing this conversation, offered to teach them to play, and the children joyfully ran to him. Marie noticed that a second ago, Ellie looked a little strange, but maybe it was just her imagination, because the girl was also happy about the opportunity to learn how to play. The Count, smiling kindly, sat the children down next to each other at the piano, and he himself stood behind them. Ellie was excited and very happy that she had the opportunity to learn to play the piano. Marie watched with a smile as the Count taught the children and thought, "The main thing is that the children are having fun." Night fell. 2 dark figures in black cloaks walked through the park, and a third figure was waiting for them. It was the Count, with a guard. He took off his hood and asked the man waiting for them if he recognized him. Derek came with a report that when the Count's older brother and his wife died, it was those people who benefited. The Count replied that it was too early to assume that he was behind all this. Then the first sword asked if Kentrail had learned anything about the knight who had shot Marie. The Count, lowering his head, replied that the criminal had never opened his mouth, and he did not think there was any point in threatening him anymore. And then Kentrail showed the letter they had found in that knight's house. The men continued their conversation. The Count explained that the letter was encrypted, but thanks to the report, he was almost certain of its connection with what happened. Kentrail felt sorry, but upon Derek's return to the mansion, he decided to hand over the matter to him again. When Kentrail had already turned away and walked in the opposite direction, the man called out to him. He wanted to clarify whether his master had thought about the words about the nanny, whether she could be trusted. "You haven't known her for long. Maybe you should put pressure on her," Derek continued. The Count assured him that the nanny could be trusted. Kentrail continued sharply that he himself knew what he should worry about. If she had wanted to, Marie would have harmed Brielle long ago. The Count noted that the girl cared for the boy, just as he did, and then repeated that he trusted her. Kentrail thought there was something fishy about the nanny, but it wasn't her doing it, and he was also curious about how much the girl wanted to protect Brielle. Having checked his master, the man no longer objected. Then, putting his hand on his shoulder, the Count asked him to take care of her if anything happened to him, and he also asked to take care of his family. Looking seriously at his interlocutor, the Count continued. Kentrail smiled, his face illuminated by the moonlight, and asked if the first sword could do it. The full moon was shining, illuminating everything around, and Derek, looking at the Count, agreed to fulfill the Count's request. A new sunny day had arrived, and the mansion was in pleasant anticipation. Ellie was sitting on the top step of the porch, and looking into the distance. Marie came up to her. She sat down next to her, looked at her happy face and thought. Her little sister was circling the days on the calendar. She was so looking forward to seeing Barry. And finally, today, Marie's little brother is supposed to come for the holidays. The sisters saw a carriage appear from around the corner. Barry was supposed to arrive in it. Marie and Ellie hurried to the meeting. The older sister asked the girl not to quarrel or fight with her brother, because he said that he would not come alone. The girl even cried, because her younger brother has grown so much that he now comes with his friends. Marie thought, walking to the carriage, that new faces are always great and the children won't be bored. Finally, the carriage stopped and a smiling Barry stepped out. He was very happy to see his sisters. The boy hugged Ellie and greeted Marie. Barry asked how they were doing, and at that moment, another boy came out of the map. He had white hair and blue eyes. Barry saw that his sisters were looking at someone behind him, turned around and introduced his friend. Marie froze, her eyes wide, and mentally repeated the name of her little brother's friend. The girl reacted this way because Sig Keeler was the main character in the original. With hair that shone like threads in the sun, and a divine beauty, Sig Keeler was the hero of a novel. And also, Marie remembered that it was he who killed Kentrail in the original. The halls of the mansion were lit by the sun, and paintings and mirrors hung on the walls. In the living room stood Marie and Barry with a friend. They were talking, and around the corner, holding Brielle, stood Taylor. He heard part of the conversation about Sig being third in the fencing academy. Just by looking at Sig's sword-roughened hand, he knew that this was no ordinary person. Taylor wondered, this seemed to be Barry's friend, with a good character. So why was the nanny wary and gave him Brielle, saying that she would introduce them later? Walking down the corridor with the boy, the mentor tried hard to remember who the Keelers were. Recently, the kingdom adopted an absolute monarchy, and the number of noble families increased. Nothing is known about many of them. When meeting them, you sometimes have to ask where the family is from. It turns out that the Keeler family is one of such families. He decided after thinking a little. Taylor was interested in seeing his student after a long break, but he carried Brielle to the Count, who was capricious because he was not introduced to his friend. At this time, Marie, saying that the road must have been difficult, offered him some cider to drink. He agreed and thanked her. As she poured juice into glasses, she thought that she could not even imagine that the boys would become friends. In the original, the brother died very early, without even having time to hold a sword. The girl thought, carrying glasses, Ellie was hiding behind her, and Barry was just telling his friend that these were his older and younger sisters. Taking a glass of juice, Sig thanked Marie and asked where the Count was now, to which the girl asked why he needed him. Barry's friend wanted to thank the Count for the invitation, but the nanny said that the gentleman was working for now. He advised the boys to rest and said that he would call them to dinner. Marie and Ellie left, leaving them alone. He led his friend to his room, and the nanny gloomily wondered whether it was possible to let the Count and Sig meet. The sun's rays penetrated through the foliage and illuminated the treehouse. On the floor of the house, a young gentleman lay with his eyes closed. He was very angry. Brielle remembered how he looked at everyone from around the corner, but they ignored him, and everyone went to greet the new guest without him, and they promised to introduce him later. Brielle heard Taylor calling him from below, asking for permission to come up, but the boy was against it. This was only his shelter. His uncle made it for his nephew. The young gentleman lay with tears in his eyes, hugging his bear. He so wanted to play with Barry. His brother has grown up. He would like to become as big. Brielle thought sadly. Clutching the toy tightly to himself, the boy decided that everyone was hiding something, and only from him. Will they stop being secretive when he becomes like Barry? Brielle wondered. At this time, Marie approached Tyler, and he showed her where the boy was. She looked up and saw a treehouse and a young gentleman in it. The nanny smiled as she watched the boy lying there and kicking his legs. He seems to be very angry, the mentor said to the girl. Marie thought about it and agreed with his words, and then an original idea came into her head on how to talk to the young gentleman without going into the house. White fluffy clouds floated across the blue sky, driven by a leisurely breeze. Why did they go quiet? Brielle thought, and was about to open his eyes, but changed his mind, because then they would know that he was angry. Marie climbed the tree and sat on a thick branch next to the house. The nanny, smiling, called the young gentleman. He even sat up and opened his eyes in surprise. He didn't understand how she ended up there, and the girl said that as a child she often climbed trees. And then Brielle realized that he was talking to the nanny, but he was offended. The boy closed his eyes again and buried his nose in the bear, and Marie tried to explain to him that he needs to get to know new people gradually, but the boy was capricious and did not want to listen to anything. The girl looked at him smiling and thought that he was sulking so sweetly, and then the nanny freezes in shock. Her eyes wide open, she hears the cracking sound of the branch she is sitting on. The branch breaks and Marie begins to fall to the ground, on her back, while Brielle screams in fear from above. The nanny closed her eyes in fear and expected a blow. But instead she felt strong hands catching her. It was the Count. He pressed the girl to his chest and sternly said that he had already told her to take care of herself. Having lowered the nanny to the ground, Kentrail asked if she had hurt herself, and the girl assured him that everything was fine. Taylor ran up to see if everything was okay, and Brielle asked Marie from above how she was. The young gentleman began to descend the stairs from the little house, and the Count asked the mentor to follow the boy. Taylor watched Brielle descend and advised her to be careful so as not to fall like the nanny. The boy replied that he was careful, but Marie needed to be more careful. The girl felt ashamed of these words. The uncle took his nephew in his arms and said that he had scolded the nanny enough, and the boy said that he was scared and asked where he came from. Kentrail replied that he was looking out the window, saw Marie climbing a tree, and became worried, but he didn't think the branch would break. The Count felt sweat running down his neck and continued, "Your nanny is probably very athletic." Kentrail asked Brielle what they had talked about, and the boy told her about the new guest and that he wanted to see him too. Marie watched as her uncle, holding the boy in his arms, suggested that they all go together. Since it was soon lunchtime, she was glad that Brielle was smiling again, and the mentor noticed that the young master was no longer offended. A new sunny day had arrived. The mansion was shining, and Brielle was shocked by the news that Ellie told him. The girl sat and read a book and smiled, looking at the young gentleman, and the boy's eyes opened wide. He clenched his fists. He found out that tomorrow was Marie's birthday. With a sweet look in his eyes, he asked Ellie what gift she had prepared for her sister. Brielle said sheepishly that he hadn't prepared anything, but Marie was looking after him, and the girl assured him that her sister would be happy if he simply congratulated her. After thinking for a bit, the boy quickly ran down the corridor to his uncle. Running up to him, Brielle indignantly asked if he knew about Marie's birthday, and then, almost crying, he quietly said that he also wanted to give her something. The Count and Ellie looked at the upset boy, and the uncle suggested that they go together and choose something for a gift. The next day, Marie entered the hall. Everything was decorated with colorful ribbons, the firecrackers went off, and everyone congratulated her on her birthday. It was unexpected and very nice. The mentor and Ellie approached the girl, congratulated her, and presented her with gifts. And then Brielle came up and also gave his gift, saying that he and his uncle had spent a long time choosing it. Marie saw that the boy had a lot of gifts and asked if they had chosen correctly. Taylor laughed. It was just that the young master couldn't choose just one, so the Count bought everything. These words confused Kentrail. "You love scented candles, and when they run out," Brielle said he would give her more, and Marie wondered if she would have time to use them up before the end of her life. A very embarrassed Count approached the talking nanny and nephew. He also prepared a gift. It was a dream catcher. Last time she didn't even wear a brooch, and he thought that accessories weren't her taste. Marie didn't know that it bothered him, and said that she was simply afraid of hurting the young master. The nanny really liked the gift, and the Count asked, "So you liked the brooch?" To which the girl replied, "Of course." While the gentleman stood there embarrassed, Ellie came up to them and asked her sister to look at her gift. Her gift was in a box, tied with a red satin ribbon and a beautiful bow. When Marie opened the box, she saw inside an original hat with a bow, matching her dress. The girl thanked everyone for the gifts and arranged a holiday for her. She kissed the young gentleman on the cheek and said that she would use his gift carefully. Brielle also kissed his nanny, and Ellie looked questioningly at the again embarrassed Count. Marie remembered that in her past life, her parents did not get along with each other, because they had to get married because of her, and the girl had already forgotten when she was congratulated with all her heart. Ellie brought the cake and looked at her sad sister, and Marie thought that she had always tried to forget this day. It seemed to her that it did not belong to her, but now, thanks to these people, she wants to remember him and look forward to her next birthday with joy. Marie spun around in front of the mirror, trying on the hat and asking if it suited her. Ellie, sitting on the chair, answered with a smile that she was my sister, dear, and then she asked where she was going, since they weren't allowed to go out, and Marie answered that she was an adult and was going to see someone. Ellie was curious who he was, and her sister, embarrassed, replied that he was just a close person. The girl thought, looking at her sister, "Is this really how one dresses to meet just a close person?" With a sparkle in her eyes, Ellie decided that something was going to happen, and Marie was glad to go for a walk. She hadn't walked for so long. It was a beautiful, sunny day. The nanny was walking through the streets of the city and met Aaron. This woman, Brielle's former nanny, was very happy to see the girl. Marie noticed that her baby had grown up. Aaron took him away, of course. A year had already passed, and asked how the young gentleman was doing. The girl assured that everything was fine, and that every day Brielle looked more and more like the Count, which meant that he would grow up to be a handsome man. The former nanny summed up. Aaron noticed that Marie was especially beautiful today, and suggested going on a date. The girl, embarrassed, replied that she had no one to go with. The former nanny laughed and asked that Marie visit her more often. Marie said that the headmaid would look after Brielle, and that she was completely free until the evening. So Aaron invited her to dinner. Approaching her table, the nanny saw Teacher Brielle at the next table. Eugène was very surprised. He did not expect to see Marie here, and not just one. The girl was also surprised. She was sad that she could not say goodbye to him, and the teacher was pleased to meet the nanny. Marie introduced Brielle's teacher to Aaron, who invited him to join them if he didn't have company. The teacher asked if he would disturb them, to which the former nanny replied, "No, sit down." Eugène walked over to their table, pulled out a chair, and helped Aaron sit down. Then, looking embarrassedly at the nanny, he said that she was especially beautiful today. Aaron was very happy to watch the young people. She thought, "Oh, youth, when else will she see such a thing?" The palace stood majestically under the blue sky, and in it one could hear someone looking for Ellie. It was Brielle. He found the girl in the living room, where she was sitting on the sofa reading a book. He asked her where the nanny had gone. At this time, the Count was sitting at the table, not far from Ellie, drinking tea and studying documents. The girl happily answered Brielle that her sister had gone on a date, and the Count even spat the tea back into the mug upon hearing this. Kentrail wondered gloomily who Marie had gone on a date with. Brielle was very angry. He asked Ellie who the nanny went with and where. The girl smiled, and looking at the book, answered the young gentleman that she did not know. Then, Brielle forcefully snatched the book she was reading from Ellie's hands. He shouted that Marie couldn't go on dates with anyone. She was only his. The girl explained to Brielle that her sister also had to find her happiness, and that they couldn't appropriate it. And the Count, at that time, remembered how joyful the nanny had been when she asked to go for a walk. Kentrail asked Ellie if her sister had told her who she was going out with, and the girl replied that she was just going out with a close friend. Ellie looked questioningly at the gloomy Count, and Brielle continued to get angry and pounded his fists on the sofa. The girl did not understand what was happening to the Count, and then she suddenly understood everything, and her eyes sparkled. The sound of footsteps could be heard through the corridors of the palace. Someone was in a great hurry to get to the master. One of the knights looked into the Count's office and said what he had found. The man asked where exactly he had found it. It was Taylor. He replied that he was near the market, and thought, "It seems the gentleman had been waiting for news all day." The Count looked at him silently, with eyes demanding more information. Taylor continued to say that there was a man next to her. At this time Aaron just walked away. Kentrail's face darkened when he heard this, and the man thought that the nanny was difficult to find, and the Count should think about it. The gentleman gripped the armrests of his chair so hard that he almost broke them. The Count was upset. He realized that he could not control his emotions, and how ugly it was on his part. He should congratulate the nanny if she had met her love. Otherwise he would neglect her feelings. The man thought sadly, ruffling his bangs. He remembered how beautiful Marie was, and something in his chest began to hurt badly. Kentrail suddenly realized that he didn't want to lose her, and didn't want to let her go. But if their feelings are not mutual, the Count thought, and turned his head to the window. There he saw Marie return, and be met by the butler, who was asking her something. The girl happily answered the servant's questions, and looked very happy. The Count, with pain in his heart, decided that if the nanny had a lover, then he was ready to lock away his feelings. Marie and the butler walked down the corridor of the palace, and the girl said that everything went well, without incident. Then the nanny saw Brielle running quickly down the corridor towards her. He ran up to her, grabbed her skirt, and asked with an offended voice if she really had gone on a date. Marie sat down, took Brielle by the hands, and asked who told him that. The boy answered that, Ellie. She stroked the young gentleman's head, and told him that she had met his former nanny, Aaron. It was true, Brielle clarified with tears in his eyes, and the nanny answered him in the affirmative, adding that she would never dare leave him. Marie thought he was cute, was pouting at her, and suggested that the boy go together next time. The girl worriedly thought that she knew that Ellie would misunderstand her. When the nanny saw Kentrail in the corridor, she wanted to catch up with him, but he slipped away like the wind. At their next meeting, Marie tried to talk to the gentleman about Brielle's lessons, but as he left, he replied that it was all at her discretion. The nanny realized that she couldn't catch him, and around the corner, Ellie and Barry were watching her closely. Looking at the sad Marie, the girl whispered whether the Count really liked her sister, but her brother did not believe her. Ellie continued to convince her brother, saying that the Count was worried about his sister's date and did not take his eyes off her on her birthday. Barry responded to this by saying that the Count was simply kind to people and that she was too worried. The girl even hit him out of anger, saying that there was clearly more to it than simple goodwill. She angrily said that her brother didn't listen to her at all, and even the Count trusted her more. And Barry lay on the floor clutching the place where he had been hit. He, looking at the girl with kind eyes, said that even he was scared. And then, seeing how Ellie clenched her fists, he continued when they told him about the criminal. Turning away from him, the girl replied that she was simply impressed. And Barry, looking at his sister, said that in her place, he would have been very scared. The little sister, feeling gloomy, told her brother that everything was fine now. The criminal had already been caught. Barry thought about it and suggested to Ellie that he stay here with them. The girl replied with disdain that she was not needed and that she was able to protect herself, to which the boy laughed and advised her to grow up. His little sister resentfully noted that he was bragging about his height. A gentle warm wind was blowing. Beautiful clouds were floating across the sky, and Marie went out into the garden. She looked at the floating clouds, amazed by their beauty, and the wind played with her hair. Marie began to collect flowers, and at the same time thought why the Count was ignoring her. Had he really heard about the date? The nanny, closing her eyes from such thoughts, thought that if she was so interested, then she would just have to ask him. And then she decided that if she asked whether the Count was offended because of the date, and it turned out to be something else, she would be very ashamed. The nanny thought that she might be wrong, and that there was no need to talk such nonsense to the person who was busy. Suddenly, she heard some strange sound, and looked in that direction questioningly. Marie shuddered with fear. She thought that there was someone there. Frightened, the girl decided to go back, especially since she had already collected flowers. Walking home through the garden, Marie noticed a piece of paper lying on one of the benches. Drops of cold sweat were running down the nanny's face. She didn't know what kind of piece of paper it was, or who had put it there. As she approached, the girl saw that it was a note with one single word written on it. Traitor. An empty garden, and a sudden note with the word traitor. And yet Marie thought that she had come to know all the dangerous people in the Count's estate. The nanny realized that this was her last warning, and they could harm Brielle at any moment. She realized that if she continued to act in the same way, she could lose the boy, and decided, despite the Count's distrust, to tell him the truth. Returning to the mansion, the girl walked quickly to Kentrail's office and knocked on the door. The Count, without taking his eyes off the documents, asked who was there. A voice came from behind the door that the man did not expect to hear. It was Marie. He remembered how he avoided the nanny, even though she tried to catch up with him in the corridor, and how he left when he wanted to talk. The Count thought that he didn't have the courage to meet her yet, and suggested that he come next time, if it wasn't something important. Marie walked timidly into Kentrail's office, tears streaming down her cheeks. The man looked at the crying girl in shock. He did not expect to see her like this. The Count hurried to get up from the table, and asked the nanny what had happened, that something was hurting her. Kentrail walked quickly up to Marie, and asked if something had happened to the children. With trembling hands, the girl handed him the note and asked him to look at it. The Count was surprised, and Marie, crying, explained that someone had slipped her a secret note. Kentrail read it, and wondered what the word traitor meant, and the nanny said that it was about her. The Count wondered who Marie had betrayed. If it had been him, then there would have been no point in leaving a note for her, and then he understood. The girl wanted to say that she was in collusion with those who threatened his family. "Sir," the girl whispered, lowering her head and clasping her hands. Then, looking resolutely at the Count, She asked him if he had ever noticed that she was strange. Marie continued about how the Count was very attentive, especially to the young master, and whether he had felt how in one moment she had become different. The nanny remembered a smiling Brielle and said that it all happened in one day. When the Count clarified the importance of this question, Marie confirmed it with a determined look. Kentrail thought for a moment, trying to remember everything. He remembered reading Marie's letters of recommendation and realizing that she had experience working with children. The Count was somewhat uneasy, but he still ordered the butler to hire her. Kentrail watched carefully how the nanny behaved with Brielle. The Count thought about his choice dozens of times, because he saw how the boy did not accept the nanny. As soon as the new nanny took the young gentleman in her arms, he began to be capricious and cry. But at one moment, everything changed. Brielle willingly walked into the girl's arms and smiled happily. Then the Count thought about the abrupt change in Marie, because from that moment on, there was not a day when the boy did not smile, and the man decided that there was no longer a problem. At the same time, Kentrail felt that she was now different from her former self. Marie asked again if the Count had had such thoughts, to which the man replied that he had. But he thought he was wrong. Still crying, the girl told Kentrail an incredible story. And, as the nanny said, completely true. The girl, in order to convince the Count, began to tell about things that only he and his brother knew, stories from their childhood. She asked the gentleman if there was anything else she could tell him so that he would believe her. And she continued, telling him about Derek. Marie, sitting next to the Count on the sofa, described what this man looked like and what the gentleman trusted him with. Kentrail thought about it, since only the butler and tailor knew about Derek, and he told the nanny that she didn't have to continue. Marie told this incredible story for several hours, and it was already night outside. Kentrail couldn't accept that this world was just a plot of a book, that Marie was a hired killer, but someone else had possessed her. And then the Count asked why the real Marie wanted to kill Brielle and who hired her. The girl, trembling with nervous tension, said that she also did not know who he was or his reasons. Marie didn't understand how to explain to the gentleman that she hadn't read to the point of explaining the reasons. She began to cry even more loudly and was shaking so nervously that the Count felt it. He hugged the nanny and said that he understood everything and she could stop talking about it. Kentrail hugged the girl, feeling sorry for her, because she had had a hard time. The Count released Marie from his embrace and said that everything was fine. He looked into her tear-stained eyes and reassured the girl, saying that now both he and Brielle were alive. Marie asked the Count if he hated her, since she had tried to kill him. Kentrail reassured the girl, saying that this was not so, because it was not her, and if she was still planning the assassination, she would not have told him anything. The Count thought that this story was dubious and more like a lie, but her trembling proved that it was true, and even so, he could not hate her. Wiping away the girl's tears, the gentleman asked her real name. She replied that her name was Rena. Smiling, the Count noticed that she turned out to be a sensitive girl. Putting one arm around Marie's shoulders, Kentrail said that she must have been very lonely. After all, she had relatives, friends, in her past life. The nanny thought. Marie said that her parents were always busy, and she doesn't remember her friends' faces because they never met. She realized that she didn't have any good memories, but if she met her friends, she would want to talk to them as if they had never parted. Still crying, the girl said that before the accident, she and her mother wanted to go on a trip. The girl buried her face in the Count's chest and whispered that she missed everyone. When the Count called her, Marie did not answer and fainted. Marie lay motionless in bed, her younger sister sitting on a chair next to her. Barry came up to the girl, put his hands on Ellie's shoulders, and said that 3 days had already passed, and she needed to rest so as not to get sick. The younger sister agreed with her brother's words, tears dripping from her eyes, and she looked completely haggard. Barry said he would bring her something to eat. She would eat and go to bed. As he left the room, the boy looked back with concern at his hunched-over little sister. She looked sadly at her older sister, who was lying unconscious. Ellie thought that she had long since begun to notice Marie's oddities, such as her inability to play the piano, although she had been able to before, or a brooch that she received from an important person. She hasn't worn it for a long time. And also, the girl remembered, from some point on, her sister began to smile every time she called her by name. Ellie remembered that when she asked her sister why she didn't wear the brooch, her sister replied that the young master might get hurt. The girl then said, smiling, that it seemed she really loved Brielle, to which Marie replied that she loved Ellie, Barry, and the young master. She loved them all. But at that time, Ellie didn't believe her sister and thought it was all a lie. The girl remembered how Marie said that they were just a way to make money, and how she returned home angry, and how she said that she would not live like that if everything were different. And Ellie always wondered why she was lying, why she was pretending to be happy. She recalled how her sister, smiling, sewed a rabbit for her and asked her to wait a little. Ellie thought it was strange, but she remained a good sister because she didn't want to be abandoned again. But the older sister looked so sincere that the girl found it hard to believe that it was a lie. Ellie remembered how Marie looked at her with warmth and did not scream, and that was when the girl thought, this is definitely her sister. In fact, Marie had already abandoned her, and maybe an angel had come down from heaven to replace her sister. The girl thought. Thus the days passed, day after day, month after month, and year after year. Over time, these oddities ceased to matter to Ellie. She simply enjoyed spending time with Marie and Barry. Ellie decided for herself that no matter who her sister was, she was her family. But after fainting, Marie suddenly changed, and the girl thought that she had left her. Ellie leaned over to her sister, who was still lying there, unconscious, and took her hand. She cried bitterly and asked Marie not to leave. At this time, the Count stood behind the door and did not enter, so as not to embarrass Ellie. He remembered that dream where his older brother was carrying him across the field on his back. The Count understood what the little girl was feeling now, asking her sister not to leave. Kentrail did not interfere with Ellie talking to Marie and moved on. Entering the living room, the Count saw Derek, who was sitting on a chair and waiting for him. Seeing the gentleman, the man stood up and bowed to him, saying that he had returned. Derek noticed that the atmosphere in the mansion was strange and asked the Count what happened, to which he said that Brielle's nanny had fainted. The man wanted to ask something else, but the gentleman interrupted him. Kentrail, lost in thought, asked Derek what was up with his request, to which he replied that he was almost finished. The Count, with a serious face, told him that this was good, and it seemed that it was no longer possible to wait for the enemy to show his face. Candles burned in candlesticks, illuminating the gloomy corridors of the mansion. Taylor brought the young gentleman to Marie, and the boy asked him if it wasn't because of him that the nanny got sick. The mentor worriedly asked the boy why he thought so, to which Brielle replied that everyone he loved was leaving him. Taylor looked at the boy thoughtfully and understood that he had been told this. Then, he seriously told the crying Brielle that it was not his fault. Taylor continued to tell the young master that there are truly evil people, and he is not one of them, so he has nothing to blame himself for. And then the man swore, and the boy, seeing the seriousness of his mentor, believed him. Taylor helped the young gentleman climb onto the nanny's bed. Brielle, sitting comfortably so as not to disturb Marie, opened his notebook and picked up a pen. The teacher told the boy that he could rest today and not write, to which he replied that he would shave and forget everything he wanted to tell the nanny. And then, Brielle remembered how his uncle told him that Marie was okay. But the boy realized that he was lying, because he was shaking at that moment. In the mansion, everyone says that there is a suspicious person who is following them. The boy saw how everyone was whispering, but they were hiding it from him. Probably because he was small, Brielle thought. The boy's tears fell on his notebook, and he thought that he wanted to grow up and help everyone. Brielle felt sad that all he could do now was play. The young gentleman told Molly that he would not say that he did not want to go to class, and when she woke up, they would go to Erin together, and then they would all go for a walk together. The boy looked at the sleeping girl, talked to her, but the nanny continued to sleep. Brielle really didn't want to leave, and, looking at his mentor, asked if he could stay there a little longer. Taylor, looking sadly at the crying boy, shook his head. The young master replied that he understood and asked the mentor to come here again tomorrow. Taylor put Brielle on one arm and took his notebook in the other, and replied that they would definitely come tomorrow. But now it was time for the boy to rest. The mentor thought that if this continued, the young master would quickly grow up, and the nanny would need to wake up. 5 days have passed since Marie lost consciousness, and now she opened her eyes. At this time, Brielle just ran into the nanny's room and saw her sitting on the bed. The boy stopped abruptly and burst into tears of joy when he saw Marie conscious. Ellie came running, and she and Brielle hugged the nanny, and even the Count, who came, covered his face with his hand so as not to give away his feelings. And the mansion was filled with laughter again. The Count quickly caught up with Marie, who was slowly walking through the garden, and called her. Having caught up with her, he put his hand on the nanny's shoulder and said that Brielle had been looking for her for a long time, and then he reminded her that he had asked her to rest more, to which Marie replied that she just wanted to get some fresh air. The gentleman sternly told the nanny that it was dangerous to walk alone, and the girl replied that she did not go beyond the yard, and Derek guarded this place. The Count frowned and decided that it seemed that Marie was not going to listen to him. The girl asked the gentleman if he could do something for her. The man answered her with a surprised look, taking him by the cheeks. Marie said that apparently it was he who needed rest, and that he had lost weight. When the nanny released the Count's cheeks, he stood there and could not recover from the unexpectedness of her actions. Marie smiled and asked Kentrail if he was really that worried about her. The gentleman looked very seriously at the girl standing next to him, nodding affirmatively. The Count asked the nanny why exactly after their explanation she fainted. He thought that he had not managed to say everything. Looking at him in surprise, Marie asked what he wanted to say, and she wondered if this was really a declaration of love. The Count firmly said that if she liked someone, he would wish them happiness, but it would be good if she stayed until Brielle grew up. Marie was shocked to think that he still thought she had gone on a date. The nanny smiled and said that next time she went to errands, she would take Brielle with her, but now it would be difficult to arrange. Kentrail was surprised, and Marie continued to say that the young gentleman was offended that she left alone on the day when Ellie gave her a hat. The girl looked at the Count and thought, "Please let him understand the hints." And then a lightning-fast thought struck Kentrail. He seemed to understand everything. The man, confused, asked the girl if she had gone to see Aaron. Marie happily confirmed and reminded him that she had asked for time off that day. The gentleman was confused and surprised by the unexpectedly revealed facts, turning away from the nanny and coughing into his fist to hide his embarrassment. The Count said that for some time the meeting would be difficult to arrange, and then Kentrail suggested to Marie that she simply send a letter to her former nanny. The girl turned away and fanned herself with her hand. As she was flushed with heat from the conversation, the Count bowed his head and covered his face with his hand to hide his face, which was flushed with embarrassment. Kentrail took off his coat and threw it over the girl's shoulders. The man said that the patient might be cold even during the day, but he was the healthiest of all. Marie, embarrassed by her master's concern, turned and looked at him. At the same time, Kentrail looked at the girl and their eyes met. Hearing the voice calling Marie, they turned away from each other, and the nanny said that the young master was looking for her. Kentrail said that he promised Brielle to help find her, and he is probably very worried. The Count hurried the girl. Marie smiled shyly and ran towards the young master. Jaden held a bag in his hand, which contained delicious candies and cookies. He gave this bag of sweets to Marie with an important air, and he explained what kind of doll it was that she made for him, and that it was also a treat because she was sick. Marie looked at Jaden with a smile and thought it was so cute. Brielle, seeing this, shouted that he could share some goodies too. The boy shared his pudding today with his nanny, and she said that it was very tasty because it was his gift. Marie looked at Jaden with a smile and said that she heard that he had a fight with Ciela again. The boy justified himself by saying that it was his favorite toy, to which Brielle said with an important look that it was his own fault. And then the boy continued and said that if he had a sister, he would give her books, candy, and all that stuff. Jaden, coming very close to Brielle, asked if he could give him the bear. Marie watched the boys argue with a smile and thought how cute they were. At this time, Father Jaden and Kentrail were sitting at a table in the garden. They drank tea and talked. Baron Jake asked the Count if everything was okay with him. Kentrail asked the man what he was worried about, to which he replied that he had heard rumors that the Count's residence was under special protection. Something was wrong, he clarified. Then Jaden's father asked if there was anything he could do to help. The Count, looking at the Baron, thought that, although he was an old friend and a strong and loyal ally, he could not be drawn into the fight. Kentrail thought that Jake also had a child, and told the man that everything was fine. Looking at Kentrail with indignation, The Baron told him that the problem was his stubbornness, and then he continued, looking seriously at the Count, that if he needed help, he would say so. Kentrail thought, Jake will take care of Brielle if he is in danger. He deserves to be trusted, and then thanked him. Looking at the sunset, the Count thought that nothing was clear yet, and he needed to find evidence. The circle is gradually narrowing. It all started with those who benefited most from the death of their parents. The man continued to think, looking at the illuminated windows of the mansion. A man entered the throne room and bowed to the king. His Majesty smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked if he was doing well. It was Kivran, the king's father-in-law, and the queen's father, who replied that all was well thanks to the king. Then the queen's father asked if the king had heard the news. Something seems to have happened at the prime minister's mansion. He continued. Smiling, the king confirmed that he had heard. And at that moment, the queen, sitting next to him, looked at him in surprise. Seeing Kivran's agitation, His Majesty assumed that this was alarming news for him. The man denied this, and said he simply wanted to keep his nephew safe. The king, at these words, gripped the armrests of the throne with force, and he thought that, in order to preserve the throne, he sent his young nephew into exile. At Kivran's, the claims ran from the side of His Majesty. The king, with a malicious smile, thought, looking at his father-in-law, so that he would realize his political weakness. His Majesty told Kivran to simply support him, to which the man replied that the king's actions were beyond criticism. The queen continued to look at the king, not understanding what was happening. Then, turning to her father, she asked him if everything was okay with Kentrail and Brielle. At that moment, the king looked at his wife with an unkind look. Then, smiling maliciously, he told her not to pretend that she knew nothing, and that the queen was turning away from him to help her father. The woman wanted to justify herself, but the king stopped her with an imperious wave of his hand. His Majesty, looking at his father-in-law and his wife, noticed that they were very similar. The queen looked at her husband with sadness and resentment. Kivran told the king that he had urgent business to attend to, and the king waved him off and said that his wife had to go too. The queen walked slowly towards the exit of the throne room, and her father watched her. He caught up with her, and as a sign of support, put his hand on her shoulder. Then Kivran let go of his daughter, and turning away, went about his urgent business. The maids whispered that the queen had worked for 2 weeks to come here, and in the end, it was all over so quickly. The queen heard all the whispers, and how they pitied her. She felt unpleasant, and hurried away. Sig found Barry in the stables, where he was feeding the horses, and called him. The friend waved to Marie's younger brother, and called him, and he was very happy to see Keeler. Sig, hugging the boy, said that he heard that because of the incident with the Count, he was returning, and now he can go to the academy. Keeler said he heard it here. Barry denied it, saying nothing like that happened. Sig clarified that everyone was safe now. Barry confirmed, and added that he was initially very afraid to leave his sisters. A few days before his departure, the boy overheard a conversation between the Count and the butler, and then he came to the gentleman to say that he was not going to the academy. Kentrail told the boy that he knew he was worried about his sisters. Barry replied that he was worried about Marie, and Ellie was still little, so he was thinking about staying. The Count closed his eyes, thinking about how to properly explain everything to the boy, and then the man said that Ellie may seem like a baby to him, but she is stronger than he thinks. Kentrail told Barry that it might be better if he stayed, but by going to the academy, he could protect them. The Count was very persuasive, and then he smiled and said that he would look after them for the time being. Then, stroking the boy on the head, he told him not to worry and to concentrate on his studies. Marie's younger brother, confused by the Count's actions, thought about his words for a long time. The friends were having dinner, and Barry was telling them that the gentleman insisted on the academy, and that the sisters also wanted him to finish it. Sig said that he was glad that Barry was going with him, because he was bored alone, to which the boy replied that he told him to make more friends. The nanny's brother was worried that his sister would not get better, and wanted the vacation to be longer, while his friend, on the contrary, wanted the vacation to be shorter. Barry, eating meat, wondered why, since he was not one of those who was meticulous in his studies. Sig replied that, although he was not as diligent as his friend, he still prepared for everything. Barry said that he envied him, because he was the best student, and could graduate early from the academy, to which his friend replied that he didn't know what to do if he graduated early. Sig said that he was happy with everything now, and didn't have to worry about the inheritance, and his friend reminded him that he had said that the second sons had nothing to worry about. The boy, looking at his friend and smiling mysteriously, confirmed these words. The friends laughed, and Barry said that he thought Sig was a diligent student, but he was a party animal, to which he replied that his brother Marie was the only one who told him that. The nanny's younger brother thought that Kaylor was proud of being a handsome genius, but this time he would surpass him. Sig thought to himself that he was not completely satisfied with his abilities, and Barry was very sincere. At first, Keeler thought of him as a hard-working nobleman from an impoverished family, but seeing his family, he realized that if there are those who need to be protected, you want to become stronger as soon as possible. When Sig visited the house where his friend's relatives live, he suddenly felt envious. The large windows of the Count's mansion were illuminated by the warm autumn sun. A young gentleman sat near the window and watched the yellow leaves fall. Marie stood in front of the desk where Brielle was sitting and told him that he couldn't be distracted during the exam. After the dismissal of teacher Yuji's, it was difficult to find a replacement, and a gap formed in the boy's knowledge. The nanny tried to teach the young gentleman to write on her own, but Brielle was capricious. At 4 years old, he was going through his biggest crisis. The young gentleman cried and shouted that this was boring to do. He wants to play chess with Ellie, and the nanny reminded him that the boy promised to write 10 sentences. For several months now, the children have not left the mansion, but they have no time to be bored. Finally, Brielle wrote his promised sentences and threw down his pen. Marie praised the boy and allowed him to go play with Ellie. The nanny checked Brielle's assignment and looked at the children playing. But something was bothering her. She thought about her sister's education. Before, Ellie went to school with the neighbor's children. This was before they banned leaving the mansion. Looking out the window, the nanny thought, before going to bed, already changed into her pajamas. Ellie told her sister that she wanted to be a teacher. Marie thought she had misheard and asked the girl again what she wanted to become. Having heard the answer, the surprised girl asked her sister why she wanted it so suddenly. To her sister's question, the girl replied that she had been thinking about it for a long time. Ellie explained that she spent a lot of time with Brielle, and she likes kids. She loves them and knows how to take care of them. Ellie watched as Marie taught the young master to write, and her desire only grew. Marie was very surprised by the girl's desire and her reasonable explanation. She hugged Ellie and said that then she would have to study hard. Her sister replied that she could handle it because she was smart, and then she suggested that it would probably be better for her sister if she were a maid. Marie listened in surprise to her sister's reasoning that they were hiring girls her age as maids, and that she would work so that her sister would have more money. The nanny answered the girl that she would be glad if she chose what she liked. At that moment the Count approached the room. Ellie was convincing her sister that the master was taking care of them because they were children. And then suddenly, Kentrail entered the room. Marie and her sister were very surprised. They didn't expect to see him. The Count, leaning against the doorframe, asked Ellie who had advised her to worry about such trifles. He was surprised that the light was still on somewhere and came to check, and then reminded that it was better to close the door before going to bed. Marie replied that she usually checks everything before going to bed. Ellie, frightened and surprised, grabbed tightly onto the skirt of her sister standing next to her. The Count looked closely at the girl and knelt down in front of her, and then he said that she could live here as long as she wanted, because they were Brielle's valuable friends. The Count asked why they were talking about working as a maid, and Marie said that she had been convincing Ellie to become what she wanted, namely a teacher. The gentleman looked seriously at the girl and asked her again if she really wanted to be a teacher, and when the girl confirmed this, he smiled and said that it was a great idea and that she would make a good teacher. Ellie looked at the Count in disbelief, and he said that he was such a kind and smart man, he could handle this job. The gentleman suggested that the girl find a tutor. Marie looked at the man in surprise, and then the sisters looked at each other. They did not expect such a proposal from the Count. Ellie, embarrassed, responded that the gentleman had already helped them enough, and then she looked resolutely at the Count, who had stood up, and said that first she wanted to try it herself. Kentrail smiled at the girl and said that if she needed help, she could contact him at any time. The younger sister Marie, smiling happily and joyfully, thanked the gentleman. It was night. Only the stars were shining in the sky, and Marie told the Count that she was surprised by Ellie's dream. Leaving the room and closing the door, the nanny noticed that her little sister had always been a child to her, and she wondered when she had grown up. The Count also thought Brielle was a baby, and the nanny laughed at this, and replied that it seemed to her that he had been running around just yesterday, and didn't want to put on diapers. Kentrail noted with a sad smile that the children had grown up after all. Marie, despite the Count and blushing with embarrassment, agreed with him. Then, looking up at the gentleman, she thanked him, saying that he was very kind. The Count, in response, told the girl that they also owed them a lot, and that he would do everything possible for his people, so she should not worry and accept help. Marie thanked the Count again and blushed, thinking about the fact that he called them his people. Kentrail looked at the girl carefully and asked if she had a dream. Marie asked again. The man confirmed his question and clarified whether it was in the past or now. Lowering her head, the girl smiled mysteriously and whispered, "Who knows?" Marie said that earlier she also wanted to take care of children, although she did not get a job in a kindergarten, but she was involved in raising children. The nanny said that in that life her dream came true, and then she ended up here. Smiling, the girl added that now she wants her children to grow up safe and healthy. The Count looked at Marie with bewilderment and said that they were already growing up in care and affection. Then the nanny noticed that it was already late and it was time for her to go, and after wishing the Count good night, she left. The gentleman watched the girl leave and wondered if she had a dream, and whatever it was, he would like to stay close. The Count was confused by his thoughts. Winter came. Marie left the mansion into the snowy courtyard. Looking at the windows of the mansion, she thought that Ellie and the young master were currently in class. She smiled at the thought that they must really want to get outside. Brielle, while studying a book in the library, called his uncle. He shouted to him that the snow would soon melt, and at that time, Ellie showed the Count the completed task. Ignoring his pouting nephew, Kentrail checked the girl's assignment and pointed out mistakes. Marie, having entered the library with diarrhea, heard the Count say that once they finished the assignment, they would go for a walk. The nanny put the mugs on the table and offered the children some warm cocoa to drink. Then, approaching the Count, she also handed him a mug of cocoa, and the man thanked her. Marie understood that the gentleman had joined in home schooling the children, because the criminal had never been caught. The nanny asked the Count how his little sister was, to which he replied that Ellie was doing well, and then he added, looking at the girl, that she was smart and determined. Marie thought for a moment, and then looked at the children with a worried look. The Count, noticing this look of hers, asked what she was worried about. The nanny smiled sheepishly and said that he was going a bit overboard with the amount of material. Kentrail, pretending to be important, said that in order to work as a teacher, one must pass an exam, and he passed it, therefore, it was better to study with him. At this time, Brielle, holding up his task sheet, said loudly that he had done everything. Ellie stood up and also said that she had finished correcting the mistakes. The Count praised them with a smile. Brielle and Ellie looked at Kentrail with great hope in their eyes. The Count did not disappoint their expectations and said that they were free, and the children were very happy about this. Ellie and Brielle started to get dressed, and the nanny told them to dress warmer. What if they trip, the girl thought. She was very worried about the children who had gone into the yard. Kentrail, in order to calm the nanny, put his hand on her shoulder. The Count, looking at Marie, said that the first snow had fallen and suggested that she go for a walk. The nanny, smiling happily at the gentleman, replied that it was a good idea. While they were talking, a butler quietly approached them. He brought the young people some outerwear and handed it to them, saying, "It's cold outside." The gentleman thanked the butler and took a warm coat from him for the nanny. Marie was embarrassed, her cheeks slightly blushing, when the Count carefully helped her dress it. The nanny told the Count to dress himself, to which the man replied that he did not get sick so quickly. Marie was very embarrassed by the Count's concern, and the fact that he showed it even in front of the butler. The servant expected that the master would first offer the cloak to the girl, so he took another one. Marie wondered if the Count was being too kind to her, but she certainly couldn't do with another layer of clothing. When the adults went out into the yard, they saw children running happily. Marie stretched out her palm and beautiful snowflakes slowly swirled and fell onto it. Looking at them, the girl thought that this was her first snow in this world. Smiling, she remembered how she held the young master when he could not yet walk. And then, looking at Brielle, I thought that now he runs very quickly, and the Count, who is perceived as a difficult person, is perceived completely differently. They even walk side by side. It was snowing. The young people stopped and looked at each other. Turning to Marie, the Count said that he wanted to talk to her about something. The girl raised her head and looked at Kentrail with hope. She was waiting for special words, and then the gentleman saw that small dense snowballs were flying at them. Kentrail pressed the girl to himself and covered her with his back so that they wouldn't hit her. The young men looked in the direction from which the snowballs had come and saw Brielle making more of them. The flushed boy was about to throw snowballs at them again, but then an angry Ellie came up, took Brielle by the hand and pulled him to play with her and not interfere with the adults. Looking at the children playing, Kentrail and Marie laughed merrily. The Count, turning away and walking towards Brielle, told the girl that they would finish talking later. The nanny laughed happily at these words and agreed with him, watching as the Count picked up his nephew. She thought that there was no need to rush, because the most important thing now was health and safety. Entering the house and sitting on the sofa, Ellie and Brielle saw that the nanny was doing something in the living room. Looking in surprise at something incomprehensible, the young gentleman asked what it was. The girl explained to him that this was a structure for puppet shows, and that the puppeteer would probably arrive soon. Brielle's eyes lit up at the thought of seeing a puppet show soon. The puppeteer came out on stage and said, "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen." Brielle was very surprised, because it turned out to be his uncle, dressed in ancient clothes. A few days earlier, Marie had looked in surprise at the drawings and cut-out figures on the Count's desk. Seeing her surprised look, Kentrail asked if she remembered how they used to make cards for Brielle, and then he continued, saying that it seemed to him that the children were tired of the mansion. That is why the gentleman decided to put on a puppet show for them. Marie asked the man if he knew how to do this, to which the Count said that at first, he wanted to become a traveling musician. The nanny was very surprised and thought that in the original, the man did not appear often, so she did not even know about it. Marie, looking at the gentleman drawing, said that she would help him, and then she asked if he could play other instruments. Kentrail smiled and said that he could. The Count looked at the girl and asked if she knew how to play, because before, when she was asked about it, she lied. When the nanny asked how he knew, the man replied that the expression on her face said it all. The girl said that where she lived, musical instruments were more accessible, and one could learn to play simply by going to school. Smiling, the nanny added that next time she would show them the music of her home world. Kentrail looked at her and smiling said that she promised. And so the performance began. A knight with a sword and armor appeared on the stage. The children, sitting on the sofa, were excitedly waiting to see what would happen next. As the action on stage unfolded, different emotions could be read on the children's faces. Marie looked at Ellie and Brielle and at the performance that the Count was putting on. There is a knight on the stage, and in front of him is a dragon. And the Count's voice says that if you give the dragon flowers, your wish will come true. The dragon, looking at the knight, thought about the warrior doing it. Marie sat down on the sofa and hugged the children, and they trustingly pressed themselves against her from both sides. The nanny was the only one who was able to watch the puppet show until the end. After all, it was already night outside the window, and only the moon and the stars were shining in the sky. And Ellie and Brielle were fast asleep, their heads resting on the nanny's lap. The little boy slept so soundly that even drool rolled from the corner of his mouth. The butler arrived, took the young master from the nanny, and carried him to the bedroom. And Taylor, picking up Ellie, said that he would also carry her to the bedroom. Everyone left, closing the doors behind them, and the young people were left alone in the hall. Marie looked at the Count, smiled and clapped her hands, because he had done well. The nanny, looking at the figurines, noticed that the young master liked them, and Kentrail said that being a dragon was difficult. Marie asked in surprise if there really were dragons in this world, to which the Count answered affirmatively, and asked if there were any in her world, to which the girl laughed and said that in her world, these are just creatures from legends. And she continued, like a firebird or a backhoe. Kentrail looked at her in surprise. He didn't understand what the girl was telling him, and looked so funny that the nanny laughed. Marie promised the gentleman that she would tell him everything in detail later. When the nanny began to clear the stage, Kentrail asked her to wait a little. The embarrassed man said there was one more performance left. Marie looked at him in surprise, not understanding what performance he was talking about. Kentrail explained that he had been working on it in secret, thinking that she was also bored in the mansion. And so, the girl is sitting on the sofa, and the count is getting ready to begin the performance. A girl appears on the stage, and next to her is a guy kneeling. He says he can't take his eyes off her beautiful face. Marie is in shock. She didn't expect a performance about love. The count, who was answering for the girl behind the scenes with a female voice, was very embarrassed. It was the first time in his life that he had shown something like this, namely, a short history of a popular romance novel. Marie laughed until she cried as she watched the action unfold on stage. Kentrail looked at the girl carefully and thought that she did not suspect anything. Unaware of how he is changing thanks to her, the count has begun to express his emotions more openly. Kentrail thought he felt more than just respect or banal sympathy. The nanny, watching the performance, thought that it was just a performance, but why such feelings in her chest? The count spoke for the hero of the play about how he realized his feelings for the girl, and that he loves this girl, the heroine of the performance. Marie was very touched at this moment. Tears rolled down her cheeks. It is impossible not to love such a warm and sweet person. The count continued to speak for the guy. The nanny, at that moment, was thinking about the count, that he was too good for her, and could she love him? And then he said that that was all for today. The embarrassed gentleman, seeing Marie's reaction to the performance, asked her how she was. The girl clapped her hands and thought that she would be happy with him. She replied to the count that it was touching and wondered if she could make him happy. Blushing, Kentrail noticed that the nanny was even moved to tears, and the girl thought once again about whether she could make him and Brielle happy in Marie's body. The count, accompanied by a young man, walked along the majestic corridors of the royal palace. The king was surprised and delighted to see the guests when they entered his office. His Majesty was delighted and told the count that they had finally arrived, and then, smiling slyly, he asked the man whether he had managed to solve the personal problems that had occupied him throughout his vacation. Kentrail bowed and presented the documents to the king for approval, and answered his question positively. His Majesty, looking in surprise at the young man standing next to the count, asked who he was. The count said that his name was Weedle, to which the king asked what family he was from, and Weedle, trembling, greeted his Majesty. Kentrail explained that he was a commoner, and had been doing a good job in his absence, and he added that Vital was acting in his capacity, to which the king asked questioningly, "So that was his job?" And then, I asked if he had done everything himself. The young man replied that he had, but the count had approved the work. His Majesty, looking through the documents, remarked that it would then be worth rewarding Vidla, and then, turning to the count, he said that since he had checked everything, then everything was probably correct. Kentrail asked to check it anyway, but the king did not want to. Then the man asked him why he was so easy about the documents. The king grinned and remarked that perhaps he had chosen the wrong person for the position, and offered the count to help him choose another. Kentrail looked at his Majesty with bewilderment and listened to his reasoning, and then the king, looking at Vidal, asked the count if he could reward him properly for his work. After thinking for a moment, his Majesty said that he would like to grant him a title. Vidal was shocked by what he heard. His eyes widened and he began to stutter, addressing the master. The king said thoughtfully that when he brought the count closer, there was a resonance in society, and then he did not support him. Kentrail agreed and noted that there were a lot of rumors back then, but now he's just trying to give talented people what they deserve. And he added that he could trust Vidlu with the affairs, even if he was absent. The king, hearing these words, asked the count if he was going somewhere, and the count replied that he was simply letting him know how much he trusted him. His Majesty, looking at Kentrail and Vidal standing before him, asked whether to grant the commoner a title. The count, looking thoughtfully at the king, thought that the royal power was unstable. Even when he was appointed prime minister, the aristocrats could not calm down for a long time. What the king needs most now is talented people. It's not an easy decision, but he will agree, and the count will not have to worry while away from home, because he himself needs an active striker. After thinking, Kentrail replied, Grant him a title, the lowest one, and your power will become stronger. As long as it is not passed on by inheritance, the aristocrats will not object. Turning to Vidal, he looked at him, and the young man replied that it was an honor for him. His Majesty, looking at them again, closed his eyes and said that he would think about it. The Count came out of the palace and waited for the carriage to arrive, and Vidal ran towards him as fast as he could. He bowed to the gentleman and began to thank him, but the man, with an imperious movement of his hand, interrupted him and let him go. Vidal went home happy and joyful, and the Count looked after him thoughtfully. When Kentrail climbed into the approaching carriage, he realized that there was someone there. Derek was sitting in the carriage. The gentleman sat down opposite him, and the man said that everything was ready. The Count apologized for making Derek do this, and Derek asked if something was wrong. Kentrail said that the king would think about the title, but he had no other choice. He would not allow himself to miss out on talent. Derek wondered if Vidal was not your man, to which the Earl replied that even His Majesty believed that he was on his side. And then, looking out the window, he added that if he was for him, the investigation would show, and he also added that there would soon be a new set of servants and maids. Looking at the royal palace, the Count told Derek to prepare their men, to which he was surprised that the Lord considered the Queen to be involved in all this. Kentrail explained that the Queen had benefited from his brother's death, and there was nothing wrong with suspecting her. It's just not clear whether she's targeting Brielle, or whether she's offended by the Charente family. Perhaps it's connected to her parents' case, he thinks. And then he asked Derek if he could track down the families that were exiled during that case. The man answered affirmatively. The Count noticed, looking at his interlocutor, that the matter was important. But he had to take care of himself. Derek smiled, knowing that the master always took care of his people. The snow fell slowly as the carriage drove along the snowy road towards the mansion. When the Count came out of the map, he saw the nanny who was waiting for him. She, looking at the approaching Kentrail, noticed that he was late. The gentleman was surprised that Marie met him and asked if she had been waiting for him. The nanny was embarrassed and said that she had gone to help the deacon, but on the way back, she decided to wait. The girl looked down and thought that this was some kind of strange excuse. The Count was pleased and at the same time embarrassed to see Marie. The nanny, walking next to the Count, thought that she could not look him in the eyes after the puppet show. Marie thought it was impolite to keep looking away, and decided to ask if he was tired. Kentrail, without looking at the girl, replied that everything was as usual. Marie looked thoughtfully at the gentleman's back, and wondered why he wasn't looking at her. Thoughts were spinning in her head that she wasn't sure she could make him happy, and that the old Marie could ruin everything. The girl thought that if this was so, then she just needed to not interfere. She had already told him everything, and the Count would take care of the rest. The nanny remembered looking at the sleeping Brielle, hugging his toy, and decided that this was not right. Marie caught up with the Count and stopped him, resolutely taking his hand in hers. She, looking at the Count who had turned around, shouted to him that he had told a lie. Kentrail was very surprised by the actions and words of the young girl. Marie repeated that he was lying to her, because something definitely happened today. Holding his hand in hers, she thought that she was worried about both the Count and Brielle, because they had become close people to her. Even if she and the master don't have a future, let them be happy. Then the nanny realized that she was still holding the Count's hand, and quickly let go. Then, turning away from the man, she added that his lie was also obvious. The Count was surprised and asked why too, to which the nanny replied that Brielle looked very much like him. Marie added that she told him everything, and therefore he too can tell about all the hardships that are troubling him. Kentrail thought for a moment, looking at the girl standing with her back to him. Then the nanny said, offended, that if the gentleman remained silent, then she would not say anything either. Sighing heavily and covering his face with his hand, the Count decided to tell the girl about all his hardships. Marie smiled happily, turning to the sighing gentleman. She asked him if he had had a hard time today, and the Count, smiling carelessly, replied that it had been a little difficult. The nanny strictly said that if it was hard, then he should say so, and not much. That was not about him. To this, the man said, looking at the girl, that it was the hardest for her, because he knew her story. Embarrassed, the nanny said that she would be glad if the Count told her everything, and they would think together about solving the problems. The girl did not want the Count to think that she was imposing herself, to which the man replied that he did not know what would have happened if she had not paid attention to his problems. Lost in thought, the gentleman noticed that, in fact, he had something to tell her. Darkened, Kentrail said that he suspected his uncle and the queen. Marie was so surprised that she even opened her mouth and widened her eyes at these words. After all, in the original, these two did not play a big role. The Count tried to contribute to the destruction of the palace, so why are they targeting Brielle? Kentrail explained that it was these two who benefited the most from the death of their brother, sister-in-law, and parents. Marie asked what happened to his parents. The man said that it was a collision on the road. The same thing happened with his brother. He added that after his death, part of the power of the Charant family was transferred to the Queen's family. The nanny understood that this was a struggle for power, and this was nothing new in history, so it was easy for her to understand. Perhaps the Count's uncle had attempted to seize power from the Charantais, and if that was the case, then the king might also have something to do with it. The girl reasoned. Marie said she grew up in a not very good family, but her relatives did not threaten her. If the suspicions were confirmed, then Brielle would be in for an unpleasant surprise, and the nanny hoped that it was not their doing. Taking Marie by the shoulders and looking at her, the Count told the girl that she did not need to worry, because he would be able to protect her and the children. The nanny responded by saying that he also needed to be protected, and the man was very surprised by her words. And then, smiling at each other, they made a pinky promise. Kentrail blushed with embarrassment. He was pleased by Marie's concern. In the morning, very loud stomping and shouting could be heard throughout the mansion. This young gentleman quickly ran down the corridor and looked for the nanny. Having found Marie, he showed her a piece of paper with an assignment, for the completion of which he received 100 points. With an important air, Brielle boasted that he was a good boy, and the girl laughed, looking at him. The boy, with shining eyes and holding a piece of paper in his hands, wanted to ask the nanny for something, but the girl pulled out the letter and showed it to Brielle and her sister, who had come up to her. The nanny gave the boy the envelope, because he didn't just get carried away by the letter, which he hated more than life. Brielle ran away from Ellie with the letter, and the nanny shouted after them for the children to be more careful. The boy, after reading Barry's letters, wanted to write him a reply himself. The wind blew the curtains on the windows as Brielle began to read the letter, which was addressed to all the dear people of the county. Barry wrote that the end of the semester was approaching, and he hoped they were doing well. He asked Ellie if she listened to her sister, because he always worried about her, and Marie asked if she forgot about food, because if she fell unconscious again, he would get angry. Barry asked the young master if he was eating well, having fun and growing, and then added that they were probably all reading the letter together. Brielle stopped reading the letter at this phrase, and turning to the nanny, asked how he knew about this. The letter went on to say that it was hot last summer, and next to the training field, there is a large tree growing under which he constantly rests. And then Barry reminded that in the county, there is something similar, and probably the young gentleman and Ellie are playing near him. Sig, who was sitting next to his friend while he was writing the letter, asked who he was writing to which the boy replied that he was writing to his family, and that if his children had not pushed him, he would not have written. Barry also wrote that he would return in a semester, and he was infinitely grateful to the Count for everything he did for them. Lost in thought, the boy wrote at the end of the letter that he missed everyone very much. Spring had come. All the trees were in bloom, and the Count was walking through the garden. He walked up to the treehouse where Brielle and Ellie were playing upstairs and called out to them. Kentrail invited the children to go with him because he wanted to introduce them to someone. He introduced them to Derek, saying that he was his most loyal man. Marie watched as Brielle hid behind Ellie's skirt, thinking that she couldn't even imagine that the Count would introduce them. Kentrail, sitting down next to the frightened boy, told the children not to be afraid of someone he trusted. And then he added that if something happened and he was not around, Derek would take care of him. Brielle began to cry and asked his uncle why he wouldn't be there and what was going on. Kentrail and Marie were surprised by the boy's reaction and looked at him. And then the nanny smiled warmly at the young gentleman and said that nothing was happening, but one must always be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Brielle clenched his fists and looked seriously at Marie, asking if this was true. and his uncle confirmed that it was. And then, smiling at his nephew, he told him not to worry because he was not going anywhere. Brielle clarified that he was not going anywhere, and if his uncle was lying, he would not leave it like that. The man replied that it was true. Derek walked up to the boy, dropped to one knee and bowed his head before him, and then he gave his name and asked the young master to take care of him. Brielle was very surprised when the man called him young master. The count explained that now that the boy was his successor, it was correct to call him that. Then Marie said that she should also call the boy that, to which Brielle shouted that he didn't want the nanny to call him that. He hit the girl's skirt with his hands, expressing his disagreement. The nanny only smiled kindly, looking at these actions of the boy, and then Marie looked seriously at Derek and asked him to take care of the young master. The man, as a sign that he heard the nanny's request, closed his eyes and nodded. The young gentleman and Ellie approached Derek and looked at him with surprise. Then Brielle touched his hand and said what big hands he had and how tall he was. Marie thought that Derek seemed scary at first, but in the original, he was the one who was with the count until the end, and he will be able to protect the boy. The young gentleman was hanging on the man's knee, and Ellie was standing modestly nearby. The nanny was watching them and understood that she was glad that he was their ally. At this time, the count called out to the girl. She turned around and looked at him questioningly. The gentleman looked closely at Marie and called her to talk. When they came to the office, the count showed her the box with letters and said that all this time, Derek had been working on one case, and he told her, standing opposite, that the man was in Brielle's house. Marie thought for a moment, and then realized that Brielle's house was the house where his grandfather lived. Having understood this, the girl asked how her grandfather was doing, to which the count replied that everything was fine, he was still healthy. Kentrail wondered if Brielle's mother had left anything behind, and Derek found her letters. The nanny looked closely at the box and realized that these were the last letters from Brielle's mother. Kentrail suggested reading them together, since he had decided to share all the hardships with her. And also, looking at Marie, the count said that he did not have the courage to open them alone. The nanny clarified that she really could have a look, to which Kentrail replied that she was a close person to Brielle, and he thought his mother wouldn't mind. Marie, looking at the count, suggested reading them together. They sat down on the sofa, and the nanny took the first envelope. It was open, so the girl pulled out the piece of paper. Marie looked at the date and told the gentleman that the letter had been written shortly before Brielle's birth. The content of the letters was ordinary. Gratitude for the birth of Brielle. Marie read the story about why she decided to name him that, and the count thought that the letter was different from his brother's diary. Then there was a joyful letter about how the child opened his eyes, hope for his bright future, and a list of gifts that she wants to give her son. And there were also words that they would like to live happily ever after together. Marie cried while reading these letters, and didn't notice how tears were running down her cheeks and dripping onto her skirt. Suddenly, she told the count that she was worried that she might not be good enough for the young master. Kentrail, hearing these words, exclaimed with fervor that this was not true. Placing his hand on top of hers, he said that there was no man on earth who could take such good care of Brielle. And then, looking sadly into the girl's eyes, he added that he was not good enough. The nanny responded to these words by noting that the count was not ready for this, but made every effort to become a good uncle. Kentrail was embarrassed. His cheeks turned red. He didn't expect such words from the girl. And then, looking into the box, the count saw that there was only one letter left. The last one. Marie noticed that it was not even touched, and asked if it was really the last letter. Having opened this letter and started reading it, the nanny suddenly became gloomy. The count looked at it over the nanny's shoulder, and noticed that it seemed to be about Brielle too, frozen and growing more and more gloomy as she read the letter. The girl whispered for him to wait. Kentrail was surprised, and asked what it was, to which Marie replied that it described Brielle's appearance. Looking at the count with alarm, she added that the appearance in the letter was different from how he really looked, and the location of his birthmark did not match. The nanny explained that the young gentleman had a birthmark since childhood, and she remembered it because of its bizarre shape, and she continued that the letter indicated the boy's right leg. The count wondered for a moment whether Brielle's mother might have been mistaken. He decided that she couldn't, which meant that the last letter was a fake. The man concluded. Marie lay with her eyes closed on the bed in the room. and next to her, Ellie was reading a letter. The nanny thought she had become too emotional, when the Count resolutely said that he would sort everything out. Even Ellie noticed something and asked her what happened to her. Marie sat up on the bed, smiled at the girl and reassured her, saying that everything was okay. Ellie looked at her sister and said that since everything was okay, she had a request. Marie smiled and asked the girl what her request was, to which she replied that she wanted to go for a walk. The little sister, with sadness in her voice, explained that her friend was leaving somewhere outside the capital, and she wanted to say goodbye. The nanny, looking at the girl, thought that she had not left the estate for a long time. Even though she corresponded with friends, she still wanted to see them. Smiling, the older sister answered the girl that she would ask the Count for permission. The sisters were sitting side by side on the bed, and the nanny placed her hand on her sister's hand. She asked her if she wasn't curious why they were forbidden to leave the estate. Ellie looked at her sister seriously and said that she thought they weren't going out because they were hunting the Count. And then she continued that she thought that the criminal had been caught, but since they hadn't come out yet, it meant that something hadn't been settled yet. Marie was amazed at how seriously and sensibly her younger sister answered. She suddenly pulled the girl towards her and hugged her tightly, moved to tears and stroking the girl's head. She said how grown up she already was. Ellie was glad that her sister understood everything, but Marie told her not to overdo it, because everything would be fine. The younger sister smiled happily and hugged her older sister back. There was a plate of cookies on the table. The Count, taking one cookie, asked why Ellie wanted to go for a walk. Marie and Kentrail were drinking tea in the garden, and the girl explained that her friend was leaving soon, and the man responded that her wish was understandable. The nanny added that Ellie understands the seriousness of the situation and is not simply giving in to desire. The Count thought for a moment, and before taking a bite of the cookie, he said that the girl should then take Derek. Marie, looking at Kentrail, clarified that this was so that he would accompany Ellie, and the Count confirmed this. And then he added that Derek had finally moved into the estate and was ready to protect them. Kentrail looked at Derek and added that he trusted him completely, and therefore could calmly send the girl with him. Marie thought thoughtfully that the man was both strong in body and served on the side of the Count, so nothing should happen. Smiling at the gentleman, she thanked him and said that she would tell Ellie about it. The Count, smiling at the girl in response, asked her if she felt stuffy here, and he suggested that she take a walk after he finished work, to which the nanny replied that this could be done after the criminal was caught. The Count thanked Marie for her understanding and promised her that they would definitely go somewhere after all this. The nanny asked if the Count had any ideas about the criminal and who wrote the last letter. The Count said that around that time, an accident occurred and a maid disappeared from Brielle's house. There is a possibility that she was involved in the substitution of the letter. Kentrail has already given instructions to his men to find this maid. The Count, looking at Marie, thought that he wished the girl would not worry so much, but he remembered again her words that she would be glad to ease his burden. The Count offered the girl cookies, because sweets lift the mood, and at that time he himself thought that if he made a mistake, he would be very guilty before Brielle. The nanny thanked him and laughed and asked if he knew that in this house all the men had a sweet tooth. Kentrail smiled back at her and thought he was glad to share his problems with her. All the city's residents looked at the strange couple walking through the sunlit capital. It was Derek, who was accompanied by Ellie. The girl wanted to tell him something, but did not know how to address him. Seeing the girl's predicament, the man said to call him by name. Ellie asked Derek if he could do anything about the dark clothes he was wearing. She added that it is very conspicuous and frightens the city's residents. Derek looked at the nanny's younger sister and decided to change his wardrobe a little. Ellie was very happy and smiling said that she would show him what he needed to buy. The girl took Derek to a large store where you could choose clothes to suit every taste. They bought the man a beautiful uniform and a white cloak, and Ellie a new dress and hat. The girl looked at Derek and said that it suited him very well, and wondered why he always wore those rags. Now, when they walked down the street, all the girls turned around to look at the man, and Ellie thought what a nice guy he was. Having reached the square, the girl ran to the fountain, saying that they should meet there. Ellie said in confusion that her friend was late, and Derek became wary. Darkened, he told the girl that the meeting would most likely be postponed. Ellie looked at the man in fear. She didn't understand what was happening. Derek stood in front of the girl, ready to defend. He didn't know that the enemies would attack so soon, and told the girl to listen carefully. He said that on the count of 3, she should hug him tightly, and they would run to the clothing store, through the back door of which she should run to the Count's estate. The girl replied that she understood everything, but at the same time, she was very worried about Derek. The man, looking at the approaching enemies, told Ellie not to worry about him. He knew it was better to stay with the child, but there were too many enemies. Derek was surprised that so many mercenaries were sent. The man began to count, 1, 2, and extended his hand to the girl. On the count of 3, he picked up Ellie in his arms, hugged her, and ran very quickly. Ellie pressed herself fearfully against the man's chest, closing her eyes. She was scared, because enemies were running after them. Having run to the store and having put the girl down on the ground, he said that he believed in her. Ellie watched Derek run towards his enemies, and thought that she had to not be a burden to him. Running out through the back door of the store, she ran and thought that she needed to quickly run to the estate and call for help. And then behind her, she heard the sound of footsteps and an imperious voice, ordering her to stand. The girl turned around and saw the mercenary. Tears were dripping from her eyes. She was scared and didn't know what to do. Ellie froze in shock, closing her eyes in horror, and suddenly heard some strange sound. Opening her eyes, the girl saw that the terrible man was lying on the ground, unconscious. The frightened girl looked first at the lying man, and then at the man who stood behind him. It was Teacher Yuji's, with a stick in his hands, with which he hit the mercenary who wanted to grab Ellie. He asked the girl how she was, and Ellie ran to him crying, and the teacher calmed the girl down and said that she had to run. Hugging his little sister Marie, Teacher Yuji said that everything would be fine. Ellie was sleeping after everything that happened on the big bed in her room. Her older sister sat next to her on a chair and watched her little sister. A gentleman entered the room and, leaning his back against the doorframe, asked about the girl's condition. Marie replied that Ellie was not hurt, but she was afraid that it had shocked her too much. The Count approached the nanny and, as a sign of support, placed his hand on her shoulder. The girl cried. She blamed herself for what happened. It was she who put her little sister in danger. The gentleman consoled Marie, saying that it was his fault, to which she replied that it was not his fault, since it was she who accepted their offer. The Count leaned towards the nanny and said that it was not the real her. He apologized for sending only Derek, not realizing that the enemies would send so many people. Marie asked how Derek was, to which the man replied that he had hurt his hand and was very sorry that he could not protect Ellie. The nurse, looking at Kentrail, asked about the young master. The Count replied that he was crying. The man was even afraid that Brielle would become dehydrated and asked Taylor to look after him. After investigation, it turned out that the letter was a fake, and the girl's friend had long since run away from home. And Ellie, because she hadn't been out for a long time, didn't hear about this news. Marie decided that they wanted to kidnap her little sister in order to threaten her. Suddenly she froze and said, "That means Barry is in trouble too. He's just on his way home now." The Count thoughtfully asked whether he was traveling alone, to which Marie replied that he should travel to the capital with a friend. And then he said that he would send security on the day of his return. The girl thanked the gentleman. Kentrail decided that given the whole situation, Barry would have to take the day off. The nanny smiled and replied that if it weren't for him, her younger brother wouldn't have been able to study at the academy. The girl asked the Count if the teacher Yudzies, who had brought Ellie, had already left. Hearing that he was still there, Marie left the room and saw the teacher waiting for her. He asked the girl how Ellie was, to which the nanny replied that, thanks to him, everything was fine. But because of the shock, she was still sleeping. The teacher wriggled and said that he was very sorry that he had not arrived earlier. Marie looked at him in surprise, not understanding how he could have arrived early. Yuji's explained that he had a house in the center, and the Count's carriage attracted attention, so he noticed Ellie's arrival. And then the man added that he always looked forward to Marie getting out of the carriage. The teacher smiled and said that he didn't want to scare her, and therefore wanted to approach her gradually. And he added sheepishly that he could take better care of Ellie and would not let strange people near them. Marie, looking down, thanked the teacher and said that if it weren't for him, things would have been bad. And also, the girl apologized for not being able to reciprocate the teacher's feelings. Yuji's lowered his head in disappointment. He didn't expect such an answer from the nanny, And then, he said that in any case, he would soon be busy with work and would not be able to see her. Marie said goodbye to him and asked him to take care of himself until the next meeting, to which the teacher smiled and said that they would definitely meet. It was snowing, and a detachment of horsemen was riding through the snowy night forest. It was friends driving along, with security. Sig said that it was time to take a break, and Barry replied that it had already been 3 days since they were supposed to arrive. Keeler, getting off his horse, explained that due to such snowfall, horses get tired quickly. Sig also wanted to get there faster, because he was wounded and his wound hurt a lot. Barry looked at his friend with concern and thought that he was getting worse. A little earlier, when the boys were still riding together, they were attacked by mercenaries. 2 friends fought desperately with them, protecting each other's backs. There were a lot of mercenaries. Barry knocked the sword out of the hands of one of them. He thought it was strange that they weren't trying to kill them, but just fighting. The enemies want to take us alive, he realized. But at that moment, he lost sight of one of them when he decided to attack from behind. But his friend's sword did not allow this to happen, and Sig killed the attacker. Keeler asked Barry if he was okay, and saw the guards the Count had sent to meet the boys drive up. The squad leader, seeing that the boys had held out for so long, said that the rumors that they were the best students at the academy were not a lie. One of the knights suggested blocking the road so that they could escape, but his friends refused, because then he would die. While Sig was speaking, one of the enemies quietly approached and attacked him. Barry watched in horror as the sword flew into his friend's back and shouted from behind. The boy managed to dodge, but was wounded. At the halt they made after they had fought back, and the boy was bandaging Keeler's wound, he asked him, "Who are you?" Barry did not understand this question and complained that he had also asked the Count why they needed security. Sig, looking at his friend in surprise, asked if his older sister was really just a nanny. Barry said that he was worried about the Count, because he was too kind and even sent them people. Keeler looked at his friend in surprise and asked if he was talking about the current prime minister. After all, he had heard that the Count was very cold and harsh. Barry replied that there was no need to believe rumors. He was a very good man. The boy thought that he did not want to hear about how evil the gentleman was, because he was very kind to his family. Keeler looked very seriously at his friend sitting next to him, and then he asked if he really didn't understand why mercenaries were following them. The boy was just about to answer his question, but then they were attacked again. The friends jumped up and prepared to defend themselves, but the first attacker was killed by the guards. Sig smiled, looking at the frowning Barry, and said that in the capital he would buy him something tasty. Someone was running quickly along the corridors of the mansion, and loud stomping could be heard. It was the butler running. He found the nanny and the Count talking in Ellie's room. Entering the room, the butler grabbed his side. From running so fast, it had become painful. And then he said that Barry had arrived, and Marie, hearing this, rushed to meet him as fast as she could. Seeing him, she threw herself on his neck and hugged him tightly. The boy hugged her back. Marie was very worried about her younger brother and thanked God that he was alive. She felt him and asked if he was hurt, to which Barry replied that he was fine. And then he added that his friend was feeling very bad and needed to be examined. Sig was taken to the chambers and a doctor was called. While Barry asked how Ellie and the young master were, he looked at his crying sister and said that he heard about what happened. That's why Barry was in such a hurry to get home. He was worried about his sisters. Together with his older sister, he hurried to Ellie's room. Barry sat by his little sister's bedside, tending to her, placing a wet towel on her forehead. Marie, putting her hands on her brother's shoulders, said that he needed to eat, and she would send Taylor to look after Ellie. The Count came into the room and said that he understood that the boy was tired, but could he tell what happened? Barry leaned tiredly onto the bed and took Ellie's hand, then began to tell his story. Tears streamed from his eyes as he recounted that when they were almost there, another attack occurred. The Count said his friend was recovering, but he had lost a lot of blood and had passed out. Kentrail added that he would contact Keeler's family, and the boy thanked the man. And then, suddenly, they saw how the fingers on their little sister's hand moved. The girl quietly called her brother. Everyone was surprised by her unexpected awakening. The older sister and brother rushed to the girl and asked how she was. Barry sternly told his sister that if anyone else wrote to her, she was not to dare go anywhere. The girl tried to justify herself, looking at her older brother, and Barry cried and said that he had put his best friend in harm's way and almost lost his little sister. Ellie lay there and looked at him, and then she began to sob and began to cry too. Marie hugged her brother and her sitting sister, and they hugged and cried all together. A few days later, after Ellie woke up, Sig came to his senses and realized that he was in the Count's house. The doctor told him that it would take a month for the wounds to heal completely, but now his life was not in danger. Marie brought Sig a hot lunch to his room, and the boy thanked her. As she was leaving, she said that she would go check on Ellie and Brielle, to which Barry, who came into the room, said that he would look after his friend. The boy was very glad to see his friend and that his life was not in danger, sitting on the bed and watching Sig eat. He said that the Count had told him to rest more. Keeler asked Barry if there was any news from his family, to which the boy replied that the gentleman had sent them a letter. And then, looking at his friend, who had lowered his head and looked sad, he told him not to worry so much about it. Sig suddenly remembered that Barry had gotten it too, and asked how he was, to which his friend replied that he had gotten off easy, and then he added that their escort was also fine, and they were very grateful that they fought and did not flee. Barry asked Keeler why he didn't reach his potential at the academy, since he was good at fighting, and the boy laughed in response. And then I asked my friend, he still doesn't know why they were attacked. Barry confirmed that he doesn't know. Sig was thinking about something, closing his eyes and propping his chin up with his hand, and then he sadly said that the walls of their houses hide many secrets. Barry was practicing with a wooden sword on the training ground, while his friend sat against the wall and watched him. When he finished training, Marie came out onto the court and called him. She came with Brielle and asked if it was too early for training, to which her brother replied that everything was fine. And then, smiling, he added that Sig had more problems, to which he pouted and said that he hadn't broken any bones. While they were talking, Taylor approached them and noticed that Barry had grown. The boy was very happy to see his first fencing instructor. Taylor ruffled the boy's hair and told him to call him teacher. Sig, looking at the man, realized that this was the famous Sir Taylor. He entered the academy as a commoner and often advanced to the next grade early. He is a genius who became famous. But Barry, as usual, didn't know about it at all, Sig thought. Taylor, along with Barry, approached his friend, and Marie's younger brother said that they met at the academy. Sig stood up, bowed to the man, and introduced himself by stating his name. The mentor remembered that under the Count's guidance, he had conducted a small investigation to find out who Barry's friend was. The Keeler family, a noble family living in a remote area, have always remained neutral in the struggle for power. They have two sons, Sig the younger. The elder son is the successor, so Sig is not entrusted with important matters. He is known at the academy as a straight A student, and judging by the way he fought, he was. Taylor thought he really was a genius at this, and it was a shame he couldn't show his skills due to injury. And then the mentor invited Barry to study with him. The boy happily agreed, and they began to fight with wooden swords. Ellie and the young gentleman watched them, their eyes wide with surprise. Brielle noticed that her brother was very cool, and the girl explained that it was because he studied hard. And then she noticed that he didn't care. Several times he failed to parry Taylor's blow. Sig, hearing this, explained that it was because he had not yet revealed all of his abilities. He's stronger in attack than in defense, Keeler added, at which time Barry had just started to attack. But Taylor, while still easily repelling the attack of Marie's younger brother, when they finished training, the coach told him that he had pumped up, and he added that it was now difficult to cope with him. Barry was glad of these words. Ellie and Brielle ran up to their little brother, hugging him and telling him how cool he was. But the boy said he was still far from perfect, and Taylor praised him, saying he had already lasted 10 minutes. And then the mentor invited the young master to show his skills. Brielle was shy, but his older brother said that he really wanted to see it too. The boy blushed and thought, and then decided to show off his skills just a little bit. Everyone stood and watched as the young gentleman performed exercises with a wooden sword. When Brielle finished showing off his skills, he asked how he was doing. Barry smiled openly and praised the young master. Sig, looking at his friend, thought that he knew how to smile. At the academy, he always walked around with a serious face. Then, watching Marie and Barry throw Brielle in their arms, he thought that this was alien to his family. The young master grows up in love and affection, and Sig would never have thought that he would envy the child. He continued to think, and did not notice how Barry's little sister approached him. Ellie bowed to him and thanked him for protecting her brother. Sig replied that this was a common thing for friends. Marie came up. She also wanted to thank the boy. She smiled and looked warmly at Sig, and then thanked him. The boy looked at that warm gaze and remembered their first meeting. Her gaze then was wary and distrustful, and also a little frightened. Marie kept her distance from him, as did everyone else in the mansion, and the boy knew it. And then I remembered that Barry, in his first days at the academy, was the same. Keeler remembered his first days at the academy. He had a good family, beauty, and talent. Everyone liked him, even if they didn't want it. He was happy that since childhood, they treated him well. But as he grew older, Sig realized that people were not interested in him personally, but in his last name. And then he remembered how Barry appeared at the academy, and he was an exception because he avoided Keeler. His last name was not important to him. When Sig irritated Barry, instead of smiling through his teeth, he got angry. And he also scolded him for his mistakes. For the first time, the boy felt that he had a real friend. And Sig became interested in getting to know his family better when a friend started talking about his sister. And during the holidays, he went with him to the county. But something unpleasant happened in Barry's house. They were not kind to him. Sig was also feared by his friend's sisters, and they were very wary of him. The boy realized that today's words of gratitude, for the first time he received as Sig, and not as Keeler, were sincere. And Sig was even more grateful to them, because the Barry sisters were kind to him. He was very grateful for their sincerity and for accepting him. In the office, there was evidence on the table, and voices were heard talking about who attacked Barry. Derek told the Count that when he arrived, everything was already over, and the evidence remained from the attack on Ellie. But something in the man's voice did not please the master, and he asked what his servant doubted. Derek said that maybe he was imagining things, but it seemed to him that the enemies had deliberately dropped the evidence. He added that in a case in which it is difficult to identify the customer, evidence of his guilt is suddenly left openly. The Count thought seriously, looking at the evidence and the drawing on it, and then he said that the time had come to find out everything, and that we needed to contact those who had already been imprisoned. Through the open windows of the mansion, voices could be heard shouting, "Butterfly, bear." They were all playing a game of guess what's in the picture. Ellie showed the picture to the young gentleman. He immediately guessed that the correct answer was a dragonfly, and the girl confirmed that everything was correct. Sig and Barry were very surprised by this. Ellie added, "It's not just a dragonfly, it's dragonfly fishing. And how could you not understand that?" added Brielle. Marie explained that last fall, they were catching dragonflies, and that's why Brielle won, and the two friends lost. While the young gentleman was climbing into the nanny's arms, Barry asked Sig why he needed to win, since it was a child's game. Kaler, embarrassed, and looking at the young gentleman, said that he wanted to squeeze his cheeks, and then he added that he doesn't have any younger children at all, and this is the first time he's seen a child. Sig was confident that they would win. Barry asked Ellie if she and Brielle had become close. In response, the girl stuck out her tongue and replied that they had always been close. Ellie approached Marie, who was sitting with the young gentleman in her arms, and said that it was time to make wishes come true. The boys smiled cheerfully and asked what they needed to do. The maids working in the courtyard of the mansion froze in amazement. After all, Barry was running through the garden with his little sister on his back, and Sig, who was carrying Brielle on his back. The maids watched as little brother Barry and his friend pretended to be horses, and thought how cute it was. Sig thought it was a simple, sweet wish, but he was very wrong. Brielle, sitting on his back, shouted at him to run faster, because his brother Barry had overtaken them. Ellie noticed that they were being caught up, to which Barry asked her if they were playing tag. The children asked to be placed on the treehouse ladder. They sat and watched as the boys who were riding them tried to catch their breath. Sig looked at the treehouse with surprise and asked what it was. Brielle replied that his uncle had built it for him, and the boy remarked that the young gentleman liked the house very much. Then, Sig said that the Count was indeed a kind man, to which Barry replied that society was wrong about him. Kyler smiled happily, and then looked slyly at the young master. A moment later, he gently touched Brielle's hand and called his name. When the boy turned to Sig, He took and squeezed his cheek. The young master did not expect this from Kaler, and was very surprised. Everyone looked at Brielle with a smile, and thought that he was caught. The young gentleman pushed Sig's hand away with displeasure, saying, "Enough already." Ellie asked Brielle why she couldn't touch him, but the guests could. To which the boy replied that Sig had done a good job. She looked at the pouting gentleman, and asked him to let her touch it once. Barry, looking at all this, laughed so much that even tears appeared in his eyes, and his friend, at first looked at everyone with surprise, and then he also laughed. It got dark. The boys carried the children all day, and said after that, they would now die from the pain in their shoulders. Barry added that he didn't know Ellie was so heavy. The girl got angry and hit him, saying that you can't talk to girls like that. Marie smiled at this, and asked how the young master was doing. Sig, holding the little boy in his arms, told the nanny that he had fallen asleep. Marie took Brielle into her arms, and hugged him quietly so as not to wake him. She looked at Sig and smiled, and then praised him, saying that he was a good boy. The boy was very embarrassed. He was very pleased, and he would like to have such a family. In the morning, Marie's younger sister left the mansion alone and went somewhere. Suddenly, she heard someone's quiet steps behind her. The girl was very scared. She still remembered what had happened to her recently. Turning around, she saw a man in a dark cloak. It was Derek. Ellie was very happy to see him, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She really wanted to meet him, and begged her sister to arrange a meeting for them, and then asked him where he was going. Derek handed the girl a toy, and said that it was her reward for helping her choose clothes. Ellie modestly replied that she did not expect a reward, to which the man replied that he was just expressing his gratitude. The girl really liked the toy. It was so small and soft, and also very beautiful. Derek dropped to one knee in front of Ellie, and asked her to forgive him for putting her in danger. He also asked to give the gift that he bought, along with Ellie's gift to the nanny. The girl took the gift for her sister, and looked at it for a long time with surprise, and then I thought, why is Derek giving a gift? Are they really that close? At this time, the man thought that the nanny would not even know why he gave her the gift, but it is a sincere gift. An apology for the fact that he doubted her. Derek understood that if she were an enemy, then her family would not be threatened. Something was fishy here. But it was not her fault. Ellie called out to the man, and said that she wanted to learn self-defense, so that she wouldn't have to stand there if something like this happened again. Derek replied that the main thing for her was to run away quickly, and the girl replied that if she asked Taylor, her sister would find out and worry. Ellie thought he might teach her, but then she turned away and said she didn't want to get in his way. Derek thought seriously. He saw that the girl did not show her feelings, and I realized that everything that happened to her hurt her very much. And then Derek said that he would show her something, but added that, after all, her task was to run away quickly. On the shelves of the large bookcase stood a huge number of different books. Marie, standing near the bookcase and looking through the books, thought that she had already read them. Turning around, the girl noticed Kentrail entering the library. The nanny looked at the large window through which the trees in the garden could be seen. She became scared, because that was where the arrow had come from last time. Kentrail looked at the nanny, and then asked if she was looking for a book here again. Marie was glad to see the Count, because he distracted her from her sad thoughts. The gentleman approached the girl and said that she could ask others to teach the children hieroglyphs. The nanny laughed and said that she couldn't trust anyone else with this. And then she told Kentrail that she was looking for a book about noble families. The Count, looking at the chosen book, realized that the girl wanted to study the family tree. Walking next to Kentrail along the corridor, the girl said that not only the tree, but also everything connected with it, because he said that he was suspicious of the queen and uncle. Marie wanted to know more about them, and added that her knowledge of this world was not great. The Count thoughtfully told the girl that this was precisely what he wanted to talk to her about. Opening the book and placing the clue next to it, the nanny saw that the drawing on the clue was the emblem of the royal family. The Count said that it was dropped during an attempt to kidnap his younger sister Marie. The girl looked at the gentleman in shock and whispered that they seemed not to be hiding it. And then the Count said that because of doubts about the queen, he sent his people to the palace. The gentleman was told that when his uncle arrived, all the servants were forced to shut their mouths, and he wondered if that was the moment when it all began. At that moment, the girl thought that she seemed to understand why the Count was made the Grey Cardinal. And then, Kentrail, looking at the nanny, said that there was nothing more suspicious, and he himself thought that he had learned something more about the queen's personal life, even though it was unpleasant, following rumors that the queen would please the king. All sorts of goods were purchased to facilitate this, and besides, the count thought, the king hated his uncle from the very beginning. Everyone was talking about the love of his daughter and the king, as if it were something great. But was it really a setup, the count wondered. He assumed that their relationship was contradictory, but the man had no idea that it would turn out to be so dangerous. And then the gentleman, holding the evidence in his hand, asked Marie if she felt anything. The girl replied that someone wanted the queen to be suspected of this matter. Kentrail looked at the girl with a sad and serious look, and then he apologized and said that if those who attacked Barry were caught, there would be more information. The girl looked warmly at the count, and then, smiling, said that he already worked a lot. Kentrail, embarrassed by her words, looked tenderly at Marie. Suddenly, they heard someone knocking on the office door. It was the butler, who was looking for them to give them a letter he had sent. The count was surprised, because he could have left the letter simply on the table, to which the servant said that the letter seemed strange to him, and he explained that this was an invitation from the palace, but the recipient was not the count, but Madame Nanny. Opening the invitation, Marie was surprised and asked why she was being invited, and then she added, could she have committed some crime without knowing about it? The count reassured her, saying that during the investigation, there were no records of Marie's crimes. The nanny asked the gentleman if she needed to be there, to which the man replied that it was a ball that was held every year, and then he added that he didn't go to them and thought that nothing terrible would happen if she didn't go either. Marie said in horror that he could do that because he was a count. Kentrail asked if her presence there was really necessary, to which the girl replied that otherwise she would not know why he was angry with her. She added that if the queen was involved in inciting a secret murder, then this ball would help find out what was going on behind the scenes. Marie, in horror, said that she was bad at etiquette, and that in such places, the king was probably greeted in a special way. Looking at the letter, the girl thought that it was full of rules of conduct that were unknown to her. The count, putting his hand on the nanny's shoulder and smiling at her, said that if she was going to go to the ball, he would teach her etiquette. The girl, embarrassed by the count's offer, looked at him with gratitude, and then Kentrail, holding something in his hand, said that it was time to give her a gift. Marie was surprised, and he asked her, holding a small box in her hands, to turn her back to him. The gentleman carefully brushed the hair away from the embarrassed girl's neck and shoulders, and then he put a thin chain with an elegant decoration on the front around Marina's neck. The count said that she told him that she was not against jewelry, and he wanted to give her a gift that she would be happy to wear. Marie wondered if she could accept this, because it was incredibly beautiful, but it looked too expensive. The count smiled and said he hoped she would wear it during the party, and this time he chose a small piece of jewelry so she wouldn't be afraid of hurting Brielle. Marie's cheeks turned red. She looked tenderly at the gentleman and thanked him. After some time, Sig recovered and was about to go home. Everyone came out to see him off. Brielle, peering out from behind the nanny's skirt, watched as the boy said goodbye to everyone. Marie, noticing the tears in Brielle's eyes, said that the young gentleman was saddened by his departure. Sig knelt down on one knee in front of the sad crying boy, and then he took his little hand in his own and began to talk to him. Sig told him that compared to living in his house for several years, he had much more fun living here for a few months. Brielle, with tears in his eyes, grabbed Kyler's hand tightly, and he said that he would return. Marie added that the young gentleman would still meet Sig at the Queen's ball. Kyler, looking at Barry, said that he still did not believe that he would meet him there, to which he replied that the Count and his sister would be there, and he added that he and his little sister would stay at home. Sig was a little disappointed by this. Marie saw that her little sister was also sad, looking at her friends talking, and Barry, without looking at his friend, said that perhaps next semester he would have an academic leave. Sigo was not happy about this news, but he smiled, not showing his feelings. Barry, lightly hitting his friend on the shoulder with his fist, said, "I won't be here, so don't laugh." He added that Sig had almost no friends except him, and advised him to control his temper, to which the boy replied that Barry should think about returning as soon as possible. Healer walked up to his carriage and waved to all the people seeing him off. telling them to forgive him for all the trouble. He got into the carriage, and it took him home. A beautiful sunset painted the sky in all shades of red. Brielle, lying on the carpet in his uncle's office, tried to draw a horse on a piece of paper. Barry sat next to the boy with a book and watched him draw, while the Count and the nanny drank tea at the table. Brielle's eyes filled with tears when he remembered Sig, and Marie responded that, as they say, you appreciate it when you lose it. Looking at the children playing, the nanny remembered that Ellie always says that when 4 people play, you can evenly divide into pairs. The Count, looking at the children, noticed that Sig got along with them, to which Marie replied that if it weren't for the preparations for the ball, he would have stayed. She smiled sadly and remembered that she had sent several letters saying that he was wounded, but no one visited the boy, and this surprised the nanny a little. Often, the second son enjoys less hospitality in the family, the Count noted, and then he added that he did not intend to become the head of the family, and therefore he and his brother had a good relationship. But more often than not, this is not the case. Marie wanted to ask what would happen if he did not become the head of the family, but then the servants reported that things had arrived. Everyone stood up and watched as the servants brought in the things, and Marie asked what exactly had arrived. The Count looked at her with a smile and said that she was going to the ball for the first time and that she should not wear whatever first came to hand. The girl, looking at the things, said that it was somehow too much to accept all this from him, to which he said, just accept it. Marie took out a very beautiful ball gown, intended only for her. Embarrassed, she thought that that necklace was also very expensive, and whether she could accept something like that. Brielle looked into the box and said that there was also a little thing for Ellie. The girl took out a very beautiful pink dress and was very happy. Holding the dress to herself, she spun around the room and sang with joy. Marie, looking at the Count with a smile, thanked him for worrying about Ellie. Kentrail, carefully adjusting the girl's hair, said that her concern for her little sister was commendable, and then, gently running his hand over her neck, he told her not to be shy about using the gifts from him. Hearing Barry ask Ellie to let him see it too, they pulled away from each other, and the girl said that there was a costume for her brother too. Marie blushed from the awkwardness of the moment, and, smiling sweetly, looked at the Count with shining eyes, and then she said that she also prepared something that everyone would like. It was a sunny day. Marie and Barry were standing under a tree, and the boy was digging a hole. Brielle ran through the garden to the tree near which the nanny stood and loudly called her, and then he ran up to her. His cheeks were flushed from running so fast, and he was holding the letter he had written in his hands. Brielle gave the letter to Marie, and the Count, who came up with Ellie, asked how she came up with that idea. The girl replied that wherever she grew up, children did something similar at least once, and then Marie looked at everyone with shining eyes and smiled. She held an empty box in her hands and said that it was called a time capsule. She explained to Brielle that they would all put letters and things in it together and bury the boxes, and after a while, they would dig it up. That's why the nanny asked them to write down what they want to tell their future selves. When the children grow up and open the box, they will remember today. Brielle brought a book and approached Marie and asked if he could put it in too. The nanny was surprised, because the boy brought a book that he really values, and he said that he was already big and didn't need to read fairy tales. Putting the book down, he told the book of fairy tales to be a good boy, and that he would come back later to meet her. And then, when the children put in everything they wanted, she said that the time capsule is a good memory. Marie continued to talk about how she wanted to fill the children with expectations about the future, and the Count was surprised by this, and the nanny, looking at the children playing, explained that this was so that they would not be afraid of tomorrow because of any terrible incidents. Then she asked Barry to look after the children while she buried the capsule, and the Count added his letter there. He remembered holding the letter and thinking that the girl didn't understand many things, namely, that his gifts are material, even though she grumbles that she receives excessive care. And I thought, putting the letter down, that it was she, and not he, who was sharing the most valuable things. The day of the ball, everyone dressed in new clothes. Ellie looked at her brother and said that in these clothes, he looked like a completely different person. Brielle, looking at Barry, also noticed how attractive he was, to which the boy replied that he was also cute, probably because he had grown up. And then the young gentleman, looking at Ellie, said that she was also very beautiful. Marie came out to the children complimenting each other, wearing a beautiful dress and a necklace around her neck. Brielle, seeing the nanny, rushed to hug her, saying that she was the most beautiful. A beautiful carriage drawn by white horses drove up to the porch. The butler wanted to help Marie get into the carriage, but the count, who had come up, stopped him, saying that he himself would help. Kentrail extended his arm, bent at the elbow, to Marie. The girl put her hand on his and smiled at him shyly. After the count helped the nanny into the carriage, he offered his hand to Ellie. Barry, as a young man, did not need help and got into the carriage himself, where his sisters were waiting for him. Ellie looked closely at Marie's decoration, which she took in her hand, and then, with admiration, she said that her necklace was very beautiful, and smiling slyly, she added that her sister could hardly have bought something like that, and asked who gave it to her. The count stood next to the map and listened, as Ellie asked Marie who had given her such a gift. Then the gentleman looked into the carriage and said that he would see them upon arrival. The count asked the butler to take care of the mansion, and he wished them to have a good time and not worry. And so, the carriage drove up to the main entrance of the majestic royal palace. Marie told Ellie not to be nervous, and if there was a dangerous situation, to run to Lord Taylor, to which the girl replied that she was the one who was the most nervous. Barry sternly told his older sister that in a situation like this, she should not forget to take care of herself and not get into danger while trying to help others. The count came up and smiling said that this was the royal palace, so they would not be attacked, and he added that he would be watching them, so they should not worry and enjoy the ball. The count and Marie, with their children, entered the richly decorated hall of the royal palace. All the courtiers looked at them, and Kentrail, leaning towards the girl, said that he would accompany them. Marie followed the count and watched how confidently he walked, and how he was greeted from all sides. She heard the nobles whispering about what kind of girl had come with the count, while others replied that she was the nanny of the count's family. And then Brielle, his friend Jaden, called out to him and waved his hand. They hugged, and the young gentleman told his friend that it was as if they hadn't seen each other for 100 years. When Jaden was telling what country his parents were in, a girl called out to him. It was Jaden's younger sister, Ciela, who told him where he was going alone. When she rudely asked her brother this, he and Brielle looked at her in surprise. And then Barry, noticing a little girl who approached the young gentleman with a friend, looked at her. Seeing this look, Ciela became embarrassed, and her eyes sparkled. Because the young man was handsome, Jaden looked seriously at his sister and told her to greet the Count of Charente and the younger count. The girl bowed in a curtsy and greeted them. Then suddenly, Kentrail heard a familiar voice greeting him. It was Viscount Jake, who said that since he saw him at this ball, the sun would probably rise in the west. With him was Vidal, who, thanks to the Count's suggestion, had received the title last summer and was doing a good job in his place. Vidal bowed to the Prime Minister and said that he wanted to see him in person to express his gratitude, to which the man replied that with his skills, he deserved it. Marie thought that the Count, recently, had not been able to engage in social life, or rather, did not want to. Then suddenly, the girl heard a familiar voice that was heard somewhere nearby. She turned around and saw that Teacher Eugis was standing not far from them and talking to someone. Marie, in surprise, said the word teacher out loud. The man turned around and saw Madame Nanny. Eugis, seeing the girl, approached her and asked if she was doing well, to which the nanny replied that she was doing well. She smiled at the teacher, pointed to the side, and said that the young master was in that direction. And then she remembered that the last time she met Eugis, she refused to love him. The teacher told the nanny that she looked great today. The girl thanked him. Eugis added that he did not expect to see her in such a place, to which Marie replied that she ended up here, and enjoying a luxurious life thanks to the Queen's invitation. The teacher was very surprised that the nanny received an invitation from the Queen. Marie said she thought she had been invited as the young master's nanny, and added, "Didn't the Queen usually invite people?" The teacher replied that this was a very unusual matter, although Her Majesty loved children. The nanny was very surprised that Yuji said that the Queen loved children. The teacher offered Marie some champagne, saying that it was good because it had a sweet taste. The girl refused, explaining that she was very nervous and therefore could not drink alcohol. Then the teacher showed her the bottle and offered her a soft drink. The nanny thanked him and thought that even after that incident, Yuji's was so friendly. The teacher noticed that the count was not visible, although he had come with them, and the girl replied that he had gone off to talk to his friend. Deep in thought and embarrassed, Yuji's wanted to ask the nanny for something, but then the count approached them with Brielle in his arms, and the boy called for the teacher. The teacher greeted them, and the girl said that they had not seen Yuji's for a very long time. Brielle looked angrily at the teacher and asked him what he was doing next to Marie, and the count, taking the girl by the arm, led her inside, saying that the ball would soon begin. Turning around, Marie told the teacher that they would see each other again, and he wished her a good time. Watching the girl leave, the man thought that he could not realize his plans. Kentrail, going into the hall, said that he would not dance. Dancing could attract unnecessary attention, and there would be another chance to dance. Barry was sitting next to a standing Ciela, who was telling him something, when he suddenly heard his name being called. Turning around, he saw Sig, who was smiling at him and saying that he had been looking for him for a long time. After apologizing to the girl and telling her that he would return as soon as he talked with his friend, he approached him. Ciela watched the young man leave with tears in her eyes, and the nanny reminded him not to go too far. Sig made fun of his friend for being popular, to which he responded that he should stop because she was a child. Barry, putting on a businesslike air, said that he was obliged to see his friend's appearance as he looked at the academy without his protection from the children. Sig replied that he had come to tell him that he too was taking an academic leave. Barry looked at his friend with surprise and confusion, and then, shaking him by the shoulders, he asked why, to which the boy replied that he would be bored. Barry let go of his friend after this answer and looked at him with distrust. And then, looking over the whitefish's shoulder, he saw a family standing nearby. The man and woman were discussing something, and the young man standing with them was looking at Sig with an unkind look. Barry asked his friend that this was his family, to which he replied that they were not at all similar, but he was smart. Sig added sadly that since he was the second son, he could become a hindrance to his older brother in becoming the head of the family if he graduated from the academy early. And then, looking at Barry, he told him not to make such a face and that they would see each other next year. Marie, looking at the boys talking, thought that the original story was about to begin. On the second floor, the king and queen approached the railing on the landing. His Majesty greeted and thanked everyone for their visit, and noted that their public and state affairs always bring them great help. That's why he and his wife decided to hold a Thanksgiving banquet this year too, and at that time, Marie quietly noticed that the king was dressed much more luxuriously than the queen. Kentrail replied that the queen always dressed modestly, so as not to attract other people's attention, and advised not to worry about her. The man continued that these were the king's preferences. Since childhood, he had liked luxurious things. Marie thought sadly that the queen could not wear the dress she wanted. Even to the ball, she was so beautiful, but she was trying to live up to the preferences of another. She looked at the king giving a speech and the queen standing modestly next to him. At this time, Her Majesty lowered her gaze and looked at the girl. Marie realized that they had just met each other's eyes. The nanny looked at the young master and saw his gaze directed at the queen, and heard him say that she was beautiful. Her Majesty smiled warmly at the boy and waved her hand at him. Brielle, embarrassed by the attention, blushed and waved back. The queen smiled sincerely at the boy, and became even more beautiful at that moment. The king, wishing everyone a good time, began to descend, accompanied by the queen. Marie turned to the count and wanted to ask him about something about the queen, but then the king approached them and asked the girl that she was the nanny of the count's family. Looking at her, His Majesty said that he had called her here, wanting to see her face once. The girl bowed in a curtsy to greet the king and introduced herself. When he asked what family she was from, Marie replied that she was from the Fiora family. The king smiled and said that he remembered that the estates and offices there had been put in order, thanks to the condition of getting rid of the bonds belonging to the head of the family. His Majesty, smiling unpleasantly, said that he had called her for only one reason. He wanted to thank her for the way she sincerely looked after his close friend's nephew. Marie realized with surprise that it was His Majesty who had invited her. The girl smiled and said that she thought the invitation was sent by the queen. The king said he was saddened by this, and added that the queen was the organizer of the evening. And then he added, hanging slightly over the girl, that he had invited her. Kentrail didn't like it, but then the queen came and called her husband. Smiling, she told him to let her say hello too. Marie looked at the queen with admiration, and thought that she even had a beautiful voice. His Majesty moved away from the nanny, allowing his wife to approach, and she looked intently at the girl. Her Majesty thanked them for their visit, and then looked at Ellie, who was standing next to her sister. Smiling at the girl, she said that the pink dress she was wearing looked very beautiful on her. Ellie was embarrassed by the queen's words. Her cheeks blushed sweetly, and then the girl bowed to her Majesty and thanked her. The queen, a little embarrassed by Ellie's sincere gratitude, smiled warmly at her, and then, turning to the young duke, she said that she was his uncle's cousin, and that she was pleased to see him again. The king asked the nanny that this was probably her first time in the imperial palace, and if she had not looked around yet, he would call his subject to show it to her. Kentrail, standing between his Majesty and Marie, said that they would still be busy greeting other guests, and that he would accompany his people himself. Marie looked at the count with tenderness, because he again called them his people. Kentrail kept the girl with him as they walked away from the royal couple, and then the gentleman looked at the nanny and smiled at her very warmly. The king laughed, and all the courtiers looked at the prime minister and whispered in surprise that he smiled. Continuing to laugh merrily, his Majesty thought that the count also knew how to smile. Kentrail told the girl that it was time for them to take their leave quickly. At this time, the queen called her servant to her and ordered her to do something. When the count and Marie with the children were already leaving the hall, a maid approached them and called Madame Marie. She said that the queen asked to meet her in the royal garden. Kentrail decided that he had to refuse, and told the maid to tell the queen that Marie was not feeling well. At this time, the girl interrupted the count and said that everything was fine and the queen would not harm them. The nanny remembered how sincere and tender Her Majesty's smile became when she looked at the children, and she said that she did not think that a man who loved children would harm the young master. The count wanted to object to her, but the girl said that she would be in a visible place, and he agreed, telling her to be careful. The maid led Marie through the royal garden to the large greenhouse. When they entered it, Marie saw the queen there, who asked her to come closer. Her Majesty looked intently at the girl, who felt uncomfortable under her gaze. And then the queen said that she was curious to see the man whom her husband had invited personally, to which the girl replied that she thought the queen had invited her. Her Majesty was surprised, because she considered Marie to be the king's mistress, since he had sent her an invitation. The nanny was horrified by this, and said that they had never seen His Majesty in person, and today she saw him for the first time. Marie couldn't even imagine something like that, so she told the queen. Through the window of the greenhouse, through the girl's back, Her Majesty saw Kentrail. He was clearly worried about Marie, so he waited for her near the greenhouse. The queen, holding a flower in her hands, looked carefully at the girl, and then she said that it meant that she was the person that Kentrail was protecting, and now she saw that the girl was worthy of this care. Holding the flower to her nose, the queen thought that it turned out she had not received even half as much interest. Marie thought, looking at Her Majesty, that she was not the kind of person who would kill Brielle, and then she realized that the queen simply wanted to get the king's attention. Her Majesty let the girl go, saying that Kentrail might respond badly to her for taking up so much of her time. Marie walked through the village and was overcome by the question of who had hired her to kill Brielle. And then she saw Sig, who was explaining to his brother that he went to see a friend, and his brother did not believe him, accusing the boy of wanting to look good in the eyes of his parents, and he added that he should behave as befits a second son, and not dare to aim for the place of head of the seventh. Marie thought that it seemed like Sig had a bad relationship with his older brother, and then she remembered that in the original, the main character didn't have a brother, and then I remembered that in the original, Sig was already the head of the family. Marie wondered how he had inherited this place. The girl looked at the arguing young men and did not notice how the count approached her, until he asked what happened. The girl pressed her hands against his chest and said that nothing serious had happened and called him to come back, and she herself, following Kentrail, looked once more in the direction of the arguing youths. The girl thought to herself, could it be that something had happened before the beginning of the novel? The count turned around and tapped Marie's forehead lightly with his finger, telling her that she was worrying too much. The nanny did not expect this from him, and the gentleman turned his back to her and said that they were returning home. In the music room of the mansion, the nanny sat at the piano, and the count stood next to him. Marie played an instrument, a melody from her world. Having finished playing, the girl turned around and asked the gentleman how he liked it. He praised her, saying that it was the first time in his life he heard a melody in such a style, and it was very interesting, leaning over and putting his arm around Marie. He said he liked the original use of the staccato technique, and that with a few more practices, he would get even better. And then he added that she kept her word to show the music of her world. Turning to face her, the count said that next time he would play famous songs from their world. Noticing that their faces were too close, the young people suddenly pulled away from each other, and the embarrassed and blushing nanny looked thoughtfully at Kentrail, who had turned away. She realized that the count was telling the truth about him loving music and knowing how to play musical instruments. Marie asked the gentleman if his older brother had remained alive, and he had not received the position of head of the family. What would he have become? And then, looking at him intently, she added that he would have become a wandering musician. Kentrail, smiling sheepishly at the girl, said that this would also be possible. Marie thought that if they had met in different circumstances, she might have allowed herself to desire him. The count, taking the girl's hand in his, said that he had met her, and then he asked if she wanted to discuss what happened after that evening. Looking at the girl, the count said that he had been telling her a lot since he decided to be sincere with her. To this, the girl thought that he was not really telling her everything, and then she said, looking at the children through the window, that she saw Sig arguing with his older brother. Looking at the gentleman, she added that in the book she read, Sig was already the head of the family. The beginning of that story is approaching, and the girl is worried that something might happen. Kentrail remembered that Marie had told him that after Brielle's death, he had become angry and villainous. If he was competing with Sig, there may have been a connection between them from the beginning. The count wondered whether Sig might have ordered the murder of his nephew. Marie responded that this was impossible. The young man was not such a villain in the book. Besides, she wants to believe in Sig, whom she has seen all this time. Brielle ran down the hallway of the mansion, her uncle screaming, followed by Ellie and Barry. When the children reached the adults, the young gentleman asked what dolphins looked like. The uncle asked why Brielle was suddenly asking this, to which the boy replied that he saw a cloud in the shape of a dolphin, and Ellie said that it was not a dolphin. Marie looked out the window and listened to the children arguing about how none of them had seen a dolphin. Looking at the sky, the girl saw a cloud and thought that they were probably arguing about it. In her opinion, the cloud looked like a dolphin. After these words, Brielle made an important appearance, because he was right. Ellie said that they weren't drawn like that in the book, to which the boy replied that they looked like that on the card with the animals that Marie had drawn, to which the girl replied that one needs to have been to the sea to know about such things. And suddenly, the children heard Kentrail's words, that if there was an opportunity to leave the house, they would all go to the sea together. At this proposal from the man, the children's eyes lit up with hope. Brielle, rushing to her uncle, and Ellie, hurrying to approach him as well, asked the count if this was true. Taking his nephew in his arms and turning to the girl, he smiled and confirmed his words. And then, Kentrail looked at Marie, smiled mysteriously at her, and asked her opinion. The girl smiled back and adjusted her hair, saying that she was happy with everything. And then, when they were all standing together, she said that it would be a fascinating excursion. The weather was terrible in the evening. A cold wind was blowing, and it was pouring rain. Marie sat in a chair looking out the window, and thought that the situation was very confusing. And when would she be able to catch the criminal? She placed the diary, where she wrote down all her thoughts, on her lap, and made a new entry about how the queen was not a criminal. The next entry was about the king, that if he were a criminal, he would order the death of not only Brielle, but the entire county of Charente. The rain outside intensified. The water collected in streams and flooded the yard and garden. Marie looked at this through the window and suddenly saw the corner of the box sticking out of the water. She thought it was the time capsule coming out because the rain was causing the ground not to harden enough after they buried it. Throwing a cloak over herself, the girl quickly descended the steps leading to the garden. When she reached the place where the corner of the box was sticking out, she saw a completely different drawing. and I realized that this was not a time capsule that they buried with the children. In the box, there was a letter from the Count's mother to his brother's wife, in which she wrote that she wanted to ask something about her family. She wrote that the content of the conversation required caution, and therefore she wished to meet in person, but she had to leave her place urgently, so she left a letter. The Count's mother hoped that they would not be angry and would tell her the whole truth. The Count, after reading the letter, said that he knew that his mother, Countess Sansond, had exchanged letters with her daughter-in-law. Marie, looking at the man, asked him why she hid the letter in a wooden box under a tree. The Count was embarrassed by the question and said that youthful blood flowed in her. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. They say that among lovers, there is a game where they hide letters and exchange them. But the husband and both sons grumbled that they were not interested in such games. The Count explained. He added that most likely, over time, the box became buried among the grass and earth, and thanks to heavy rain, it came out again. Marie, looking at the letter, was amazed that the letter inside remained intact. Kentrail said sadly that if he had known that she would leave them so early, he would have played this game with her. The nanny, embarrassed by the gentleman's frankness, looked at him with sympathy, and then she asked his mother what exactly she had asked in the letter. The Count replied that she was the first to learn about a certain secret of his daughter-in-law's family, and asked her to clarify this fact. And then he asked Marie if she remembered how strange the last letter was. The girl clarified that he was talking about the fact that the location of Brielle's birthmark was different. Kentrail confirmed this and said that the answer to the mother's question could be written in the daughter-in-law's letter, but there is a possibility that the letter was replaced. The Count noticed and said that he wants to send people to his daughter-in-law's relatives to verify the information. And then, looking at Marie, he asked if he could say something now. Marie looked at the gentleman with a smile and replied that she could. Kentrail thanked the girl for always trusting him and waiting for him, and then he sternly added that next time she should not go out alone on rainy days. The girl justified herself by saying that she was afraid that their time capsule would be washed away by water, to which the man said that it would be better if she used his help. A blushing Marie replied that she could not use it, to which the Count said what he would do if it were not for her. And then, still looking sternly at the girl, he said that she had caught a cold after getting wet in the rain. Marie hung her head, ashamed of her behavior, and then she smiled. And when the Count asked the reason for her smile, she explained that she was glad that he was worried about her. Kentrail and Marie talked for some time, and outside the window it was still raining. The girl promised that she would no longer go out alone on rainy days. Brielle ran quickly down the corridor, screaming loudly, calling for his nanny. The Count, who came out to these cries, asked him what had happened, and Taylor, who had come, greeted him. Brielle turned around when he heard his uncle's voice and looked at him carefully, and then he said that Jaden would be coming soon, and he wanted to ask Marie to bake a chocolate cake. Running up to his uncle, he was very surprised, because he had a palette for painting in his hands. Seeing this, Brielle decided to ask whether the Count painted pictures. His uncle brought him to the workshop where he was drawing, and invited him to look around. The boy walked between the paintings placed on easels and admired them. While Brielle watched, the Count decided that he had enough drawing for today. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened when he saw one of the paintings. The painting depicted Marie in a very realistic and beautiful way. The uncle took his nephew in his arms and explained that he was painting this picture in order to give it to the nanny for her next birthday. The boy sat in the Count's arms and looked thoughtfully at the painting. And then, suddenly, he asked his uncle if he liked Marie. Kentrail remained silent, and the boy demanded that he answer faster. The Count thought that Brielle would not like it if he answered positively to his question, but the boy did not understand what there was to think about for a long time. And then, thinking that he didn't want to lie to Brielle, he asked if he liked the nanny himself. The boy looked seriously at his uncle and confidently said that he liked it, and he added that she is a member of his precious family, and he loves her as much as he loves him. Brielle said that Marie was so beautiful in the painting that he thought that his uncle liked the nanny too. Kentrail looked very seriously at his embarrassed nephew, and then he smiled cheerfully and tousled his blonde hair. Uncle confirmed Brielle's conclusion and said that he was right and he loved her as much as he loved him. The boy hugged Kentrail back. Marie was hanging out the washing in the garden. Ellie was helping her, and Barry was carrying the laundry basket. The maids, seeing this, called out to the nanny and approached her. They told the girl that they should have left the washing to them, to which Marie replied that they could handle it themselves. The maids noticed that the girl looked tired and suggested entrusting this matter to them, just today, and Ellie needed to play more, they added. The girl was indignant and replied that it wasn't hard for her at all, to which she was called clever and patted on the head. Marie, looking at the maids, said that she would only bother them today. The nanny went towards the house, telling Ellie to come play in the room, because they bought her cookies, popular in the capital. Barry decided to ask his little sister why his older sister was so downcast, and the maids were hanging out the laundry while talking about their beautiful mistress. Women gossiped that this was a miss from the Viscount's family, and the Count never let girls near him. Marie stood behind the tree and listened as the maids came to the conclusion that the lady who came today was suitable for the master. Kentrail stood in the corridor and talked about something with the butler. His younger sister Marie approached him, and when he turned around, she looked at him seriously. When the Count asked Ellie where Marie was, since he was just looking for her, the girl put her hands on her hips and angrily asked who that girl was. The gentleman was confused by this question, because neither he nor the butler standing next to him understood what she was asking about. Kentrail asked the girl why she was asking this, to which Ellie shouted, "Because," and then, sighing heavily and looking down, she added that he should go quickly to her sister. Marie sat in the room at the table and looked into the open box. Her jewelry lay there. She took the necklace that the master had given her into her hands. The girl, at that moment, remembered the whispering of the maids about the mistress who had come, and she also remembered how they looked next to each other, and decided that she was a beautiful lady and suitable for His Excellency. The nanny began to remember whether the Count had met anyone in the novel, and then heard a knock on the door. Turning towards the door, the girl asked who was there, in order to find out who was behind the door. Marie was very surprised when she heard Kentrail's voice from behind the door. He asked if he could come in, and the nanny, at that moment, realized that it would be difficult for her to hide her emotions. Marie told him that she was busy now, and suggested visiting him later. Kentrail put his hand on the door. He felt the girl standing on the other side. That is why the Count decided to tell the nanny about the man with whom he was in the garden. Kentrail said that the girl who came to him was Viscount Jake's wife. Marie was very surprised, and asked again that she was a viscountess, and not the daughter of a viscount. The Count confirmed this, and then he asked the girl to open the door for him. When the door opened, the Count looked at Marie with a tender gaze, and the girl responded to this look a little embarrassedly, and said that she was jealous. The nanny wondered if he could now feel the same as she did. At that moment, the Count called her by her real name. Kentrail suggested to the girl that she call him by his name, and not by his lordship. Marie immediately blushed, imagining herself calling the gentleman by name, and the Count asked if she didn't like it when he called her by name. Marie tried to deny it. Kentrail's words greatly embarrassed the girl. She lowered her head so as not to show how red her cheeks were, and then she shouted that she would talk about this topic later and turned away. The Count looked at the embarrassed girl and smiled happily. Kentrail decided to explain to the nanny why he had called the Viscountess. He said that the Viscountess was close to his daughter-in-law. These two also often exchanged letters, and she brought them. Therefore, the Count was able to find out whether his daughter-in-law really wrote that letter. Marie looked questioningly at the man, and he replied that these letters were written in his daughter-in-law's handwriting. Kentrail added that the handwriting was slightly different in the letter, where she misstated the location of Brielle's birthmark. The girl then said that this meant that someone had falsified the letter. The Count confirmed this and looked at the box in which the gifted brooch and necklace lay, and then the gentleman turned his gaze, which became serious, to the girl, and he added that if someone was so ardently trying to hide a secret, even Brielle's grandfather would not tell them so easily. The Count thought about visiting his nephew's grandfather in person. Marie was worried that he might be attacked on the way there, but the man reassured her, saying that he had not yet made a final decision. Smiling, Kentrail suggested that they first meet with their young guest and discuss the topic at their leisure. It was a warm, sunny day. Everyone came out to greet the guests who had arrived. The Viscountess came to visit them with her children, Jaden and Sela, and she was glad to meet the nanny. Marie, along with Ellie and Barry, greeted the pleasant guests. The Viscountess said that she had heard about her, because the nanny was constantly busy with their son when he came to visit, to which the girl replied that Mr. Jaden was very calm and even gave gifts. The woman stroked her son's head and said that this time too, he had prepared something. Jaden handed the girl a beautiful bookmark that he had made himself, and then he asked to make the same doll as his for Ciela, so that she wouldn't take it away from him. Marie smiled and agreed. The nanny thanked them and said that she had prepared a chocolate cake. The Viscountess was delighted by this, saying that it was Jaden's favorite cake, and then she asked them to wait a little while she went and brought it. The nanny walked down the corridor of the mansion, towards the kitchen, and thought what a fool she was. Marie thought that she had misunderstood a very good man and went into the kitchen. She was also terribly ashamed and worried about what the Count would think of her. The nanny was so deep in thought about the fact that she had nothing to justify herself with, that she didn't notice how the Count appeared in the kitchen doorway, saying that it would be hard for her to carry it alone. And suddenly, Kentrail saw how one of the maids, who was carrying the cauldron, stumbled. At this time she was behind Marie, and there was boiling water in the pot. The Count shouted her name in horror and saw hot water pouring on the girl. The pot was lying on the floor and hot water was spilled everywhere. Marie closed her eyes in horror, expecting pain from the boiling water, but when she felt the Count's hands instead, her eyes opened and looked at him. Kentrail couldn't allow the girl to get hurt and covered her with his back. The maids ran up to them and asked what to do and if the master was okay. The Count answered everyone that everything was fine and that he was okay, but steam was coming from his back. Marie, having asked to call the butler and the doctor, looked at the Count and thought that he was not at all well. After all, the water was very hot, and he completely covered it from her with his body. On the table in the Count's room, there was a tray with minced water in it and a small towel. The Count sat in bed and asked the girl not to worry, because he would feel better if he applied the ointment. And then he added that it was a minor incident, and he didn't even feel any pain. The Count looked menacingly at the doctor, who confirmed that he had a minor burn. Marie thought bitterly that this was the second time that his lordship had kept himself in check, trying to protect her. She told the man that he didn't need to lie, because she knew he was pretending that everything was okay, and asked him not to suffer for her anymore. Kentrail, with his head down, listened to the girl, and then said that he was against it. Marie, looking seriously at the Count, said that she was not happy about how he was suffering trying to protect her. To this, Kentrail said that he could hurt himself an infinite number of times, instead of her. The nanny asked not to say such a thing. She did not want anything to happen to him because of her. The man repeated that he would rather this than allow anything to happen to her. The upset girl turned away and walked quickly out of the room, and the Count, who remained sitting in bed, looked after her with bewilderment. The sun was shining brightly. The wind was tearing leaves from the trees and playing with them. The Viscountess and Marie were walking in the garden, and the woman said she was worried that Jaden might disturb the Count, to which the nanny noted that it would be easier for Brielle to visit the sick man in the company of a friend. The Viscountess looked closely at the girl and noticed how tightly her fingers squeezed the handle of the umbrella. She stopped in front of Marie and placed her hand on her hands in a reassuring manner, and then, seeing how worried the girl was about the Count, she said that everything would be fine because Kentrail was a strong man. Brielle and Jaden were sitting on a platform in the Count's room. They had come to visit him. Kentrail told the boys that he was fine, to which his nephew replied that he was lying, because the nanny was very worried about him. Uncle told Brielle that his wound was not that serious, and that she was worrying for nothing, and he did not understand why she was angry. And he added, "Isn't it better for him to suffer than Marie?" The boy cried, and Jaden reassured his friend that his uncle was strong. And then the young master said that he didn't want them both to suffer, and he added that he thinks that Marie also doesn't want him to suffer because of her. Not only his grandparents, but also his parents died in an accident. There was an accident with the map they were driving, and only the child survived. Is it really possible that in an attempt to protect the child, the couple took on the child's bad luck? Brielle cried and said that he would be very sad if his uncle suffered because of him. Kentrail, seeing how worried the boy was, sat up on the bed. He looked at his nephew, who was crying, and began to understand. As his nephew, he is very scared that he might be left without his uncle. Taking Brielle onto the bed and hugging him, Kentrail asked him for forgiveness. Pressing his nephew tightly to himself, The Count added that he would soon recover and become healthy. There was wound-healing ointment and dressing materials on the tray. Marie scooped up some ointment and, sitting behind the Count, treated the wounds on his back. She looked at them with pain and regret, blaming herself for what happened. After the bandage was changed, the girl tried to leave the room quickly. Kentrail, who understood a lot after talking with his nephew, looked at him, and then he took her hand, not letting the girl leave, because he wanted to talk to her. Marie didn't turn around, and Kentrail, still holding her hand, apologized. And then he added that he didn't suffer because of her, and didn't want to bother her, and he quietly said that he simply could not watch her suffer. Marie turned around and exclaimed with feeling that she, too, did not want to see him wounded. But now, as well as last time, she can't prevent these situations. And, crying, she added that she knows that she would have suffered more if it weren't for him. Kentrail looked at the girl tenderly, and listened as she said that this upset her very much. And then he smiled and said it was good that she wasn't hurt. Still holding her hand in his, Kentrail said that this made him happy. Somewhere, in some room, there were scattered books and a broken photograph lying on the floor. The maid told her master through the door that she was coming in. She opened the door and added that she had brought the tea that he always drinks. Looking up from the tray as she entered, the maid froze in horror. Near the window stood a man with a sword in his hands, covered in blood, and bodies lay nearby. The two friends stood holding hands, and Brielle said that next time he would come visit them. Jaden was delighted, and asked if his uncle had given him permission to do this. Brielle began to cry, and said that his uncle had not yet allowed him to leave the mansion. Then his friend looked seriously at the boy, and said that nothing could be done. And with an important look, Jaden added, next time he will come visit them again. And then he secretly said that, in fact, it is not he who gets tired most from these visits, but his companion. Brielle asked Jaden when he would come next. The boy replied that within 100 nights. Ciela approached Barry, who was watching the boys talking. Looking at him, the girl asked if she could come next time too. Ellie and Barry looked at her, and the young man replied that if she wanted to, then she could. And Barry's younger sister added that when they arrive, they will all play tag together. The Viscountess watched the children's interaction through the large window of the Count's bedroom, and then, looking at Kentrail and Marie, she added that it would be good if they could visit them more often. Kentrail replied that they already visited them enough, and besides, the road probably exhausted them. The Viscountess laughed and said, Brielle is Jaden's friend, so for the sake of his friend, he can at least endure the inconvenience. And then she added what His Excellency had asked her about. She also knew little about the family of the previous countess, and apologized. The Viscountess added that she was close to Ira, but it turns out she had a secret that she couldn't share even with her, and it upset her. Kentrail thanked the woman for her answer, saying that everything was fine. The Viscountess, pressing her hand to her chest, was very sorry that she could not help them. Marie wondered if Ira was hiding the secret so much, then it could have brought trouble to her friend. The Viscountess asked the Count how he was feeling, to which he replied that it was nothing serious. He wanted to add that he would soon feel better, but then he felt Marie's angry gaze on his back, and smiling, he continued that the wound was not the simplest, but he was in the process of recovery. Looking at Marie, the Count said that there was a person next to him who was actively caring for him, and therefore, after recovery, there would not even be any scars left. The Viscountess watched with a smile as the nanny became embarrassed and indignant at the gentleman's words. And then, having said goodbye to the young people, she left the room. When the door closed behind her, the Count told the girl that he would really recover without any problems, and he added with a smile that he was recovering faster than expected, thanks to the fact that she applied the ointment to him every day. Marie, blushing at his words, said that she was very glad about this. Outside the window, children were saying goodbye to the departing Viscountess and her children, and the Count, still smiling, looked tenderly at the embarrassed girl. Marie, with a blush on her cheeks and her hand on her chest, looked back questioningly. Kentrail said that due to his wound, he needed to rest, and therefore he planned to take a break from his work as Prime Minister for a while, and he added that in order to find Brielle's killer, he needed to visit his relatives on his mother's side. Looking out the window at his nephew, the Count said that while he was growing up, he wanted to be near him as often as possible, Marie was very touched by these words of the gentleman about his nephew. She smiled happily at him and said that it would be as he wished. After all, she is always happy when the master is in the mansion. The count asked why. Maybe she was afraid that someone might attack her. The girl lowered her gaze and, embarrassed, did not answer. Kentrail blushed and said that he understood her and hoped for a successful completion of all matters, and he added that he would be with her and the children as much as possible after this. Boys walked the streets of the city selling newspapers, shouting out breaking news. People bought newspapers and read the terrible news about a family they were hearing about for the first time, and they were surprised that the second son of the family was suspected of such a brutal murder. In the courtyard of the mansion stood a carriage in which the count was supposed to travel to Brielle's relatives on his mother's side. Kentrail told Marie, who was seeing her off, that he would try to return as quickly as possible, and in the meantime, Taylor and Derek would protect them. They heard Taylor calling for the count and turned to see him running towards them. The gentleman asked what had happened and why he had run so fast, to which the man replied that the count would have to postpone today's trip. Kentrail looked at Taylor holding the newspaper in surprise and asked why. The man handed the count a newspaper and said that there had been an incident in the kingdom with the murder of parents and that this was a noble family. The gentleman took the newspaper, and Taylor said that the head of the family and his wife were killed. The man lowered his head. His gaze was sad and sorrowful. He continued and said that the suspect in this case is Sig Keeler. Marie opened her eyes in shock and thought that this couldn't be happening. She remembered the original, and in it, Sig's parents were alive. Marie blamed herself. She thought it happened because she saved Brielle. She thought that everything was not the same as the original. Everything began to change, and now the fate of the main character has changed, because in the book, it was not written about it.